All my life I've wondered about life beyond the Earth. On those countless other planets that we think circle other suns, is there also life? Might the beings of other worlds resemble us, or would they be astonishingly different? What would they be made of? In the vast Milky Way galaxy, how common is what we call life? The nature of life on Earth and the quest for life elsewhere are the two sides of the same question, the search for who we are. All living things on Earth are made of organic molecules, a complex microscopic architecture built around atoms of carbon. In the great dark between the stars, there also are organic molecules in immense clouds of gas and dust. And inside such clouds, there are batches of new worlds just forming. Their surfaces are very likely covered with organic molecules. These molecules almost certainly are not made by life, although they are the stuff of life. On suitable worlds, they may lead to life. Organic matter is abundant throughout the cosmos, produced by the same chemistry everywhere. Perhaps, given enough time, the origin and evolution of life is inevitable on every clement world. There will surely be some planets too hostile for life. On others, it may arise and die out, or never evolve beyond its simplest forms. And on some small fraction of worlds, there may develop intelligences and civilizations more advanced than ours. All life on our planet is closely related. We have a common organic chemistry and a common evolutionary heritage. And so our biologists are profoundly limited. They study a single biology, one lonely theme in the music of life. Is it the only voice for thousands of light years? Or is there a cosmic fugue, a billion different voices playing the life music of the galaxy? This blue world is where we grew up. There was once a time before life. Our planet is now burgeoning with life. How did it come about? How were organic molecules originally made? How did life evolve to produce beings as elaborate and complex as we, able to explore the mystery of our own origins? Let me tell you a story about one little phrase in the music of life on Earth. In the history of humans, in the 12th century, Japan was ruled by a clan of warriors called the Heike. The nominal leader of the Heike, the Emperor of Japan, was a 7-year-old boy named Antoku. His guardian was his grandmother, the Lady Nii. The Heike were engaged in a long and bloody war with another samurai clan, the Genji. Yeah. Each asserted a superior ancestral claim to the imperial throne. Their decisive encounter occurred at Tanuura in the Japanese Inland Sea on April 24th in the year 1185. The Heike were badly outnumbered and outmaneuvered. With their cause clearly lost, the surviving Heike warriors threw themselves into the sea and drowned. The emperor's grandmother, the Lady Nii, resolved that they would not be captured by the enemy. What happened next is related in the Tale of the Heike. The young emperor asked the Lady Nii, "Where are you to take me?" She turned to the youthful sovereign with tears streaming down her cheeks and comforted him. Blinded with tears, the child sovereign put his beautiful small hands together. He turned first to the east to say farewell to the god of Ise, and then to the west to recite the Nembutsu, a prayer to the Amida Buddha. The Lady Nii took him in her arms, and with the words, "In the depths of the ocean is our capital," sank with him at last beneath the waves. The destruction of the Heike battle fleets at Dano-Ura marked the end of the clan's 30-year rule. The Heike all but vanished from history. Only 43 Heike survived, all women. These former ladies-in-waiting of the imperial court were reduced to selling flowers and other favors to the fishermen near the scene of the battle. These women, and their offspring by the fisher folk, established a festival to commemorate the battle. To this day, every year, on the 24th of April, their descendants proceed to the Akama Shrine, which contains the mausoleum of the drowned 7-year-old emperor, Antoku. There, they conduct a ceremony of remembrance for the life and death of the Heike warriors. But there's a strange postscript to this story. The fishermen say that the Heike samurai wander the bottom of the inland sea still, in the form of crabs. There are crabs to be found here which have curious markings on their backs, patterns which resemble a human face with the aggressive scowl of a samurai warrior from medieval Japan. These Heike crabs, when caught, are not eaten. They're thrown back into the sea in commemoration of the doleful events of the Battle of Dano-Ura. This legend raises a lovely problem. How does it come about that the face of a warrior is cut on the carapace of a Japanese crab? How could it be? The answer seems to be that humans made this face. But how? Like many other features, the patterns on the back or carapace of this crab are inherited. But among crabs, as among humans, there are many different hereditary lines. Now, suppose purely by chance, among the distant ancestors of this crab, there came to be one which looked just a little bit like a human face. Long before the battle, fishermen may have been reluctant to eat a crab with a human face. In throwing it back into the sea, they were setting into motion a process of selection. If you're a crab and your carapace is just ordinary, the humans are going to eat you. But if it looks a little bit like a face, they'll throw you back, and you'll be able to have lots of nice little baby crabs that all look just like you. As many generations passed of crabs and fisher folk alike, the crabs with patterns that look most like a samurai face preferentially survived, until eventually there was produced not just a human face, not just a Japanese face, but the face of a samurai warrior. All this has nothing to do with what the crabs might want. Selection is imposed from the outside. The more you look like a samurai, the better your chances of survival. Eventually, there are a lot of crabs that look like samurai warriors. This process is called artificial selection. In the case of the Heike crab, it was affected more or less unconsciously by the fishermen, and certainly without any serious contemplation by the crabs. Humans, for thousands of years, have deliberately selected which plants and animals shall live. We're surrounded with farm and domestic animals, fruits, vegetables. Where did they come from? Were they once free living in their present form in the wild and then induced to adopt some less strenuous life on the farm? No. They are, almost all of them, made by us. The essence of artificial selection for a horse or a cow, a grain of rice or a Heike crab is this. Many characteristics are inherited. They breed true. Humans encourage the reproduction of some varieties and discourage the reproduction of others. The variety selected for eventually becomes abundant. The variety selected against becomes rare, may be extinct. But if artificial selection makes such changes in only a few thousand years, what must natural selection, working for billions of years, be capable of? The answer is all the beauty and diversity in the biological world. That life evolved over the ages is clear from the changes we've made in the beasts and vegetables, but also from the record in the rocks. The fossil evidence speaks to us unambiguously of creatures that were once present in enormous numbers and that have now vanished utterly. There are far more species that have become extinct than exist today. They're the terminated experiments in evolution. These guys, for example, the trilobites, appeared 600 million years ago. They were around for 300 million years. They're all gone. There's none left. But in those old rocks, there are no fossils of people or cattle. We've evolved only recently. Evolution is a fact, not a theory. It really happened. That the mechanism of evolution is natural selection was the great discovery of Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace. Here's how it works. Nature is prolific. There are many more creatures that are born than can possibly survive. So those varieties which are by accident less well adapted don't survive, or at least they leave fewer offspring. Now, mutations, sudden changes in heredity, are passed on. They breed true. The environment selects those occasional mutations which enhance survival. And the resulting series of slow changes in the nature of living beings is the origin of new species. Well, many people were scandalized by the ideas of evolution and natural selection. Our ancestors looked at the intricacy and beauty of life and saw evidence for a great designer. The simplest organism is a far more complex machine than the finest pocket watch. And yet, pocket watches don't spontaneously self-assemble or evolve in slow stages on their own from, say, grandfather clocks. A watch implies a watchmaker. So there seemed to be no way in which atoms could spontaneously fall together and create, say, a dandelion. The idea of a designer is an appealing and altogether human explanation of the biological world. But as Darwin and Wallace showed, there's another way, equally human and far more compelling. Natural selection, which makes the music of life more beautiful as the eons pass. To understand the passage of the eons, we've compressed all of time into a single cosmic year with the Big Bang on January 1st. Every month here represents a little over 1 billion years. The Earth didn't form until the cosmic year was 2/3 over. Our understanding of the history of life is very recent, occupying only the last few seconds of December 31st, that small white spot at bottom right in the cosmic calendar. What happened on Earth may be more or less typical of the evolution of life on many worlds, but in its details, the story of life on Earth is probably unique in all the Milky Way galaxy. The secrets of evolution are time and death. Time for the slow accumulation of favorable mutations, and death to make room for new species. Life on Earth arose in September of the cosmic calendar, when our world, still heavily battered and cratered from its violent origin, may have looked a little like the moon. The Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. In the cosmic calendar, it's condensed out of interstellar gas and dust around September 14th. We know from the fossil record that the origin of life happened soon afterwards, maybe around September 25th, something like that, probably in the ponds and oceans of the primitive Earth. Now, the first living things were not anything so complex as a one-celled organism, which already is a highly sophisticated form of life. No, the first stirrings of life were much more humble and happened on the molecular level. In those early days, lightning and ultraviolet light from the sun were breaking apart simple hydrogen-rich molecules in the primitive atmosphere, and the fragments of the molecules were spontaneously recombining into more and more complex molecules. The products of this early chemistry dissolved in the oceans, forming a kind of organic soup of gradually increasing complexity. Until one day, quite by accident, a molecule arose which was able to make crude copies of itself, using as building blocks the other molecules in the soup. This was the ancestor of DNA, the master molecule of life on Earth. It's made of 4 different molecular parts called nucleotides, which constitute the 4 letters of the genetic code, the language of heredity. Each of the 4 nucleotides, the rungs on the DNA ladder, are a different color in this model. The instructions that are spelled out are different for different organisms. That's why organisms are different. Now, a mutation is a change of a nucleotide, a misspelling of the genetic instructions. Most mutations spell genetic nonsense, as you'd expect, because they're random. They're harmful for the next generation. But a very few, by accident, make better sense than the original instructions and aid the evolution of life. DNA is about 1 billion times smaller than we see it here. In fact, each of these things that looks like a piece of fruit is an atom. Without the tools of science, the machinery of life would be invisible. "4 billion years ago, the ancestors of DNA were competing for molecular building blocks and leaving crude copies of themselves. There were no predators, the stuff of life was everywhere, so the oceans and the murky pools that filled the craters were for these molecules a Garden of Eden. With reproduction, mutation, and natural selection, the evolution of living molecules was well underway. Varieties with specialized functions then joined together, making a collective, the first cell. The organic soup eventually ate itself up. But by this time, plants had evolved, able to use sunlight to make their own building blocks. They turned the waters green. A number of one-celled plants joined together, the first multicellular organisms. Equally important was the invention, not made until early November, of sex. It was stumbled upon by the microbes. By December 1st, green plants had released copious amounts of oxygen and nitrogen into the atmosphere. The sky is made by life. Then, suddenly, on December 15th, there was an enormous proliferation of new life forms, an event called the Cambrian explosion. We know from the fossil record that life arose shortly after the formation of the Earth, suggesting that the origin of life might be an inevitable chemical process on countless Earth-like planets throughout the cosmos. But on the Earth, in nearly 4 billion years, life advanced no further than algae. So maybe more complex forms of life are harder to evolve, harder even than the origin of life itself. If this is right, the planets of the galaxy might be filled with microorganisms, but big beasts and vegetables and thinking beings might be comparatively rare. By December 18th, there were vast herds of trilobites foraging on the ocean bottom, and squid-like creatures with their multicolored shells were everywhere. We know enough to sketch in a few of the subsequent details. The first fish and the first vertebrates appeared on December 19th. Plants began to colonize the land on December 20th. The first winged insects fluttered by on December 22nd. And on this date also, there were the first amphibians, creatures something like the lungfish, able to survive both on land and in water. Our direct ancestors were now leaving the oceans behind. The first trees and the first reptiles evolved on December 23rd, two amazing evolutionary developments. We're descended from some of those reptiles. The dinosaurs appeared on Christmas Eve. There were many different kinds of dinosaurs. The Earth was once their planet. Many stood upright and had some fair intelligence. Great lizards crashed and thundered through the steaming jungles. Unnoticed by the dinosaurs, a new creature, whose young were born live and helpless, was making its timid debut. The first mammals emerged on December 26th, the first birds on the following day. But the dinosaurs still dominated the planet. Then, suddenly, without warning, all over the planet at once, the dinosaurs died. The cause is unknown, but the lesson is clear. Even 160 million years on a planet is no guarantee of survival. The dinosaurs perished around the time of the first flower. On December 30th, the first creatures who looked even a little bit human evolved, accompanied by a spectacular increase in the size of their brains. And then, on the evening of the last day of the last month, only a few million years ago, the first true humans took their place on the cosmic calendar. The written record of human history occupies only the last 10 seconds of the cosmic year. Now, let's take a closer look at who our ancestors were. A simple chemical circumstance led to one of the great moments in the history of our planet. There were many kinds of molecules in the primordial soup. Some were attracted to water on one side and repelled by it on the other. This drove them together into a tiny enclosed spherical shell, like a soap bubble, which protected the interior. Within the bubble, the ancestors of DNA found a home, and the first cell arose. It took hundreds of millions of years for tiny plants to evolve, giving off oxygen. But that branch didn't lead to us. Bacteria that could breathe oxygen took over 1 billion more years to evolve. From a naked nucleus, a cell developed with a nucleus inside. Some of these amoeba-like forms led eventually to plants. Others produced colonies with inside and outside cells performing different functions, becoming a polyp attached to the ocean floor, filtering food from the water, and evolving little tentacles to direct food into a primitive mouth. This humble ancestor of ours also led to spiny-skinned, armored animals with internal organs, including our cousin, the starfish. But we don't come from starfish. About 550 million years ago, filter feeders evolved gill slits, which were more efficient at straining food particles from the water. One evolutionary branch led to acorn worms. Another led to a creature which swam freely in the larval stage, but as an adult was still firmly anchored to the ocean floor. Some became living hollow tubes, but others retained the larval forms throughout the life cycle and became free-swimming adults with something like a backbone. Our ancestors now, 500 million years ago, were jawless, filter-feeding fish, a little like lampreys. Gradually, those tiny fish evolved eyes and jaws. Fish then began to eat one another. If you could swim fast, you survived. If you had jaws to eat with, you could now use your gills to breathe the oxygen in the water. This is the way modern fish arose. During the summer, some swamps and lakes dried up, so some fish evolved a primitive lung to breathe air until the rains came. Their brains were getting bigger. If the rains didn't come, it was handy to be able to pull yourself along to the next swamp. That was a very important adaptation. The first amphibians evolved, still with a fish-like tail. Amphibians, like fish, laid their eggs in water where they were easily eaten. But then a splendid new invention came along, the hard-shelled egg laid on the land where there were as yet no predators. Reptiles and turtles go back to those days. Many of the reptiles hatched on land never returned to the waters. Some became the dinosaurs. One line of dinosaurs developed feathers useful for short flights. Today, the only living descendants of the dinosaurs are the birds. The great dinosaurs evolved along another branch. Some were the largest flesh eaters ever to walk the land, but 65 million years ago, they all mysteriously perished. Meanwhile, the forerunners of the dinosaurs were also evolving in a different direction. Small, scurrying creatures, with the young growing inside the mother's body. After the extinction of the dinosaurs, many different forms developed. The young were very immature at birth, in the marsupials, the wombat, for example, and in the mammals. The young had to be taught how to survive. The brain grew larger still. Something like a shrew was the ancestor of all the mammals. One line took to the trees, developing dexterity, stereovision, larger brains, and a curiosity about their environment. Some became baboons, but that's not the line to us. Apes and humans have a recent common ancestor. Bone for bone, muscle for muscle, molecule for molecule. There are almost no important differences between apes and humans. Unlike the chimpanzee, our ancestors walked upright, freeing their hands to poke and fix and experiment. We got smarter. We began to talk. Many collateral branches of the human family became extinct in the last few million years. We, with our brains in our hands, are the survivors. There's an unbroken thread that stretches from those first cells to us. Let's look at it again, compressing 4 billion years of evolution into 40 seconds. Those are some of the things that molecules do, given 4 billion years of evolution. We sometimes represent evolution as the ever-branching ramifications of some original trunk, each branch pruned and clipped by natural selection. Every plant and animal alive today has a history as ancient and illustrious as ours. Humans stand on one branch, but now we affect the future of every branch of this 4 billion-year-old tree. How lovely trees are. The human species grew up in and around them. We have a natural affinity for trees. Trees photosynthesize. They harvest sunlight. They compete for the sun's favors. Look at those two trees over there, pushing and shoving for sunlight, but with grace and astonishing slowness. There are so many plants on the earth that there's a danger of thinking them trivial, of losing sight of the subtlety and efficiency of their design. They are great and beautiful machines, powered by sunlight, taking in water from the ground and carbon dioxide from the air and converting them into food for their use and ours. This is a museum of living plants, the Royal Botanic Gardens at Kew in London. Every plant uses the carbohydrates it makes as an energy source to go about its planty business. And we animals, who are ultimately parasites on the plants, we steal the carbohydrates so we can go about our business. In eating the plants and their fruits, we combine the carbohydrates with oxygen, which, as a result of breathing, we've dissolved in our blood. From this chemical reaction, we extract the energy which makes us go. In the process, we exhale carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which the plants then use to make more carbohydrates. What a marvelous cooperative arrangement. Plants and animals each using the other's waste gases, the whole cycle powered by abundant sunlight. But there would be carbon dioxide in the air, even if there were no animals. We need the plants much more than they need us. There are many family resemblances among the organisms of the earth. Some are very apparent, such as the use of the number 5. Humans have 5 major bodily projections: 1 head, 2 arms, 2 legs. So do ducks, although the functions of their bodily projections are not quite the same. An octopus or a centipede has a different plan, and a being from another planet might be much stranger still. These family resemblances continue, and on a much deeper level, when we go to the molecular basis of life. There are tens of billions of different kinds of organic molecules, yet only about 50 of them are used in the essential machinery of life. The same 50 employed over and over again, ingeniously for different functions in every living thing. And when we go to the very kernel of life on Earth, to the proteins that control cell chemistry, to the spiral or helix of the nucleic acids which carry the hereditary information, we find these molecules to be absolutely identical in all the plants and animals of our planet. This oak tree and me, we're made of the same stuff. If you go back far enough, you'll find that we have a common ancestor. That's why our chemistry is so alike. Let's take a trip to examine this common basis of life, a voyage to investigate the molecular machinery at the heart of life on Earth, a journey to the nucleus of the cell. First, we need a cell. I have trillions. I can afford to donate a few. The casual act of pricking a finger is an event of some magnitude on the scale of the very small. Millions of red blood cells are detoured from their usual routes. But most continue to cruise about the body, carrying their cargoes of oxygen to the remotest freckle. We're about to enter the living cell, a realm in its own way as complex and beautiful as the realm of galaxies and stars. Among the many red blood cells, we encounter a white blood cell, a lymphocyte, whose job it is to protect me against invading microbes. It makes antibodies on its furrowed surface, but its interior is like that of many cells. Plunging through the membrane, we find ourselves inside the cell. Here, every structure has its function. Those dark green blobs are factories, where messenger molecules are busy building the enzymes which control the chemistry of the cell. The messengers were instructed and dispatched from within the nucleus, the heart and brain of the cell. All the instructions on how to get a cell to work and how to make another are hidden away in there. We find a tunnel, a nuclear pore, an approach to the biological holy of holies. These necklaces, these intricately looped and coiled strands, are nucleic acids, DNA. Everything you need to know on how to make a human being is encoded in the language of life, in the DNA molecule. This is the DNA double helix, a machine with about 100 billion moving parts called atoms. There are as many atoms in one molecule of DNA as there are stars in a typical galaxy. The sequence of nucleotides, here brightly colored, is all that's passed on from generation to generation. Change the order of the nucleotides, and you change the genetic instructions. DNA must replicate itself with extreme fidelity. The reproduction of a DNA molecule begins by separating the two helices. This is accomplished by an unwinding enzyme. Like some precision tool, this enzyme, shown in blue, breaks the chemical bonds that connect the nucleotides and bind the two helices of DNA together. The enzyme works its way down the molecule, unzipping DNA as it goes. Each helix copies the other, supervised by special enzymes. The organic soup inside the nucleus contains many free nucleotides. The enzyme recognizes an approaching nucleotide and clicks it into place, reproducing another rung in the double helix. When the DNA is replicating in one of your cells, a few dozen nucleotides are added every second. Thousands of these enzymes may be working on a given DNA molecule. When an arriving nucleotide doesn't fit, the enzyme throws it away. We call this proofreading. On the rare occasions of a proofreading error, the wrong nucleotide is attached, and a small random change has been made in the genetic instructions. A mutation has occurred. This enzyme is a pretty small molecule, but it catches nucleotides, it assembles them in the right order, it knows how to proofread. It's responsible in the most fundamental way for the reproduction of every cell and every being on Earth. That enzyme and DNA itself are molecular machines with awesome powers. Within every living thing, the molecular machines are busy, making sure that nucleic acids will continue to reproduce. A minor cut in my skin sounds a local alarm, and the blood spins a complex net of strong fibers to form a clot and staunch the flow of blood. There's a very delicate balance here. Too much clotting, and your bloodstream will solidify. Too little clotting, and you'll bleed to death from the merest scratch. The balance is controlled by enzymes instructed by DNA. Down here, there's also a kind of sanitation squad comprised of white blood cells that swings into action, surrounds invading bacteria, and ravenously consumes them. This mopping up operation is another part of the healing process, again controlled by DNA. These cells are parts of us, but how alien they seem. Within each of them, within every cell, there are exquisitely evolved molecular machines. Nucleic acids, enzymes, the cell architecture. Every cell is a triumph of natural selection. And we're made of trillions of cells. We are, each of us, a multitude. Within us is a little universe.
Human DNA is a coiled ladder, 1 billion nucleotides long. Many possible combinations of nucleotides are nonsense. That is, they translate into proteins which serve no useful function whatever. Only a comparatively few nucleic acid molecules are any good for life forms as complicated as we are. But even so, the number of useful ways of assembling nucleic acids is stupefyingly large. It's probably larger than the total number of atoms in the universe. This means that the number of possible kinds of human beings is vastly greater than the number of human beings that has ever lived. This untapped potential of the human species is immense. There must be ways of putting nucleic acids together which will function far better by any criterion you wish to choose than the hereditary instructions of any human being who has ever lived. Fortunately, we do not know, or at least do not yet know, how to assemble alternative sequences of nucleotides to make alternative kinds of human beings. But in the future, we might well be able to put nucleotides together in any desired sequence to produce whatever human characteristics we think desirable. A disquieting and awesome prospect. We human beings don't look very much like a tree. We certainly view the world differently than a tree does. But down deep, at the molecular heart of life, we're essentially identical to trees. We both use nucleic acids as the hereditary material. We both use proteins as enzymes to control the chemistry of the cell. And most significantly, we both use the identical code book to translate nucleic acid information into protein information. Any tree could read my genetic code. How did such astonishing similarities come about? Why are we cousins to the trees? Would life on some other planet use proteins, the same nucleic acids, the same genetic code? The usual explanation is that we are, all of us, trees and people, anglerfish, slime molds, bacteria, all descended from a single and common instance of the origin of life 4 billion years ago in the early days of our planet. Now, how did the molecules of life arise?
In a laboratory at Cornell University, we mix together the gases and waters of the primitive Earth, supply some energy, and see if we can make the stuff of life. But what was the early atmosphere made of? Ordinary air? If we start with our present atmosphere, the experiment is a dismal failure. Instead of making proteins and nucleic acids, all we make is smog, a backward step. Why doesn't such an experiment work? Because the air of today contains molecular oxygen. But oxygen is made by plants. It's pretty obvious that there were no plants before the origin of life. We mustn't use oxygen in our experiments because there wasn't any oxygen in the early atmosphere. This is perfectly reasonable because the cosmos is made mostly of hydrogen, which gobbles oxygen up. The Earth's low gravity has allowed most of our original hydrogen gas to trickle away to space. There's almost none left. But 4 billion years ago, our atmosphere was full of hydrogen-rich gases, methane, ammonia, water vapor. These are the gases we should use. Taking great care to ensure the purity of these gases, my colleague Bishan Kari pumps them from their holding flasks. An experiment like this was first performed by Stanley Miller and Harold Urey in the 1950s. The starting gases are now introduced into a large reaction vessel. We could shine ultraviolet light on this mixture, simulating the early sun. But in this experiment, the gases will be sparked, as the primitive atmosphere was by early lightning. After only a few hours, the interior of the reaction vessel becomes streaked with a strange brown pigment, a rich collection of complex organic molecules, including the building blocks of the proteins and the nucleic acids. Under the right conditions, these building blocks assemble themselves into molecules resembling little proteins and little nucleic acids. These nucleic acids can even make identical copies of themselves. In this vessel are the notes of the music of life, although not yet the music itself. Now, no one so far has mixed together the gases and waters of the primitive Earth and at the end of the experiment had something crawl out of the flask. There's still a great deal to be understood about the origin of life, including the origin of the genetic code. But we've only been at such experiments for 30 years. Nature has had a 4 billion year head start. Incidentally, there's nothing in such experiments that's unique to the Earth. The gases we start with, the energy sources we use, are entirely common through the cosmos. So chemical reactions, something like these, must be responsible for the organic matter in interstellar space and the amino acids in the meteorites. Similar chemical reactions must have occurred on 1 billion other worlds in the Milky Way galaxy. Look how easy it is to make great globs of this stuff. The molecules of life fill the cosmos. Now, what would life elsewhere look like? Even if it had an identical molecular chemistry to life on Earth, which I very much doubt, it could not be similar, very similar, in form to familiar organisms on the Earth. The random character of the evolutionary process must create elsewhere creatures very different from any that we know. Think of a world something like Jupiter, with an atmosphere rich in hydrogen, helium, methane, water, and ammonia, in which organic molecules might be falling from the skies like manna from heaven, like the products of the Miller-Urey experiment. Could there be life on such a world? Well, there's a special problem. The atmosphere is turbulent, and down deep, before we ever come to a surface, it's very hot. If you're not careful, you'll be carried down and fried. So one way to make a living is to reproduce before you're fried. Turbulence will carry some of your offspring to the higher and cooler layers. Such organisms could be very little. We call them sinkers. The physicist E.E. Salpeter and I at Cornell have calculated something about the other kinds of life that might exist on such a world. Vast living balloons could stay buoyant by pumping heavy gases from their interiors or by keeping their insides warm. They might eat the organic molecules in the air or make their own with sunlight. We call these creatures floaters. We imagine floaters kilometers across, enormously larger than the greatest whale that ever was, beings the size of cities. We conceive of them arrayed in great lazy herds as far as the eye can see, concentrated in the updrafts in an enormous sea of clouds. But there can be other creatures in this alien environment, hunters. Hunters are fast and maneuverable. They eat the floaters, both for their organic molecules and for their store of pure hydrogen. But there can't be many hunters, because if they destroy all the floaters, they themselves will perish. Physics and chemistry permit such life forms. Art presents them with a certain reality, but nature is not obliged to follow our speculations. However, if there are billions of inhabited worlds in the Milky Way galaxy, then I think it's likely that there are a few places which might have hunters and floaters and sinkers. Biology is more like history than it is like physics. You have to know the past to understand the present. There's no predictive theory of biology, just as there's no predictive theory of history. The reason is the same. Both subjects are still too complicated for us. But we can understand ourselves much better by understanding other cases. The study of a single instance of extraterrestrial life, no matter how humble, a microbe would be just fine, will de-provincialize biology. It will show us what else is possible. We've heard so far the voice of life on only a single world, but for the first time, as we shall see, we've begun a serious scientific search for the cosmic fugue. In recent years, we've learned much more about the origin of life. Do you remember RNA, that nucleic acid that our cells use as messengers carrying the genetic information out of the cell nucleus? Well, it's been found that RNA, like protein, can control chemical reactions, as well as reproduce itself, which proteins can't do. Many scientists are now wondering if the first life on Earth was an RNA molecule. And it now seems feasible that key molecular building blocks for the origin of life fell out of the skies 4 billion years ago. Comets have now been found to have a lot of organic molecules in them, and they fell in huge numbers on the primitive Earth. We also mentioned the extinction of the dinosaurs and most of the other species of life on Earth about 65 million years ago. We now know that a large comet hit the Earth at just that time. The dust pall from that collision must have cooled and darkened the Earth, perhaps killing all the dinosaurs, but sparing the small, furry mammals who were our ancestors. Other cometary mass extinctions in other epochs seem likely. If true, this would mean that comets have been the bringers both of life and death. There are two ways to view the stars, as they really are and as we might wish them to be. These are the Pleiades, a group of young stars astronomers recognize as leaving their stellar nurseries of gas and dust. And this is the Crab Nebula, a stellar graveyard where gas and dust are being dispersed back into the interstellar medium. Inside it is a dying pulsar. Both the Pleiades and the Crab Nebula are in a constellation that astrologers long ago named Taurus the Bull. They imagined it to influence our daily lives. Astronomers say that the planet Saturn is an immense globe of hydrogen and helium, encircled by a ring of snowballs 50,000 kilometers wide, and that Jupiter's great red spot is a giant storm raging for perhaps 1 million years. But the astrologers see the planets as affecting human character and fate. Jupiter represents a regal bearing and a gentle disposition, and Saturn, the gravedigger, fosters, they say, mistrust suspicion, and evil. To the astronomers, Mars is a place as real as the Earth, a world awaiting exploration. But the astrologers see Mars as a warrior, the instigator of quarrels, violence, and destruction. Astronomy and astrology were not always so distinct. For most of human history, the one encompassed the other. But there came a time when astronomy escaped from the confines of astrology. The two traditions began to diverge in the life and mind of Johannes Kepler. It was he who demystified the heavens by discovering that a physical force lay behind the motions of the planets. He was the first astrophysicist and the last scientific astrologer. The intellectual foundations of astrology were swept away 300 years ago, and yet astrology is still taken seriously by a great many people. Have you ever noticed how easy it is to find a magazine on astrology? Virtually every newspaper in America has a daily column on astrology. Almost none of them have even a weekly column on astronomy. People wear astrological pendants, check their horoscopes before leaving the house. Even our language preserves an astrological consciousness. For example, take the word disaster. It comes from the Greek for bad star. The Italians once believed that disease was caused by the influence of the stars. It's the origin of our word influenza. The zodiacal signs used by astrologers even ornament this statue of Prometheus in New York City. Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods.
When the moon is in the seventh house and Jupiter aligns with Mars, then peace will...
What is all this astrology business? Fundamentally, it's the contention that which constellations the planets are in at the moment of your birth profoundly influences your future. A few thousand years ago, the idea developed that the motions of the planets determine the fates of kings, dynasties, empires. Astrologers studied the motions of the planets and asked themselves what had happened last time that, say, Venus was rising in the constellation of the Goat. Maybe something similar would happen this time as well. It was a subtle and risky business. Astrologers became employed only by the state. In many countries, it became a capital offense for anyone but the official astrologer to read the portents in the skies. Why? Because a good way to overthrow a regime was to predict its downfall. Chinese court astrologers who made inaccurate predictions were executed. Others simply doctored the records so that afterwards they were in perfect conformity with events. Astrology developed into a strange discipline, a mixture of careful observations, mathematics, and record keeping, with fuzzy thinking and pious fraud.
Nevertheless, astrology survived and flourished. Why? Because it seems to lend a cosmic significance to the routine of our daily lives. It pretends to satisfy our longing to feel personally connected with the universe. Astrology suggests a dangerous fatalism. If our lives are controlled by a set of traffic signals in the sky, why try to change anything?
Here, look at this. Here's two different newspapers published in the same city on the same day. Let's see what they do about astrology. Suppose you were a Libra that is born between September 23rd and October 22nd. According to the astrologer for the New York Post, compromise will help ease tension. Well, maybe. It's sort of vague. According to the New York Daily News' astrologer, demand more of yourself. Well, also vague, but also pretty different. It's interesting that these predictions are not predictions. They tell you what to do. They don't say what's going to happen. They're consciously designed to be so vague that it could apply to anybody, and they disagree with each other. Astrology can be tested by the lives of twins. There are many real cases like this. One twin is killed in childhood in, say, a riding accident or is struck by lightning, but the other lives to a prosperous old age. Suppose that happened to me. My twin and I would be born in precisely the same place and within minutes of each other. Exactly the same planets would be rising at our births. If astrology were valid, how could we have such profoundly different fates? It turns out that astrologers can't even agree among themselves what a given horoscope means. In careful tests, they're unable to predict the character and future of people they know nothing else about except the time and place of birth. Also, how could it possibly work? How could the rising of Mars at the moment of my birth affect me, then or now? I was born in a closed room. Light from Mars couldn't get in. The only influence of Mars which could affect me was its gravity. But the gravitational influence of the obstetrician was much larger than the gravitational influence of Mars. Mars is a lot more massive, but the obstetrician was a lot closer.
The desire to be connected with the cosmos reflects a profound reality. For we are connected, not in the trivial ways that the pseudoscience of astrology promises, but in the deepest ways. Our little planet is under the influence of a star. The sun warms us, it drives the weather, it sustains all living things. 4 billion years ago, it brought forth life on Earth. But our sun is only one of a billion trillion stars within the observable universe. And those countless suns all obey natural laws, some of which are already known to us. How did we discover that there are such laws?
If we lived on a planet where nothing ever changed, there wouldn't be much to do. There'd be nothing to figure out. There'd be no impetus for science. And if we lived in an unpredictable world, where things changed in random or very complex ways, we wouldn't be able to figure things out. And again, there'd be no such thing as science. But we live in an in-between universe, where things change all right, but according to patterns, rules, or as we call them, laws of nature. If I throw a stick up in the air, it always falls down. If the sun sets in the west, it always rises again the next morning in the east. And so it's possible to figure things out. We can do science, and with it, we can improve our lives. Human beings are good at understanding the world. We always have been. We were able to hunt game or build fires only because we had figured something out. There once was a time, before television, before motion pictures, before radio, before books. The greatest part of human existence was spent in such a time. And then, over the dying embers of the campfire, on a moonless night, we watched the stars. The night sky is interesting. There are patterns there. If you look closely, you can see pictures.
One of the easiest constellations to recognize lies in the northern skies. In North America, it's called the Big Dipper. The French have a similar idea. They call it la casserole, the casserole. In medieval England, this same pattern of stars reminded people of a simple wooden plow. The ancient Chinese had a more sophisticated notion. To them, these stars carried the celestial bureaucrat on his rounds about the pole of the sky, seated on the clouds and accompanied by his eternally hopeful petitioners. The people of Northern Europe imagined yet another pattern. To them, it was Charles's wain or wagon, a medieval cart. But other cultures saw these 7 stars as part of a larger picture. It was the tail of a great bear, which the ancient Greeks and Native Americans saw instead of the handle of a dipper. But surely the most imaginative interpretation of this larger group of stars was that of the ancient Egyptians. They made out a curious procession of a bull and a reclining man, followed by a strolling hippopotamus with a crocodile on its back. What a marvelous diversity in the images various cultures saw in this particular constellation. But the same is true for all the other constellations.
Some people think these things are really in the night sky, but we put these pictures there ourselves. We were hunter folk, so we put hunters and dogs, lions and young women up in the skies, all manner of things of interest to us. When 17th century European sailors first saw the southern skies, they put all sorts of things of 17th century interest up there, microscopes and telescopes, compasses and the sterns of ships. If the constellations had been named in the 20th century, I suppose we'd put there refrigerators and bicycles, rock stars, maybe even mushroom clouds. A new set of human hopes and fears placed among the stars. But there's more to the stars than just pictures. For example, stars always rise in the east and always set in the west, taking the whole night to cross the sky if they pass overhead. There are different constellations in different seasons. The same constellations always rise at, say, the beginning of autumn. It never happens that a new constellation suddenly appears out of the east, one that you never saw before. There's a regularity, a permanence, a predictability about the stars. In a way, they're almost comforting.
The return of the sun after a total eclipse. Its rising in the morning after its troublesome absence at night. And the reappearance of the crescent moon after the new moon all spoke to our ancestors of the possibility of surviving death. Up there in the skies was a metaphor of immortality. Almost 1,000 years ago in the American Southwest, the Anasazi people built a stone temple, an astronomical observatory to mark the longest day of the year. Dawn on that day must have been a joyous occasion, a celebration of the generosity of the sun. They built this ceremonial calendar so that the sun's rays would penetrate a window and enter a particular niche on this day alone. That kind of precision is a triumph of human intelligence. It outlives its creators. Today, this is a lonely place. The Anasazi people are no more. They had learned to predict the changing of the seasons. They could not predict the changing of the climate and the failure of the rains. But their temple continues to catch the sun's first rays on the summer solstice.
I imagine the Anasazi people gathered in these pews every June 21st, dressed with feathers and turquoise to celebrate the power of the sun. These upper niches, there are 28 of them, may represent the number of days for the moon to reappear in the same constellation. These people paid a lot of attention to the sun and the moon and the stars. And other devices based on somewhat similar designs can be found in Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Stonehenge in England, Abu Simbel in Egypt, Chichen Itza in Mexico, and in the Great Plains of North America. Now, why did people all over the world go to such great trouble to teach themselves astronomy? It was literally a matter of life and death to be able to predict the seasons. We hunted antelope or buffalo whose migrations ebbed and flowed with the seasons. Fruits and nuts were ready to be picked in some times and not in others. When we invented agriculture, we had to take care and sow our seeds and harvest our crops at just the right season. Annual meetings of far-flung nomadic peoples were set for prescribed times. Now, some alleged calendrical devices might be due to chance. For example, the accidental alignment of a window and a niche. But there are other devices wonderfully different.
Today, only the dry ruins of the great Anasazi cities have survived the ravages of time. Not far from these ancient cities, in an almost inaccessible location, there is another solstice marker, this one of singular and unmistakable purpose. The deliberate arrangement of 3 great stone slabs allows a sliver of sunlight to pierce the heart of a carved spiral, only at noon on the longest day of the year.
The wind whips through the canyons here in the American Southwest, and there's no one to hear it but us. A reminder of the 40,000 generations of thinking men and women who preceded us, about whom we know next to nothing, upon whom our society is based.
When our prehistoric ancestors studied the sky after sunset, they observed that some of the stars were not fixed with respect to the constant pattern of the constellations. Instead, 5 of them moved, slowly forward across the sky, then backward for a few months, then forward again, as if they couldn't quite make up their minds. We call them planets, the Greek word for wanderers. These planets presented a profound mystery. The earliest explanation was that they were living beings. How else explain their strange, looping behavior? Later, they were thought to be gods, and then disembodied astrological influences. But the real solution to this particular mystery is that the planets are worlds, that the Earth is one of them, and that they all go around the sun according to precise mathematical laws. This discovery has led directly to our modern global civilization. The merging of imagination with observation produced an exact description of the solar system. Only then could you answer the fundamental question, the one at the root of modern science: what makes it all go? 2,000 years ago, no such question would even have been asked. The prevailing view had then been formulated by Claudius Ptolemy, an Alexandrian astronomer and also the preeminent astrologer of his time.
Ptolemy believed that the Earth was at the center of the universe, that the sun and the moon and the planets like Mars went around the Earth. It's the most natural idea in the world. The Earth seems steady, solid, immobile, while we can see the heavenly bodies rising and setting every day. But then, how explain the loop-the-loop motion of the planets in the sky, Mars, for example? This little machine shows Ptolemy's model. The planets were imagined to go around the Earth, attached to perfect crystal spheres, but not attached directly to the spheres, but indirectly through a kind of off-center wheel. The sphere turns, the little wheel rotates, and as seen from the Earth, Mars does its loop-the-loop. This model permitted reasonably accurate predictions of planetary motion, where a planet would be on a given day. Certainly good enough predictions for the precision of measurement in Ptolemy's time and much later. Supported by the Church through the Dark Ages, Ptolemy's model effectively prevented the advance of astronomy for 1,500 years. Finally, in 1543, a quite different explanation of the apparent motion of the planets was published by a Polish cleric named Nicholas Copernicus. Its most daring feature was the proposition that the sun, not the Earth, was at the center of the universe. The Earth was demoted to just one of the planets. The retrograde or loop-the-loop motion happens as the Earth overtakes Mars in its orbit. You can see that from the standpoint of the Earth, Mars is now going slightly backwards, and now it is going in its original direction. This Copernican model worked at least as well as Ptolemy's crystal spheres. But it annoyed an awful lot of people. The Catholic Church later put Copernicus's work on its list of forbidden books. And Martin Luther described Copernicus in these words. He said, "People give ear to an upstart astrologer. This fool wishes to reverse the entire science of astronomy." Close quote. The confrontation between the two views of the cosmos, Earth-centered and sun-centered, reached its climax with a man who, like Ptolemy, was both an astronomer and an astrologer. He lived in a time when the human spirit was fettered and the mind chained, when angels and demons and crystal spheres were imagined up there in the skies. Science still lacked the slightest notion of physical laws underlying nature. But the brave and lonely struggle of this man was to provide the spark that ignited the modern scientific revolution. Johannes Kepler was born in Germany in 1571. He was sent to the Protestant seminary school in the provincial town of Maulbronn to be educated for the clergy. It was a strict, disciplined life, up before dawn to begin a long day of prayer and study. This was the age of the Reformation. Maulbronn was a kind of educational and ideological boot camp, training young Protestants in the use of theological weaponry against the fortress of Roman Catholicism.
Denn ich befehle mich, meinen Leib und Seele, alles in deine Hände.
There was little reassurance or comfort here for a sensitive boy like Kepler. He was intelligent, and he knew it. That, together with his stubbornness and his fierce independence, served to isolate him from the other boys. Kepler made few friends in his 2 years at Maulbronn. So he kept to himself, withdrawn into the world of his own thoughts, which were often concerned with his imagined unworthiness in the eyes of God. He despaired of ever attaining salvation. But God to him was more than punishment. God was also the creative power of the universe. And the young Kepler's curiosity about God
was even greater than his fear. He wanted to know God's plan for the world. He wanted to read the mind of God. This was his obsession. It was to inspire all his great achievements. It was to take him and Europe out of the cloister of medieval thought. In places like Malbrunn, the faint echoes of the genius of antiquity still reverberated. Here, in addition to theology, Kepler was exposed to Greek and Latin, music and mathematics. And it was in geometry that he thought he glimpsed the image of perfection. He was later to write, "Geometry existed before the creation. It is co-eternal with the mind of God. Geometry provided God with a model for the creation. Geometry is God himself." But the real world of Kepler's time was far from perfect. It was haunted by fear, pestilence, famine, and war. Superstition was a natural refuge for people who were powerless. Only one thing seemed certain: the stars themselves. It was remembered that in ancient times the astrologer Ptolemy and the sage Pythagoras had taught that the heavens were harmonious and changeless. And Ptolemy had said that the motions of the planets through the stars of the zodiac were portents of events here below. Was it the influence of Mars and Venus that made his father a brutal man, a mercenary who had abandoned him? Did an unfortunate conjunction of planets in an adverse sign make his mother a mischievous and quarrelsome woman? If such things were fated by the stars, then perhaps there were hidden patterns underlying the unpredictable chaos of daily life. Patterns as constant as the stars. But how could you discover them? Where would you begin? If the world and everything in it was crafted by God, then shouldn't you begin with a careful study of physical reality? Was not all of creation an expression of the harmonies in the mind of God? The book of nature had waited 1,500 years for a reader. In 1589, Kepler left Malbrunn to continue his studies at the great university in Tübingen. It was a liberation to find himself amidst the most vital intellectual currents of the time. One of his teachers revealed to him the revolutionary ideas of Copernicus. Kepler relished this urbane, scholarly community. Here, his genius was recognized at last. Kepler was not to be ordained after Tübingen. Instead, to his great surprise, he found himself summoned to Graz in Austria to become a teacher of high school mathematics. Kepler was not a very good teacher. The first year in Graz's mathematics class had only a handful of students. The second year, none. He mumbled, he digressed, he was at times utterly incomprehensible. He was distracted by an incessant clamor of speculations and associations that ran through his head. And one pleasant summer afternoon, with his students longing for the end of the lecture, he was visited by a revelation that was to alter radically the future course of astronomy and the world. There were only 6 planets known in his time: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. For some time, Kepler had been wondering, why only 6 planets? Why not 20 planets or 100? And why this particular spacing between their orbits? No one had ever asked such questions before. In the course of a lecture on astrology, Kepler inscribed within the circle of the zodiac a triangle with 3 equal sides. He then noticed, quite by accident, that a smaller circle inscribed within the triangle bore the same relationship to the outer circle as did the orbit of Jupiter to the orbit of Saturn. Could a similar geometry relate the orbits of the other planets? Now Kepler remembered the perfect solids of Pythagoras. Of all the possible 3-dimensional shapes, there were 5, and only 5, whose sides were regular polygons. He believed that the 2 numbers were connected, that the reason there were only 6 planets was that there were only 5 regular solids. In these perfect solids, nested one within the other, he believed he had discovered the invisible supports for the spheres of the 6 planets. And this connection between geometry and astronomy could, he thought, admit only one explanation: the hand of God, mathematician. The intense pleasure I received from this discovery can never be told in words, he said. Now I no longer became weary at work. Days and nights I passed in mathematical labors until I could see whether my hypothesis would agree with the orbits of Copernicus or if my joy would vanish into thin air. But no matter how hard he tried, the perfect solids and the planetary orbits did not agree with each other very well. Why didn't it work? Because unfortunately, it was wrong. The true orbital sizes of the planets, we now know, have absolutely nothing to do with the 5 perfect solids, as the later discovery of Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto shows. But Kepler spent the rest of his life pursuing this geometrical phantasm. He couldn't abandon it, and he couldn't make it work. His frustration must have been enormous. Finally, he decided that it must be the long-accepted planetary observations that were inaccurate, and not his model of the nested solids. There was only one man in the world who had access to more precise observations. That man was Tycho Brahe, who, as chance would have it, had recently written Kepler to come and join him. Kepler was reluctant at first, but he had no choice. In 1598, a wave of oppression enveloped Graz. It was spearheaded by the local archduke, who vowed to restore the Catholic faith to the province and, in his own words, would rather make a desert of the country than rule over heretics. Kepler's school was closed. People were forbidden to worship or to sing hymns or to own books of a heretical nature. Those who refused to embrace Catholicism were fined 10% of their assets and exiled from the country on pain of death. Kepler chose exile. Hypocrisy I have never learned. I am in earnest about faith. I do not play with it. For Kepler, it was only the first in a series of exiles forced upon him by religious fanatics. Now he decided to accept Tycho Brahe's open invitation. Brahe, a wealthy Danish nobleman, lived in great splendor and had recently been appointed imperial mathematician at Prague. Kepler left Graz with his wife and stepdaughter and set out on the difficult journey. Kepler's wife was not a happy woman. She was chronically ill and had recently lost 2 young children. The marriage itself was no comfort. She had no understanding of her husband's work and regarded his profession with contempt. Kepler was married to his work, and every tedious mile was bringing him closer to the great Tycho Brahe, whose observations, he devoutly hoped, would confirm his theory. Kepler envisioned Tycho's domain as a sanctuary from the evils of the time. He aspired to be a worthy colleague to the illustrious Tycho, who for 35 years had been immersed in exact measurements of a clockwork universe, ordered and precise. But Tycho's court was not at all what Kepler had expected. Tycho himself was a flamboyant figure, adorned with a gold nose. The original had been lost in a student duel fought over who is the superior mathematician. And he maintained a circus-like entourage of assistants, distant relatives, and assorted hangers-on. Kepler had no use for the endless revelry. He was impatient to see Tycho's data, but Tycho would give him only a few scraps at a time. Tycho, he said, gave me no opportunity to share in his studies. He would only, in the course of a meal and in between other matters, mention, as if in passing, today the figure of the apogee of one planet, tomorrow the nodes of another. Kepler was ill-suited for such games, and the general climate of intrigue offended his sense of propriety. Their cruel mockery of the pious and scholarly Kepler depressed and saddened him. My opinion of Tycho is this. He's superlatively rich, but knows not how to make proper use of it. Tycho possesses the best observations. He also has collaborators. He lacks only the architect who would put all this to use. Tycho was unable to turn his observations into a coherent theory of the solar system. He knew he needed the brilliant Kepler's help. But simply to hand over his life's work to a potential rival, that was unthinkable. Tycho was the greatest observational genius of the age, and Kepler the greatest theoretician. Either man alone could not achieve the synthesis which both felt was now possible. The birth of modern science, which is the fusion of observation and theory, teetered on the precipice of their mutual distrust. The two repeatedly quarreled and were reconciled, until, a few months later, Tycho died of his habitual overindulgence in food and wine. Kepler wrote to a friend, "On the last night of Tycho's gentle delirium, he repeated over and over again these words, like someone composing a poem. 'Let me not seem to have lived in vain. Let me not seem to have lived in vain.'" And he did not.
Eventually, after Tycho's death, Kepler contrived to extract the observations from Tycho's reluctant family, observations of the apparent motion of Mars through the constellations obtained over a period of many years. The data from the last few decades before the invention of the telescope were by far the most precise ever obtained up to that time. Kepler worked with a kind of passionate intensity to understand Tycho's observations. What real motions of the Earth and Mars about the Sun could explain to the precision of measurement the apparent motion as seen from the Earth of Mars in the sky.
And why Mars? Because Tycho had told Kepler that the apparent motion of Mars was the most difficult to reconcile with a circular orbit.
After years of calculation, he believed that he had found the correct values for a Martian circular orbit which matched 10 of Tycho Brahe's observations within 2 minutes of arc. Now, there are 60 minutes of arc in an angular degree, and of course, 90 degrees from horizon to zenith. So a few minutes of arc is a very small quantity to measure, especially without a telescope. But Kepler's ecstasy of discovery soon crumbled into gloom, because 2 further observations by Tycho were inconsistent with his orbit by as much as 8 minutes of arc. Kepler wrote, "If I had believed that we could ignore these 8 minutes, I would have patched up my hypothesis accordingly. But since it was not permissible to ignore them, those 8 minutes pointed the road to a complete reformation of astronomy." The difference between a circular orbit and the true orbit of Mars could be distinguished only by precise measurement and by a courageous acceptance of the facts. Kepler was profoundly annoyed at having to abandon a circular orbit. It shook his faith in God as the maker of a perfect celestial geometry. Having cleaned the stable of astronomy of circles and spirals, he said, he was left with only a single cartful of dung. He tried various oval-like curves, calculated away, made some arithmetical mistakes, which caused him, in fact, to reject the correct answer. And months later, in some desperation, tried the formula for the first time for an ellipse. The ellipse matched the observations of Tycho beautifully.
In such an orbit, the Sun is not at the center, but is offset. It's at one focus of the ellipse. When a given planet is at the far point in its orbit from the Sun, it goes more slowly. As it approaches the near point, it speeds up. Such motion is why we describe the planets as forever falling towards the Sun, but never reaching it. Kepler's first law of planetary motion is simply this: a planet moves in an ellipse with the Sun at one focus. As the planet moves along its orbit, it sweeps out, in a given period of time, an imaginary wedge-shaped area. When the planet is far from the Sun, the area is long and thin, When the planet is close to the sun, the area is short and squat. Although the shapes of these wedges are different, Kepler found that their areas are exactly the same. This provided a precise mathematical description of how a planet changes its speed in relation to its distance from the sun. Now, for the first time, astronomers could predict exactly where a planet would be in accordance with a simple and invariable law. Kepler's second law is this: a planet sweeps out equal areas in equal times.
Kepler's first two laws of planetary motion may seem a little remote and abstract. All right, planets move in ellipses and they sweep out equal areas in equal times. So what? It's not as easy to grasp as circular motion. We might have a tendency to dismiss it, to say it's a mere mathematical tinkering, something removed from everyday life. But these are the laws our planet itself obeys as we, glued by gravity to the surface of the Earth, hurtle through space. We move in accord with laws of nature, which Kepler first discovered. When we send spacecraft to the planets, when we observe double stars, when we examine the motion of distant galaxies, we find that all over the universe, Kepler's laws are obeyed. Many years later, Kepler came upon his third and last law of planetary motion, a law which relates the motion of the various planets to each other, which lays out correctly
The clockwork of the solar system. He discovered a simple mathematical relationship between the size of a planet's orbit and the average speed at which it travels around the sun. This confirmed his long-held belief that there must be a force in the sun that drives the planets, a force stronger for the inner fast-moving planets and weaker for the outer slow-moving planets. Isaac Newton later identified that force as gravity, answering at last the fundamental question: what makes the planets go?
Kepler's third, or harmonic law, states that the squares of the periods of the planets, the time for them to make one orbit, are proportional to the cubes, the third power, of their average distances from the sun. So the further away a planet is from the sun, the slower it moves, but according to a precise mathematical law. Kepler was the first person in the history of the human species to understand correctly and quantitatively how the planets move, how the solar system works.
The man who sought harmony in the cosmos was fated to live at a time of exceptional discord on Earth. Exactly 8 days after Kepler's discovery of his third law, there occurred in Prague an incident that unleashed the devastating 30 Years' War. The war's convulsions shattered the lives of millions of people. Kepler lost his wife and young son to an epidemic spread by the soldiery. His royal patron was deposed, and he was excommunicated from the Lutheran Church for his uncompromising independence on questions of belief. He was a refugee once again. The conflict, portrayed on both sides as a holy war, was more an exploitation of religious bigotry by those hungry for land and power. This war introduced organized pillage to keep armies in the field. The brutalized population of Europe stood by helpless as their plowshares and pruning hooks were literally beaten into swords and spears. Rumor and paranoia swept through the countryside, enveloping especially the powerless. Among the many scapegoats chosen were elderly women living alone who were charged with witchcraft. Kepler's mother was taken away in the middle of the night in a laundry chest. It took Kepler 6 years of unremitting effort to save her life.
In Kepler's little hometown, about 3 women were arrested, tortured, and killed as witches every year between 1615 and 1629. And Katerina Kepler was a cantankerous old woman. She engaged in disputes which annoyed the local nobility, and she sold drugs. Poor Kepler thought that he himself had contributed inadvertently to his mother's arrest. It came about because he had written one of the first works of science fiction. It was intended to explain and popularize science and was called The Somnium, the Dream. He imagined a journey to the moon with the space travelers standing on the lunar surface, looking up to see, rotating slowly above them, the lovely planet Earth.
Part of the basis for the charge of witchcraft was that, in his dream, Kepler used his mother's spells to leave the Earth. But he really believed that one day human beings would launch celestial ships with sails adapted to the breezes of heaven, filled with explorers who, he said, would not fear the vastness of space. He speculated on the mountains, valleys, craters, climate, and possible inhabitants of the moon. Before Kepler, astronomy had little connection with physical reality. But with Kepler came the idea that a physical force moves the planets in their orbits. He was the first to combine a bold imagination with precise measurements to step out into the cosmos. It changed everything. This fusion of facts with dreams opened the way to the stars. As a boy, Kepler had been captured by a vision of cosmic splendor, a harmony of the worlds, which he sought so tirelessly all his life. Harmony in this world eluded him. His 3 laws of planetary motion represent, we now know, a real harmony of the worlds. But to Kepler, they were only incidental to his quest for a cosmic system based on the perfect solids, a system which, it turns out, existed only in his mind. Yet, from his work, we have found that scientific laws pervade all of nature, that the same rules apply on Earth as in the skies, that we can find a resonance, a harmony between the way we think and the way the world works. When he found that his long-cherished beliefs did not agree with the most precise observations, he accepted the uncomfortable facts. He preferred the hard truth to his dearest illusions. That is the heart of science. This is the age of planetary exploration, when our ships have begun to sail the heavens. In those heavens, there are some worlds much like hell. Our planet is, in comparison, much like a heaven. But the gates of heaven and hell are adjacent and unmarked.
The Earth is a lovely and more or less placid place. Things change, but slowly. You can lead a full life and never encounter anything in the way of a natural catastrophe more violent than a storm. And so we become complacent, relaxed, unconcerned. But in the history of the solar system, and even in human history, there are clear records of extraordinary and devastating catastrophes. We humans have now achieved the dubious distinction of being able to make our own major catastrophes, both intentional and inadvertent. On the landscapes of other planets, where the records of the past are better preserved, there is abundant evidence of major catastrophes. It's all a matter of timescale. An event which is improbable in 100 years may be inevitable in 100 million. But even on the Earth, in this century, there have been bizarre natural events.
In remote central Siberia, there was a time when the Tungus people told strange tales of a giant fireball that split the sky and shook the earth. They told of a blast of searing wind that knocked down people and whole forests. It happened, they said, on a summer's morning in the year 1908. In the late 1920s, L.A. Kulik, a Soviet scientist, organized expeditions to try and solve the mystery. He built boats to penetrate this trackless land, snowbound in winter, a swampy morass in summer. Eyewitnesses told of a ball of flame larger than the sun that had blazed across the sky 20 years before. Kulik assumed a giant meteorite had struck the Earth. He expected to find an enormous impact crater and rare meteorite fragments chipped off some distant asteroid. However, at ground zero, Kulik found upright trees stripped of their branches, but not a trace of the meteorite or its impact crater. He was deeply puzzled. But he thought perhaps there were meteorite fragments buried in the swampy ground. So he set about digging trenches and pumping out the water, but the expected meteoritic rock and iron was nowhere to be found. Undaunted, Kulik went on to make a thorough survey, despite the swarms of insects and other hardships, because he had discovered something that, in his own words, exceeded all the tales of the eyewitnesses and my wildest expectations. For more than 20 kilometers in every direction from ground zero, the trees were flattened radially outward like broken matchsticks. There must have been a powerful explosion several kilometers above the ground. The pressure waves spreading out at the speed of sound has been reconstructed from barometric records at weather stations across Siberia, through Russia, and on into Western Europe. Dust from the explosion reflected so much sunlight back to Earth that people could read by it at night in London, 10,000 kilometers away.
This really remarkable occurrence is called the Tunguska event. But what was it? Well, perhaps, some scientists have suggested, it was a chunk of antimatter from space, annihilated on contact with the ordinary matter of the Earth, disappearing in a flash of gamma rays. But the radioactivity that you'd expect from matter-antimatter annihilation is to be found nowhere at the impact site. Or perhaps, other scientists have suggested, it was a mini black hole from space which impacted the Earth in Siberia, tunneled its way through the solid body of our planet, and plunged out the other side. But the records of atmospheric shock waves give not a hint of something booming out of the North Atlantic later that day. Or maybe, other people have speculated, it was a spaceship of some unimaginably advanced extraterrestrial civilization in desperate mechanical trouble, crashing in a remote region of an obscure planet. Well, if so, it's pretty startling that at the impact site there's not a piece, not the tiniest transistor of a crashed spacecraft. More prosaically, perhaps it was a large meteorite or small asteroid which hit the Earth. But even here, there are no observable telltale rocky or metallic fragments of the sort that you'd expect from such an impact. The key point of the Tunguska event is that there was a tremendous explosion, a great shock wave, many trees burned, an enormous forest fire, and yet no crater in the ground. There seems to be only one explanation which is consistent with all these facts. And that explanation is this. In 1908, a piece of a comet hit the Earth.
No one saw it approach, a small point of light lost in the glare of the morning sun. It had been drifting for centuries through the inner solar system, like an iceberg in the ocean of interplanetary space. But this time, by accident, there was a planet in the way. From the time and direction of its approach, the object that hit the Earth seems to have been a fragment of a comet named NK, hurtling at more than 100,000 kilometers an hour. It was a mountain of ice about the size of a football field and weighing almost 1 million tons. There was no warning until it plunged into the atmosphere. If such an explosion happened today, it might be thought, especially in the panic of the moment, to be produced by a nuclear weapon. Such a cometary impact and fireball simulates all the effects of a 15-megaton nuclear burst, including the mushroom cloud, with one exception: there would be no radiation. So, could a rare but natural event, the impact of a comet with the Earth, trigger a nuclear war?
It's a strange scenario. A small comet hits the Earth, as millions of them have during the history of our planet, and the response of our civilization is promptly to self-destruct. Maybe it's unlikely, but it might be a good idea to understand comets and collisions and catastrophes a little bit better than we do. Now, a comet, at least as far as we understand them today, is made mostly of ice. Water ice, maybe some ammonia ice, a little bit of methane ice. So in striking the Earth's atmosphere, a modest cometary fragment will produce a great radiant fireball and a mighty blast wave. It'll burn trees and level forests and make a sound heard around the world, but it need not make a crater in the ground. Why? Because the ices in the comet are all melted in the impact, and there's going to be very few recognizable pieces of comet left on the ground.
We humans like to think of the heavens as stable, serene, unchanging. But comets suddenly appear and hang ominously in the sky night after night for weeks.
So the idea developed that the comet had to be there for a reason. And the reason was that comets were kind of predictions of disaster, that they foretold the deaths of princes and the fall of kingdoms. In 1066, for example, the Normans witnessed an apparition or appearance of Halley's comet. Since a comet must, they thought, predict the fall of some kingdom, they promptly went ahead and invaded England. Here's King Harold of England looking a little glum. The events were noted in the Bayeux Tapestry, a kind of newspaper of the day. Or in the early 13th century, Giotto, one of the founders of modern realistic painting, witnessed another apparition of Comet Halley and inserted it into a nativity he was painting, a harbinger of a different sort of change of kingdoms. Around 1517, another great comet appeared. This time was seen in Mexico, and the Aztec emperor Moctezuma, maybe this is he, promptly executed his astrologers. Why? Well, they hadn't predicted the comet, and they sure hadn't explained it. Moctezuma was positive that the comet foretold some dreadful disaster. He became distant and gloomy, and in that way helped to set the stage for the successful Spanish conquest of Mexico under Cortez. In many cases, a superstitious belief in comets becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Here are two quite different representations of the great comet of 1577. This one pictured by the Turks, and this one by the Germans. In 1705, Edmund Halley finally figured out that the same spectacular comet was booming by the Earth every 76 years like clockwork. That comet is now called, appropriately, Comet Halley, and it's the same one that we talked about a moment ago, the comet of 1066. At that point, the subject began to lose a little of its burden of superstition, but hardly all. Public fear of comets survived, and, well, for example, look at this terribly nasty comet of 1857 that some people figured would splinter the Earth. By 1910, Halley's comet returned once more, but this time astronomers using a new tool, the spectroscope, had discovered cyanogen gas in the tail of a comet. Now, cyanogen is a poison. The Earth was to pass through this poisonous tail. The fact that the gas was astonishingly, fabulously thin reassured almost nobody. So, for example, take a look at the headlines in the Los Angeles Examiner for May 9th, 1910. Say, has that comet cyanogened you yet? Entire human race due for free gaseous bath. Expect hijinks. Or take this from the San Francisco Chronicle, May 15th, 1910. Comet comes and husband reforms. Comet parties now fad in New York. Amazing stuff. In 1910, people were holding comet parties, not so much to celebrate the end of the world as to make merry before it happened. There were entrepreneurs who were hawking comet pills. I think I'm going to take one for later. And there were those who were selling gas masks to protect against the cyanogen. And comet nuttiness didn't stop in 1910.
Long before 1066, humans marveled at comets. Our generation is beginning to understand them. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars are small planets made mostly of rock and iron. Farther out, where it's colder, are the giant planets made mostly of gas. But comets originate from a great cloud beyond the planets, almost halfway to the nearest star. Occasionally, one falls in, accelerated by the sun's gravity. Because it's made mostly of ice, a comet begins to evaporate as it approaches the sun. The vapor is blown back by the solar wind, forming the cometary tail. Then it's flung back into outer darkness, its orbit so large that it will not return for millions of years. These are the long-period comets, and for everyone plunging close enough to the sun to be discovered, there may be 1 billion others slowly drifting beyond Pluto's orbit. Very rarely, a long-period comet is captured in the inner solar system, becoming a short-period comet. It passes near a major planet like Saturn. The planet provides a small gravitational tug, enough to deflect it into a much smaller orbit. Although few comets are captured this way, those that are become well known because they all return in relatively short intervals. Once trapped in the inner solar system, among the planets, the chances of another near collision are increased. Here, a second encounter with Saturn further reduces the comet's orbital period to decades. A comet may take 10,000 years between close planetary encounters, but in this computer study, we've sped things up. A third encounter, this time with Jupiter, further reduces the comet's orbital period. Now, the comet must approach the sun and grow a tail every few years. Since the dust and gas in the tail are lost forever to space, the comet must slowly be eroding. Pieces of it break off. Sometimes, as we've seen, they even strike the Earth. In a few thousand years, if a short-period comet hasn't hit a planet, it will have evaporated away almost entirely, leaving sand-sized fragments which become meteors, and its core, which perhaps becomes an asteroid.
Suppose I were a pretty typical comet. Then what you would see would be a kind of a tumbling snowball, spending most of my time out here in the outer solar system. I'd be 1 kilometer across. I'd be living most of my days in the gloom beyond Saturn, orbiting the sun. But about once every century, I would find myself careening inward, faster and faster, towards the inner solar system. By the time I would cross the orbit of Jupiter on my way to the orbit of Mars, I'd be heating up because I'd be getting closer to the sun. I'd be evaporating a little bit, and small pieces of dust and ice would be blown behind me by the solar wind, forming an incipient cometary tail. On the scale of such a solar system model, me, a cometary nucleus, would be smaller than a snowflake. Although when fully developed, my tail would be longer than the spacing between the worlds. Now, sooner or later, comets on these long elliptical trajectories around the sun must collide with planets. The Earth and the Moon must have been bombarded by comets and asteroids, the debris from the early history of the solar system. In interplanetary space, there are many more small objects than large objects, so there must be, on a given planetary surface, many more impacts of small objects than of large objects. So a thing like the Tunguska impact happens on the Earth maybe every 1,000 years, but the impact of a giant cometary nucleus like Halley's Comet, let's say, happens only every 1 billion years or so. Now, is there evidence of past collisions?
When a large comet or a large rocky asteroid hits a planet, it makes a bowl-shaped crater. The few well-preserved impact craters on Earth were all formed fairly recently. The older ones have been softened, filled in, or rubbed out by running water and mountain building. Impacts make craters on other worlds, and about as often. But when the air is thin, when water rarely flows, when mountain building is feeble, the ancient craters are retained. This is the case on the Moon and Mercury and Mars, our neighboring terrestrial planets.
They huddle around the sun, their source of heat and light, a little bit like campers around a fire. All of them are about 4.5 billion years old, and all bear witness to an age long gone of major collisions which do not happen at that scale and frequency anymore. If we move out past the terrestrial planets, beyond Mars, we find ourselves in a different regime of the solar system, in the realm of Jupiter and the other giant or Jovian planets. These are great worlds composed largely of the gases hydrogen and helium, some other stuff too. When we look at the surface, we do not see a solid surface, but only an occasional patch of atmosphere and a complex array of multicolored clouds. These are serious planets, not fragmentary little worldlets like the Earth. In fact, 1,000 Earths would fit in the volume of Jupiter. If a comet or asteroid were to accidentally impact Jupiter, it would be very unlikely to leave a crater. It might make a momentary hole in the clouds, but that's it. Nevertheless, we know that the outer solar system has been subject to a many billion-year history of impact cratering.
Jupiter's moon Callisto is studded with thousands of craters, clear evidence of ancient collisions beyond Mars. And there are craters on other moons of Jupiter. Most of the thousands of large craters on our own moon were excavated billions of years ago. But were any recorded in historical times, the odds against it are about 1,000 to 1. Nevertheless, there's a possible eyewitness account of just such an event. It was the Sunday before the feast of St. John the Baptist, in the summer of 1178. The monks of Canterbury Cathedral had just completed their evening prayers and were about to retire for the night. The scholarly brother Gervais returned to his cell to read, while some of the others went outside to enjoy the gentle June air. In the midst of their recreation, they chanced to witness an astonishing sight, a violent explosion on the moon. This was a time when the heavens were thought to be changeless. The moon, the stars, and the planets were deemed pure because they followed an unvarying celestial routine. They were expected to behave without unseemly disruptions, like monks in a monastery. Was it wise to discuss such a vision? In every time and culture, there are pressures to conform to the prevailing prejudices. But there are also, in every place and epoch, those who value the truth, who record the evidence faithfully. Future generations are in their debt. A fire on the moon. Might it be some portent of ill fortune? Should the chronicler of the monastery be told? Was this event an apparition of the evil one? Gervais of Canterbury was a historian, considered today a reliable reporter of the political and cultural events of his time. This is his account of the eyewitness testimony he was given. Now there was a bright new moon, and as usual in that phase, its horns were tilted toward the east. And suddenly, the upper horn split in two. From the midpoint of this division, a flaming torch sprang up, spewing out over a considerable distance, fire, hot coals, and sparks. After these transformations, Gervais continued, the moon from horn to horn, that is along its whole length, took on a blackish appearance. Gervais took depositions from all the eyewitnesses. He later wrote, "The present writer was given this report by men who saw it with their own eyes, and are prepared to stake their honor on an oath that they have made no addition or falsification." Gervais committed the account to paper, enabling astronomers 8 centuries later to try and reconstruct what really happened. It may be that 200 years before Chaucer, 5 monks saw an event more wonderful than many another celebrated Canterbury tale. If a small drifting mountain were to hit the moon, it would set our satellite swinging like a bell. Eventually, the tremors would die down, but not in a mere 800 years. So is the moon still quivering from that impact? The Apollo astronauts emplaced arrays of special mirrors on the moon. Reflectors made by French scientists were also put on the moon by the Soviet Lunokhod vehicles. When a laser beam from Earth strikes one of these mirrors and bounces back, the round-trip travel time can be measured. At the McDonald Observatory of the University of Texas, a laser beam is prepared for firing at the reflectors on the moon, 380,000 kilometers away. By multiplying the travel time by the speed of light, the distance to that spot on the moon can be determined to a precision of 7 to 10 centimeters, the width of a hand. When such measurements are repeated over a period of years, even an extremely slight wobble in the moon's motion can be determined. The accuracy is phenomenal. The error is much less than 1/1,000,000th of a percent. The moon, it turns out, is gently swinging like a bell, just as if it had been hit by an asteroid less than 1,000 years ago. So there may be physical evidence in the age of spaceflight for the account of the Canterbury monks in the 12th century. If 800 years ago a big asteroid hit the moon, the crater should be prominent today, still surrounded by bright rays, thin streamers of dust spewed out by the impact. In billions of years, lunar rays are eroded, but not in hundreds. And there is a recent ray crater called Giordano Bruno, in exactly the region of the moon where an explosion was reported in 1178. The entire evolution of the moon is a story of catastrophes. 4.5 billion years ago, the moon was accreting from interplanetary boulders, and craters were forming all over its surface. The energy so released helped melt the crust. After most of this debris was swept up by the moon, the surface cooled. But about 3.9 billion years ago, a great asteroid impacted. It generated an expanding shockwave and remelted some of the surface. The resulting basin was then flooded, probably by dark lava, producing one of the dry seas on the moon. More recent impacts excavated craters with bright rays named after Eratosthenes and Copernicus. The familiar features of the man in the moon are a chronicle of ancient impacts. Most of the original asteroids were swept up in the making of the moon and planets. Many still orbit the sun in the asteroid belt. Some, themselves almost fractured by gravity tides and by impacts with other asteroids, have been captured by planets, Phobos around Mars, for example, or a close moon of Jupiter called Amalthea. Somewhat similar to the asteroid belt are the rings of Saturn, composed of millions of small, tumbling, icy moonlets. Maybe the rings of Saturn are a moon which was prevented from forming by the tides of Saturn, or maybe it's the remains of a moon that wandered too close and was torn apart by the tides of Saturn. It's certainly a lovely place. Jupiter also has a newly discovered ring system which is invisible from the Earth. Now, there is a curious argument alleging major recent collisions in the solar system proposed by a psychiatrist named Immanuel Velikovsky in 1950. He suggested that an object of planetary mass, which he called a comet, was somehow produced in the Jupiter system. He doesn't say exactly how it's produced, but maybe it's spat out of Jupiter. Anyway, however it was made, some 3,500 years ago, he imagines, it made repeated close encounters with
Mars, with the Earth-Moon system, having as entertaining biblical consequences the parting of the Red Sea so that Moses and the Israelites could safely avoid the host of Pharaoh, and the stopping of the Earth's rotation at the moment that Joshua commanded the sun to stand still in Gibeon. He also imagined that there was extensive flooding and volcanoes all over the Earth at that time. Well, then after a very complicated game of interplanetary billiards is completed, Velikovsky proposed that this comet entered into a stable, almost perfectly circular orbit, becoming the planet Venus, which he claimed never existed until then. Now, these ideas are almost certainly wrong. There is no objection in planetary astronomy to collisions. We've seen collision fragments and evidence throughout the solar system. The problem is with recent and major collisions. In any scale model of the solar system like this, it's impossible to have both the sizes of the planets and the sizes of their orbits to the same scale, because then the planets would be too small to see. If the planets were really to scale in such a model as grains of dust, it would then be entirely clear that a comet entering the inner solar system would have a negligible chance of colliding with a planet in only a few thousand years. Moreover, Venus is a rocky and metallic hydrogen-poor world, whereas Jupiter, the place that Velikovsky imagines it comes from, is made of almost nothing but hydrogen. There's no energy source in Jupiter to eject planets or comets. If one did enter the inner solar system, there is no way it could stop the Earth from rotating, and if it could, there's no way the Earth could start up rotating again at anything like 24 hours a day. There's no geological evidence for flooding and volcanism 3,500 years ago. Babylonian astronomers observed Venus in its present stable orbit before Velikovsky said it existed, and so on. There are many hypotheses in science which are wrong. That's perfectly all right. It's the aperture to finding out what's right. Science is a self-correcting process. To be accepted, new ideas must survive the most rigorous standards of evidence and scrutiny. The worst aspect of the Velikovsky affair is not that many of his ideas were wrong or silly or in gross contradiction to the facts. Rather, the worst aspect is that some scientists attempted to suppress Velikovsky's ideas. The suppression of uncomfortable ideas may be common in religion or in politics, but it is not the path to knowledge, and there's no place for it in the endeavor of science. We do not know beforehand where fundamental insights will arise from about our mysterious and lovely solar system. And the history of our study of the solar system shows clearly that accepted and conventional ideas are often wrong, and that fundamental insights can arise from the most unexpected sources.
We've evolved on the planet Earth, and so we find it a congenial place. But just next door is Venus, until recently enveloped in mystery. It has almost the same size and mass as the Earth. Might our sister world be a balmy summer planet, a little warmer than the Earth because it's a little closer to the sun? Are there craters, volcanoes, mountains, oceans, life?
The first person to look at Venus through a telescope was Galileo in 1609. But all he could see was a featureless disk. And as optical telescopes got bigger, that's all anybody could see. A disk with no details on it at all. Venus evidently was covered with an opaque layer, thick clouds concealing the surface. For centuries, even the composition of the clouds of Venus was unknown. I mean, you could go outside, look up, see Venus with the naked eye, observe sunlight reflected from the clouds of Venus. What were you looking at? What were the clouds made of? Nobody knew. As a result, imagination ran riot. The absence of anything you could see on Venus led some scientists and others to deduce that the surface was a swamp. The argument, if we can dignify it with such a phrase, went something like this. I can't see a thing on the surface of Venus. Why not? Because it's covered with a dense layer of clouds. Well, what are clouds made of? Water, of course. Therefore, Venus must have an awful lot of water on it. Therefore, the surface must be wet. Well, if the surface is wet, it's probably a swamp. If there's a swamp, there's ferns. If there's ferns, maybe there's even dinosaurs. Observation, you couldn't see a thing. Conclusion, dinosaurs. Well, if just looking at Venus was so unproductive, what else could you do? The next clue came from early work with that, a glass prism. An intense beam of ordinary white light is made to pass through a narrow slit and then through the prism. The result is to spread the white light out into its constituent rainbow of colors. This rainbow pattern is called a spectrum. Think about it. White light enters the prism. What comes out of the prism is colored light. Lots of colors. Where did they come from? They must have been hiding in the white light. White light must be a mixture of many colors. Here we see the spectrum running from violet, blue, green, yellow, orange to red. Since we see these colors, we call this the spectrum of visible light.
The sun emits lots of visible light. The air is transparent to it, so our eyes evolved to work in visible light. But there are many other frequencies of light which our eyes can't detect. Beyond the violet is the ultraviolet. It's just as real, but you need instruments to detect it. Beyond the ultraviolet are the X-rays and then the gamma rays. On the other side of visible light, beyond the red, is the infrared, again real, again invisible. Beyond the infrared are the radio waves.
Now this entire range from the gamma rays way over there to the radio waves all the way over here are simply different kinds of light. They differ only in the frequency. They're all useful, by the way, in astronomy. But because of the limitations of our eyes, we have a prejudice, a bias, a chauvinism to this tiny rainbow band of visible light.
Now, a spectrum can be used in a simple and elegant way to determine the chemical composition of the atmosphere of some distant planet or star. Different atoms and molecules absorb different frequencies or colors of light, and those absorbed or missing frequencies appear as black lines in the spectrum of the light we receive from the planet or star.
Each and every substance has a characteristic fingerprint, a spectral signature, which permits it to be detected over a great distance. As a result, the gases in the atmosphere of Venus at a distance of 60 million kilometers have been determined, their composition has been determined from the Earth. It's amazing to me still. We can tell what a thing is made out of at an enormous distance away without ever touching it.
Our eyes can't see in the near-infrared part of the spectrum, but our instruments can. Here's the absorption pattern of lots and lots of carbon dioxide, dark lines in characteristic patterns at specific frequencies. You'd detect a different set of infrared lines if, say, water vapor were present.
If Venus were really soaking wet, then you should be able to determine that by finding the pattern of water vapor in its atmosphere. But around 1920, when this experiment was first performed, it was found that the Venus atmosphere seemed to have not a hint, not a smidgen, not a trace of water vapor above the clouds. And so instead of a swampy, soaking wet surface, it was suggested that Venus was bone dry, a desert planet with clouds composed of fine silicate dust.
But later, spectroscopic observations revealed the characteristic absorption lines of an enormous amount of carbon dioxide. So some scientists thought there must be lots of carbon compounds on the surface, making this a planet covered with petroleum. Others agreed that the atmosphere was dry, but thought the surface was wet. With all that CO2, it had to be carbonated water. Venus, they thought, was covered with a vast ocean of seltzer.
Now, the first hint of the true situation on Venus came not from the visible or the ultraviolet or the infrared part of the spectrum, but from over here in the radio region. We're used to the idea of radio signals from intelligent life, or at least semi-intelligent life, radio and television stations. But there are all kinds of reasons why natural objects should emit radio waves. One reason is that they're hot. And when, in 1956, Venus was for the first time observed by a radio telescope, the planet was discovered to be emitting radio waves as if it were at an extremely high temperature. But the real demonstration that the surface of Venus was astonishingly hot came when the first spacecraft penetrated the obscuring clouds of Venus and slowly settled on the surface of the nearest planet.
These were the unmanned spacecraft of the Soviet Venera series. In our spaceship of the imagination, we retrace their course. From a distance, our sister planet seems serene and peaceful, its clouds motionless. These clouds are near the top of a great ocean of air, about 100 kilometers thick, composed mainly of carbon dioxide. There's some nitrogen, a little water vapor and other gases, but only the merest trace of hydrocarbons. And the clouds turn out to be not water, but a concentrated solution of sulfuric acid. Even in the high clouds, Venus is a thoroughly nasty place. The clouds are stained yellow by sulfur. There are great lightning storms. As we descend, there are increasing amounts of the noxious gas sulfur dioxide. The pressures become so high that early Venera spacecraft were crushed like old tin cans by the weight of the surrounding atmosphere. Beneath the clouds, in the dense, clear air, it's about as bright as on an overcast day on Earth. But the atmosphere is so thick that the ground seems to ripple and distort. The atmospheric pressure down here is 90 times that on Earth. The temperature is 380 degrees centigrade, 900 Fahrenheit, hotter than the hottest household oven. This is a world marked by searing heat, crushing pressures, sulfurous gases, and a desolate, reddish landscape. Far from the balmy paradise imagined by some early scientists, Venus is the one place in the solar system most like hell. But today, as in ancient tradition, there are travelers who will dare a visit to the underworld. Venera 9 was the first spacecraft in human history to return a photograph from the surface of Venus. It found the rocks curiously eroded, perhaps by the corrosive gases, perhaps because the temperature is so high that the rocks are partly molten and sluggishly flow. The Soviet Venera spacecraft, their electronics long ago fried, are slowly corroding on the surface of Venus. They are the first spaceships from Earth ever to land on another planet. The reason Venus is like hell seems to be what's called the greenhouse effect. Ordinary visible sunlight penetrates the clouds and heats the surface, but the dense atmosphere blankets the surface and prevents it from cooling off to space. An atmosphere 90 times as dense as ours, made of carbon dioxide, water vapor, and other gases, lets in visible light from the sun, but will not let out the infrared light radiated by the surface. So the temperature rises until the infrared radiation trickling out to space just balances the sunlight reaching the surface. The greenhouse effect can make an Earth-like world into a planetary inferno. In this cauldron, there is not likely to be anything alive, even creatures very different from us. Organic and other conceivable biological molecules would simply fall to pieces. The hell of Venus is in stark contrast with the comparative heaven of its neighboring world, our little planetary home, the Earth. Here, the atmosphere is 90 times thinner. Here, the carbon dioxide and water vapor make a modest greenhouse effect, which heats the ground above the freezing point of water. Without it, our oceans would be frozen solid. A little greenhouse effect is a good thing. But Venus is an ominous reminder that on a world rather like the Earth, things can go wrong. There is no guarantee that our planet will always be so hospitable. To maintain this clement world, we must understand it and appreciate it. The Earth is a place to our eyes more beautiful than any other that we know. But this beauty has been sculpted by change. Gentle, almost indetectable change, and sudden, violent change. In the cosmos, there is no refuge from change.
The Sphinx, human head, lion's body, constructed more than 5,500 years ago. That face was once crisp and cleanly rendered, like this paw I'm standing on. The paw has been buried in the sand until recently and protected from erosion. The face is now muddled and softened because of thousands of years of sandblasting in the desert and a little rainfall. In New York City, there is an obelisk called Cleopatra's Needle. It comes from Egypt. In only a little more than a century in New York Central Park, the inscriptions on that obelisk have been almost totally obliterated, not by sand and water, but by smog and industrial pollution, a little bit like the atmosphere of Venus. Slow erosion wipes out information. On the Earth, mountain ranges are destroyed by erosion in maybe tens of millions of years, small impact craters in maybe hundreds of thousands of years, and the greatest artifacts of human beings in thousands or tens of thousands of years.
In addition to such slow and uniform processes, there are rare but sudden catastrophes. The Sphinx is missing a nose. In an act of idle desecration, some soldiers once shot it off. If you wait long enough, everything changes. Slow, uniform processes, unheralded events, the sting of a sand grain, the fall of a drop of water, can over the ages totally rework the landscape. And rare, violent processes, exceptional events that will not recur in a lifetime, also make major changes. Both the insignificant and the extraordinary are the architects of the natural world. The destruction of trees and grasslands makes the surface of the Earth brighter. It reflects more sunlight back to space and cools our planet. After we discovered fire,
We began to incinerate forests intentionally to clear the land by a process called slash and burn agriculture. And today, forests and grasslands are being destroyed frivolously, carelessly, by humans who are heedless of the beauty of our cousins, the trees, and ignorant of the possible climatic catastrophes which large-scale burning of forests may bring.
the indiscriminate destruction of vegetation may alter the global climate in ways that no scientist can yet predict. It has already deadened large patches of the Earth's life-supporting skin. And yet we ravage the Earth at an accelerated pace, as if it belonged to this one generation, as if it were ours to doeth as we please. The Earth has mechanisms to cleanse itself, to neutralize the toxic substances in its system. But these mechanisms work only up to a point. Beyond some critical threshold, they break down. The damage becomes irreversible. Our generation must choose. Which do we value more, short-term profits or the long-term habitability of our planetary home? The world is divided politically, but ecologically it is tightly interwoven. There are no useless threads in the fabric of the ecosystem. If you cut any one of them, you will unravel many others. We have uncovered other worlds with choking atmospheres and deadly surfaces. Shall we then recreate these hells on Earth? We have encountered desolate moons and barren asteroids. Shall we then scar and crater this blue-green world in their likeness? Natural catastrophes are rare, but they come often enough. We need not force the hand of nature. If we ruin the Earth, there is no place else to go. This is not a disposable world, and we are not yet able to re-engineer other planets. The cruelest desert on Earth is far more hospitable than any place on Mars. The bright sandy surface and dusty atmosphere of Mars reflect enough sunlight back to space to cool the planet, freezing out all its water, locking it in a perpetual ice age. Human activities brighten our landscape and our atmosphere. Might this ultimately make an ice age here? At the same time, we are releasing vast quantities of carbon dioxide, increasing the greenhouse effect. The Earth need not resemble Venus very closely for it to become barren and lifeless. It may not take much to destabilize the Earth's climate, to convert this heaven, our only home in the cosmos, into a kind of hell.
The study of the global climate, the sun's influence, the comparison of the Earth with other worlds, these are subjects in their earliest stages of development. They are funded poorly and grudgingly. And meanwhile, we continue to load the Earth's atmosphere with materials about whose long-term influence we are almost entirely ignorant.
There are worlds that began with as much apparent promise as Earth, but something went wrong. Knowing that worlds can die alerts us to our danger. If a visitor arrived from another world, what account would we give of our stewardship of the planet Earth? In the history of the solar system, have worlds ever been destroyed? Most of the moons in the outer solar system have craters on them made by cometary impacts. Some have such large craters, though, that if the impacting comets had been just a little bit bigger, the moons would have been shattered. What would the results of such a collision look like? Maybe a planetary ring. The idea has been growing that little worlds are every now and then demolished by a cometary impact. The fragments then slowly coalesce and a moon arises again from its own ashes. Some moons may have been destroyed and reconstituted many times. For our own world, the peril is more subtle. Since this series was first broadcast, the dangers of the increasing greenhouse effect have become much more clear. We burn fossil fuels like coal and gas and petroleum, putting more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere and thereby heating the Earth. The hellish conditions on Venus are a reminder that this is serious business. Computer models that successfully explain the climates of other planets predict the deaths of forests, parched croplands, the flooding of coastal cities, environmental refugees, widespread disasters in the next century, unless we change our ways. What do we have to do? 4 things. 1, much more efficient use of fossil fuels. Why not cars that get 70 miles a gallon instead of 25? 2, research and development on safe alternative energy sources, especially solar power. 3, reforestation on a grand scale. And 4, helping to bring the billion poorest people on the planet to self-sufficiency, which is the key step in curbing world population growth. Every one of these steps makes sense apart from greenhouse warming. Now, no one has proposed that the trouble with Venus is that there once was Venusians who drove fuel-inefficient cars, but our nearest neighbor, nevertheless, is a stark warning on the possible fate of an Earth-like world. Martians. Why so many speculations and fantasies about Martians, rather than Saturnians, say, or Plutonians? Because Mars seems at first glance very Earth-like. It's the nearest planet whose surface we can see. There are polar ice caps, drifting white clouds, raging dust storms, seasonally changing patterns, even a 24-hour day. It's tempting to think of it as an inhabited world.
Mars has become a kind of mythic arena onto which we've projected our earthly hopes and fears. The most tantalizing myths about Mars have proved wrong. So a few people have swung to the opposite extreme and concluded that the planet is of little interest. They've begun to sing blues for the red planet. But the real Mars is a world of wonders. Its future prospects are far more intriguing than our past apprehensions about it. In our time, we have sifted the sands of Mars, established a presence there, and fulfilled a century of dreams.
The most startling dream of Mars was that of H.G. Wells, who in 1897 wrote The War of the Worlds.
No one would have believed in the last years of the 19th century that this world was being watched keenly and closely by intelligences greater than man's, and yet as mortal as his own. As men busied themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacency, men went to and fro over this globe about their little affairs, serene in their assurance of their empire over matter. It's possible that the infusoria under the microscope do the same. No one gave a thought to the older worlds of space as sources of human danger, or thought of them only to dismiss the idea of life upon them as impossible or improbable. It is curious to recall some of the mental habits of those departed days. At most, terrestrial men fancied there might be other men upon Mars, perhaps inferior to themselves, and ready to welcome a missionary enterprise. Yet, across the gulf of space, intellects vast and cool and unsympathetic regarded this Earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely drew their plans against us.
Wells's novel captured the popular imagination in the late Victorian era. This was a time when the automobile was a novelty. when the pace of life was still largely determined by the speed of the horse. Into this world, Wells introduced an interplanetary fantasy with spaceships, ray guns, and implacable aliens. These were original and disquieting possibilities. The Martians of H.G. Wells were not merely minor variations on a human theme. Instead, they were the evolutionary product of a totally alien environment. "40 years later, this fantasy was still able to frighten millions in war-jittery America when it was dramatized for radio by the young Orson Welles. A few years before The War of the Worlds was published, another and quite different vision of Martians was forming in the mind of a wealthy Bostonian named Percival Lowell. The Martians of H.G. Wells were a way for the novelist to examine contemporary society through alien eyes. But the Martians of Percival Lowell were, he believed, very real. It was here that the most elaborate claims in support of life on Mars were developed. Lowell dabbled in astronomy as a young man. He went off to Harvard. He had a semi-official diplomatic appointment to Korea, and otherwise engaged in the usual pursuits of the wealthy for his time. But his lifelong love was the planet Mars. Lowell was electrified by the announcement in 1877 by an Italian astronomer, Giovanni Schiaparelli, of canali on Mars. Schiaparelli had reported during a close approach of Mars to the Earth an intricate network of single and double straight lines crisscrossing the bright areas of Mars. Now, canali in Italian means channels or grooves, but it was promptly translated into English as canals, a word which understandably has a certain implication of intelligent design. A Mars mania swept through Europe and America, and Percival Lowell found himself caught up in it. In 1892, his eyesight failing, Schiaparelli announced he was giving up observing Mars. Lowell resolved to continue the work. He wanted a first-rate observing site, undisturbed by clouds or city lights, and marked by good seeing. Seeing is the astronomer's term for a steady atmosphere through which the shimmering of an astronomical image in the telescope is minimized. Lowell built his observatory far away from home on Mars Hill, here in Flagstaff, Arizona. Lowell sketched the surface features of Mars, and particularly the canals, which mesmerized him. Now, observations of this sort aren't easy. You put in long hours at the telescope in the chill of the early morning. Most of the time, the seeing is crummy. When the seeing is bad, the image of Mars blurs and distorts, and you have to ignore what you've observed. But occasionally, the image steadies, and the features of the planet marvelously flash out at you.
You must then remember what you've seen and accurately commit it to paper. You must put your preconceptions aside and with an open mind set down the wonders that Mars holds in store for us. This is Percival Lowell's own notebook. Here's what he thought he saw. Bright and dark areas, a hint of a polar cap, and canals. Lots and lots of canals. Lowell believed that he was seeing a globe girdling a network of great irrigation canals carrying water from the melting polar caps to the thirsty inhabitants of the equatorial cities. He believed the planet was inhabited by an older and wiser race, perhaps very different from us. He believed that the seasonal changes in the dark areas were due to the growth and decay of vegetation. He believed that the planet was Earth-like. All in all, he believed too much.
Lowell's Martians were a dying race. Their once great cities had fallen into ruins. Lowell believed that the Martian climate was changing, that the precious water was trickling away into space, that the planet was becoming a desert world. The canals, he thought, were a last desperate measure, a heroic engineering effort to conserve the scarce water. But their technology, although far more advanced than ours, was inadequate to stem a planetary catastrophe. The most serious contemporary challenge to Lowell's ideas came from an unlikely source, the biologist Alfred Russel Wallace, co-discoverer of evolution by natural selection. Wallace correctly showed that the air on Mars was much too cold and thin to permit the existence of liquid water. He wrote that only a race of madmen would build canals under such conditions.
Lowell's Martians were benign and hopeful, even a little godlike. Very different from the malevolent menace posed by H.G. Wells and Orson Welles in The War of the Worlds. Both sets of ideas passed into the public imagination through Sunday supplements and science fiction, and excited generations of 8-year-olds into fantasizing that they themselves might one day voyage to the distant planet Mars. I remember reading with breathless fascination the Mars novels of Edgar Rice Burroughs. I journeyed with John Carter, gentleman adventurer from Virginia, to Barsoom, as Mars was known by its inhabitants. Wandering among the beasts of burden called thoats, winning the hand of the lovely Deja Thoris, princess of helium, and befriending a 10-foot-high green fighting man named Tars Tarkas as the moons of Mars hurtled overhead on a summer's evening on Barsoom. It aroused generations of 8-year-olds myself among them, to consider the exploration of the planets as a real possibility, to wonder whether we ourselves might one day venture to the distant planet Mars. John Carter got to Barsoom by standing in an open field, spreading his hands and wishing hard at Mars. I can remember spending many an hour in my boyhood, arms resolutely outstretched in an open field in twilight, imploring what I believed to be Mars to transport me there. It never worked. There had to be some better way.
And there was. The real road to Mars was opened by a boy who loved skyrockets. Fourth of July celebrations in New England are much the same today as they were in the 1890s. Then, as now, the highlight of the day's festivities was a rousing fireworks display. That was the part that Robert Goddard liked the best. By the time he was 16, he was launching his own rockets. He wrote in his diary, July 4th, 1898, fired cannon and firecrackers all day. In evening, had 5 rockets.
Light it now? Wow!
That same year, The War of the Worlds was being serialized in the Boston Post. Goddard eagerly read every word. The Boston newspapers were also reporting intriguing conjectures by a Professor Lowell, whose lectures Goddard would later attend. The images of Mars spun by Wells and Lowell beguiled the young Goddard. And at age 17, on October 19th, 1899, they crystallized into an overwhelming vision that provided the direction and purpose of his life. From the high branches of an old cherry tree on his family's farm, Goddard saw a way to do more than just speculate about Mars. Before anyone had ever flown in an airplane or listened to a radio, Goddard decided to invent a machine that would voyage to the planet Mars. For the rest of his life, he was to commemorate that October day as his anniversary day, the birthday of his great dream. By the 1920s, after years of studying physics and engineering, he was experimenting with liquid fuel rockets. In order to build a rocket capable of reaching high altitudes, Goddard had to create the principles of an entirely new technology. He invented the basic components that propel stabilize, and guide the modern rocket. It was painstaking and difficult work, but Goddard took the many setbacks in stride. He sifted the wreckage of each experiment for clues to guide the next. Constantly refining old techniques and inventing new ones, he gradually raised the rocket from a dangerous toy and set it on its way to becoming an interplanetary vehicle. Goddard died in 1945 before a rocket had ever left the planet Earth. Although Mars always remained his objective, Goddard knew that such a goal would be ridiculed. In public, he advocated only the more modest objective of flying to the moon. Those boyhood dreams of voyages to the moon and Mars, shared by Goddard with his contemporary, a Russian scientist named Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, were fulfilled only a few decades after their deaths. But, as it turned out, the first planet to be explored by rocket was the Earth. Now, imagine yourself a visitor from some other and quite alien planet. You approach the Earth with no preconceptions. Is the place inhabited? At what point can you decide? When we look at the whole Earth, there are no signs of life. We must examine it more closely. If there are intelligent beings, maybe they create engineering structures which can be seen at a resolution of a few kilometers. Yet, at this level of detail, even a great river valley seems utterly lifeless. There's no sign of life, intelligent or otherwise, in Washington, D.C., or Moscow, or Tokyo, or Peking. If there are intelligent beings on Earth, they have not much modified the landscape into regular geometrical patterns at kilometer resolution. But when we improve the resolution tenfold, when we begin to see detail as small as 100 meters across, the size of a football field, the situation changes. Many places on Earth seem suddenly to crystallize out, revealing an intricate pattern of straight lines, squares, rectangles, and circles. Canals, roads, circular irrigation patterns all suggest intelligent life with a passion for Euclidean geometry and territoriality. On this scale, intelligent life can be discerned in Boston and Washington and New York. At 10-meter resolution, we also discover that the Earthlings like to build up. At twilight or night, other things are visible. Oil well fires in the Persian Gulf, or the bright lights of large cities. And at meter resolution, we make out individual organisms, seals on ice floes, or people on skis. Intelligent life on Earth first reveals itself through the geometric regularity of its constructions. If Lowell's canal network really existed, the conclusion that intelligent beings inhabit that planet might also be compelling. But there is no canal network. Our unmanned spacecraft have examined Mars with 1,000 times more detail than any fleeting glimpse available through Percival Lowell's telescope. There is no question that his Martian canals were of intelligent origin. The only question was which side of the telescope the intelligence was on. Where we have strong emotions, we're liable to fool ourselves. Yet, Even without the canals, the exploration of Mars evokes the kind of rapture that Columbus or Marco Polo must have felt. We see many impact craters, but we find no canals, none at all. There are fault lines in the surface and complex patterns of ridges and valleys, but they're all far too small and in the wrong places to be Lowell's canals, and they don't seem to be manufactured. There are many signs of water. Ancient river valleys wind their way among the craters. Nergal Valley, named after the Babylonian war god, is 1,000 kilometers long and 1 billion years old. There seems to have been a time when Mars was much warmer and wetter than it is today. I wonder if life ever arose in the muddy backwaters of these great river systems. The waters flowed at the same time that the great volcanoes of the Tharsis Plateau were made, before the present continents of Earth were formed. It was a very lively epoch on Mars. Equally old is the Mariner Valley, a strange, vast, mist-filled chasm. If it were on Earth, it would stretch from New York to Los Angeles. Landslides and avalanches are slowly eroding its walls, which collapse to the floor of the valley. There, the winds remove the particles and create immense sand dune fields. Signs of high winds are all over Mars. Often craters have, trailing behind them, long streaks of brighter dark material blown out by the winds, natural weather vanes on the Martian surface. For the sand to be blown about in the thin Martian atmosphere, the winds have to be very fast, sometimes approaching half the speed of sound. But some of the patterns are so odd and intricate that we cannot be sure they're caused by wind-blown sand. And there are other strange markings. Furrowed ground, almost resembling a giant plowed field 1 billion years old. And one of the strangest features on Mars, the pyramids of Elysium, 10 times taller than the pyramids of Egypt. Perhaps they're only mountains sculpted by the fierce winds, but perhaps there's something else. How marvelous it would be to glide over the surface of Mars, to fly over Olympus Mons, the largest known volcano in the solar system. The surface area of Mars is exactly as large as the land area of the Earth. It will be a long time before this planet is thoroughly explored. The only canal of Percival Lowell that corresponds to anything real is Mariner Valley. 5,000 kilometers long, it's a little hard to miss even from Earth. The Grand Canyon of Arizona would fit into one of its minor tributaries. Someday, we will careen through the corridors of the Valley of the Mariners. To skim over the sand dunes of Mars is, as yet, only a dream. But we have, in fact, sent robot emissaries to Mars. Their names are Viking 1 and Viking 2. The problem was where to land them. We knew that the volcanoes of Tharsis were too high. The thin Martian atmosphere would not there support our descent parachute. The great Mariner Valley was too rough and unpredictable. The polar caps were too cold for the lander's nuclear power plant to keep it warm. There were fascinating places that were too high, or too windy, or too hard, or too soft, or too rough, or too cold. We worried about the safety of every landing site. Perhaps we were too cautious. Eventually, we selected two places. One, optimistically named Utopia, for Viking 2, and another, 8,000 kilometers away, not far from the confluence of four great channels, a landing site for Viking 1 called Chryse, Greek for the land of gold. And so, after a voyage of 100 million kilometers, on July 20th, 1976, Viking 1 landed right on target in the Chryse Plain. It was less than 80 years since Robert Goddard had his epiphanal vision in a cherry tree in Massachusetts. After hibernating for a year during its interplanetary passage, Viking reawakened on another world. The first thing it did was to call home, reporting a safe arrival. It began to rouse itself according to instructions memorized months earlier. First, it put out a finger to test the Martian winds. Then, flexing its arm, it flung off a protective glove. Next, Viking prepared to sniff the air and taste the soil. Finally, it opened its eyes for a look at its new surroundings. Viking's first picture assignment was to photograph its own foot. In case Viking were to sink into Martian quicksand, we wanted to know about it before it disappeared. Back on Earth, we waited breathlessly for the first images. Viking painted its picture in vertical strokes, line by line, until with enormous relief we saw the footpad securely planted in the Martian soil. This was the first image ever returned from the surface of Mars. The cameras on each Viking lander revealed a kind of rocky desert. Beyond the lander itself, we saw for the first time the landscape of the Red Planet. It didn't look like an alien world. There were rocks and sand dunes and gently rolling hills as natural and familiar as any landscape on Earth. Forever after, Mars would be a place. We found that the Martian air was less than 1% as dense as ours and made mostly of carbon dioxide. There were smaller amounts of nitrogen, argon, water vapor, and oxygen. And there was almost no ozone, so the surface was not protected from the sun's ultraviolet light as it is on Earth. On the warmest days, it was distinctly chilly, and every night the temperatures plunged to 100 below. In winter, the surface was dusted with a thin layer of frost. The landing sites were chosen because they were safe and flat. Even so, Viking revolutionized our knowledge of this rusty world. I would, of course, have been surprised to see a grizzled prospector emerge from behind a dune, leading his mule, yet the idea seemed strangely appropriate. But at least while we were watching, No prospector wandered by. We studied with exceptional care every picture the cameras radioed back, but there was no hint of the canals of Barsoom, no sultry princesses, no 10-foot-tall green fighting men, no thoats, no footprints, not even a cactus or a kangaroo rat. Perhaps there was life inside the rocks or under the ground. If so, it had left no traces. For most of its history, the Earth had microbes, but no living things big enough to see. Perhaps the same is true for Mars.
The Viking lander is a superbly instrumented and designed machine. It extends human capabilities to other and alien landscapes. By some standards, it's about as smart as a grasshopper. By others, only as intelligent as a bacterium. There's nothing demeaning in these comparisons. It took nature hundreds of millions of years to evolve a bacterium and billions of years to make a grasshopper. With only a little experience in this sort of business, we're getting pretty good at it.
In both landing sites, in Chryse and Utopia, we've begun to dig the sands of Mars. On a very small scale, such trenches are the first human engineering works on another world. The robot arm retrieves soil samples and deposits them into several sifters. Then, the soil is carried to 5 experiments, 2 on the chemistry of the soil and 3 to look for microbial life.
The Viking biology experiments represent a pioneering first effort in the search for life on another world. The results are tantalizing, annoying, provocative, stimulating, and deeply ambiguous. By criteria established before launch, 2 of the 3 Viking microbiology experiments seem to have yielded positive results. First, when Martian soil samples are mixed together with an organic soup from Earth, something in the soil seems to have broken the food down, almost as if there were little Martian microbes which metabolized, enjoyed the soup from Earth. Second, when gases from Earth were mixed together with Martian soil, something seems to have chemically combined the gases with the soil, almost as if there were little Martian microbes capable of synthesizing organic matter from atmospheric gases. But the situation is complex. Mars is not the Earth. As the legacy of Percival Lowell reminds us, we are liable to be fooled. Perhaps the ultraviolet light from the sun strikes the Martian surface and makes some chemical which can oxidize foodstuffs. Perhaps there is some catalyst in the Martian soil which can combine atmospheric gases with the soil and make organic molecules.
The red sands of Mars were excavated 7 times at the 2 different landing sites, as distant from each other as Boston is from Baghdad. Whatever was giving these results was probably all over Mars, but was it life or just the chemistry of the soil? Studies suggest that a kind of clay known to exist on Mars can serve as a catalyst to accelerate, in the absence of life, chemical reactions which resemble the activities of life.
It may be that in the early history of the Earth, before life, there were little cycles, chemical cycles running in the soil, something like photosynthesis and respiration, which were then incorporated by biology once life arose.
There may be life elsewhere than in the 2 small sites we examined, Or perhaps there's life of a different sort all over Mars. Life is just a kind of chemistry of sufficient complexity to permit reproduction and evolution. I wonder if we'll ever find a specimen of life based not on organic molecules, but on something else, something more exotic.
The Viking experiments found that the Martian soil is not loaded with organic remains of once living creatures. Maybe the reactive chemistry of the surface has destroyed organic molecules based on carbon. Or maybe there's no life on Mars and all Viking found was a funny soil chemistry. Or maybe there's life, okay, but it's not based on organic chemistry as much as life is on Earth. Personally, I don't think that's a very likely possibility. I'm a carbon chauvinist. I freely admit it. Carbon is tremendously abundant in the cosmos, and it makes marvelously complex organic molecules that are terrifically good for life. I'm also a water chauvinist. It's an ideal solvent for organic molecules, and it stays liquid over a very wide range of temperatures. But sometimes I wonder, could my fondness for these materials have anything to do with the fact that I'm chiefly made up of them? Are we carbon and water based because these materials were abundant on the early Earth at the time of the origin of life? Might life elsewhere be based on different stuff? I'm a collection of organic molecules called Carl Sagan. You're a collection of almost identical molecules with a different collective label. But is that all? Is there nothing in here but molecules? Some people find that idea somehow demeaning to human dignity. But for myself, I find it elevating and exhilarating to discover that we live in a universe which permits the evolution of molecular machines as intricate and subtle as we. The essence of life is not so much the atoms and small molecules that go into us as the way, the ordering, the way those molecules are put together. Now, we sometimes read that the chemicals which make up a human body are worth, on the open market, only 97 cents or $10 or some number like that. And it's depressing to find our bodies valued at so little. But these estimates are for humans reduced to our simplest possible components. What is all this stuff in front of me? These are exactly the atoms that make up the human body, and in the right proportions too. We're made mostly of water, and that costs almost nothing. The carbon is counted as coal. The calcium in our bones is chalk. The nitrogen in our proteins is liquid air. The iron in our blood is rusty nails, some phosphorus and some trace elements. If we didn't know better, we might be tempted to take all these atoms and mix them together in a container, like this. And stir. We could stir all we want, and at the end of it, all we'd have is some boring mixture of atoms. How could we have expected anything else? The beauty of a living thing is not the atoms that go into it, but the way those atoms are put together. Information distilled over 4 billion years of biological evolution. Incidentally, all the organisms on the Earth are made essentially of that stuff. An eyedropper full of that liquid could be used to make a caterpillar or a petunia, if only we knew how to put the components together.
All life on Earth is made from the same mixture of the same atoms. On another planet, the jars of life might be filled with very different atoms and small molecules, but I think the life forms on many worlds will consist, by and large, of the same atoms that are popular here, maybe even the same big molecules. So I don't believe we can rescue the idea of life on Mars by appealing to some exotic chemistry. Sometimes we hear about possible life forms in which silicon replaces carbon, or perhaps liquid ammonia replaces liquid water. But at Martian temperatures, there don't seem to be any plausible silicon-based molecules which might carry a genetic code. And ammonia is liquid only under higher pressures and lower temperatures. Someday in the distant future, we might have a collection of jars, each containing the elementary biochemistry of another world. I don't know if there'll be one labeled Mars, but if there is, I bet it will be full of organic molecules.
But there's another way to search for life on Mars, to seek out the discoveries and delights which that heterogeneous environment promises us. One of the things that a grasshopper can do, but Viking can't, is move. We landed in the dull places on Mars. For all the solid scientific findings and tantalizing hints which Viking provided, we know that there are an enormous number of places on the planet far more interesting. What we need is a roving vehicle with advanced experiments in biology and organic chemistry, able to land in the safe but dull places and wander to the interesting places.
This roving vehicle was developed by the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. It has a long list of dumb things it knows not to do. A Mars rover hasn't got time to ask whether it should attempt a steep slope. Radio waves traveling at the speed of light take about 20 minutes for the round trip to Earth. By the time it got an answer, it might be a heap of twisted metal at the bottom of a canyon. A rover has to think for itself. Imagine a rover with laser eyes like this one, but packed with sophisticated biological and chemical instruments, sampler arms, microscopes, and television cameras, wandering over the Martian landscape. It could drive to its own horizon every day, a distant feature it barely resolves at sunrise. It can be sniffing and tasting by nightfall. Billions of people could watch the unfolding adventure on their television sets as the rover explores the ancient river bottoms or cautiously approaches the enigmatic pyramids of Elysium. A new age of discovery would have begun. Most of the human species would witness the exploration of another world.
Only 80 years ago, we could come no closer to Mars than straining to see a tiny, shimmering image through a telescope in Arizona. Now, our instruments have actually touched down on the planet. Viking is a legacy of H.G. Wells and Percival Lowell, Robert Goddard. Science is a collaborative enterprise spanning the generations. When it permits us to see the far side of some new horizon, we remember those who prepared the way, seeing for them also.
On each lander, there is a microdot on which is written very small the names of 10,000 men and women responsible for Viking's splendid achievement. One of the names in this microdot belonged to a friend of mine, a remarkable microbiologist named Wolf Vishniak. He was the first person to build a machine to look for microbes on another world.
His friends called it the wolf trap. It contained a liquid nutrient to which Martian soil would be added, and any microbes that liked the food would grow in that nutrient medium and cloud it. The wolf trap was selected to go with Viking to Mars, but NASA is especially vulnerable to budget cuts, and the wolf trap was removed as an economy measure. It was a terrible blow to Vishniak. He'd worked 12 years on it. Others might have stalked off the project, but Vishniak was a gentle and dedicated man. he decided instead to study the most Mars-like environment on this planet, the dry valleys of Antarctica, which were long thought to be lifeless. But Vishniac believed that if he could find microbes growing in these arid polar wastes, the chances of life on Mars would improve. So in November 1973, Vishniac was left in a remote valley in the Asgard Mountains of Antarctica. He set up hundreds of little sample collectors, simple versions of the Viking microbiology experiments. On December 10th, he left camp to retrieve some samples and never returned. He had wandered to an unexplored area, apparently slipped on the ice, and fell more than 100 meters. Maybe something had caught his eye, a likely habitat for microbes or a patch of green where none should be. The last entry in his notebook was Station 202 retrieved, 22:30 hours. Soil temperature, minus 10 degrees. Air temperature, minus 16 degrees. It had been a typical summer temperature for Mars. Some of his soil samples were later returned, and Vishniac's colleagues discovered that there really is life in the dry valleys of Antarctica, that life is even more tenacious than we had imagined. That fact may turn out to be very important for the future history of Mars. There will be a time when Mars is thoroughly explored. What then? What should we do with Mars? If there is life on Mars, then I believe we should do nothing to disturb that life. Mars, then, belongs to the Martians, even if they are microbes. But suppose that Mars is in fact lifeless. Might we, in some sense, be able to live there, to somehow make Mars habitable like the Earth, to terraform another world? As lovely a world as Mars is, it poses certain problems for us. There's too little oxygen, no liquid water, and too much ultraviolet light. But all that could be solved if we could make more air. With higher atmospheric pressures, liquid water would become possible. With more oxygen, we might be able to breathe the atmosphere, and ozone could form to shield the surface from the solar ultraviolet light. The evidence for past liquid water suggests that Mars once had a denser atmosphere, which can't have all escaped to space. It has to be on the planet somewhere. In subsurface ice, surely, but most excessively in the present polar caps. To vaporize the ice caps, we must heat them, preferably by covering them with something dark to absorb more sunlight. That thing ought also to be cheap and able to make copies of itself. Well, there are such things. We call them plants. We would need to evolve by artificial selection and genetic engineering dark plants able to survive the severe Martian environment. Such plants could be seeded on the vast expanse of the Martian polar ice caps, taking root, spreading, giving off oxygen, darkening the surface, melting the ice, and releasing the ancient Martian atmosphere from its long captivity. We might even imagine a kind of Martian Johnny Appleseed, robot or human, roaming the frozen polar wastes in an endeavor which benefits only the generations to come. It might take hundreds or thousands of years. We might then want to carry the liberated water from the melting polar ice caps to the warmer equatorial regions. And there's a way to do it. We would build canals. But that's exactly what Percival Lowell believed was in fact happening on Mars in his time. The idea of a canal network built by Martians may turn out to be a kind of premonition. Because if the planet ever is terraformed, it'll be done by human beings whose permanent residence and planetary affiliation is Mars. The Martians will be us.
Mars today is strictly relevant to the global environment of the Earth. Its antiseptic surface is a cautionary tale of what happens if you don't have an ozone layer. Its great dust storms and the resulting cooling of its surface played a role in the discovery of nuclear winter, the catastrophic climate change on Earth predicted to follow nuclear war. So if you didn't have an ounce of adventuresome spirit in you, it would still make sense to support the exploration of Mars. In recent years, there's been a groundswell of interest in organizing the first expedition of humans to go to the planet Mars. We first need more robotic missions, including rovers, balloons, and return sample missions, and more experience in long-duration spaceflight. But eventually, if all goes well, the interplanetary ship or ships would be constructed in Earth orbit, launched on the long journey to Mars, and then a landing module would set down on the surface. The crew would emerge, making the first human footfalls on another planet. It would be very expensive, of course, although cheaper if many nations share the cost. The key issue in my mind is whether the unmet needs down here on Earth should take priority. But that's a question even more appropriately addressed to the military budgets. Now, $1 trillion a year worldwide. You can buy a lot for that. Justifications for the Mars endeavor have been offered in terms of scientific exploration, developing technology, international cooperation, education, the environment. Some see it as the obvious response to the future calling. Some even think we should go to investigate enigmatic landforms, including one that resembles an enormous human face. Personally, I think this, like hundreds of other blocky mesas there, is sculpted by the high-speed winds, but if we're going anyway, there's no harm in taking a look. A remarkably diverse group of American leaders has endorsed the Mars goal. I imagine the emissaries from Earth, citizens of many nations, wandering down an ancient river valley on Mars, trying to understand how a quite Earth-like world was converted into a permanent ice age, and looking for signs of ancient life along the riverbanks. In the long run, the significance of such a mission is nothing less than the conversion of humanity into a multi-planet species. Imagine that we are travelers from the stars, bound for the sun. We would discover it surrounded by 4 giant cloudy gas worlds, blue Neptune and its frozen moon Triton. And then, farther in, Uranus and its dark rings, made perhaps of organic matter. Saturn, the jewel of the solar system, set within concentric rings composed of 1 billion icy moons. And finally, flanked by massive satellites, the largest planet, Jupiter. Its multicolored clouds studded with flashes of lightning. Still farther in, closer to the sun, there are no more giant planets. Only a host of lesser worlds made of rock and metal, some with a thin envelope of air. They huddle about the sun with almost no internal heat of their own. Tiny places with solid surfaces, one of which is a blue and pretty world called Earth. Half covered with clouds, it is the home planet of travelers who have just learned to sail the sea of space. To investigate close up Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, its brothers and sisters in the family of the Sun. Human voyages of exploration to the outer solar system are controlled, so far, from a single place on the planet Earth, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration in Pasadena, California. Here, on Sunday, July 8, 1979, the Voyager 2 spacecraft began its close passage by Jupiter and its moons.
I think I just had.
We have to call first. We have to call. Yeah, I think they will.
General Science Systems.
Are you ready with detailed status check?
Yes, I am. CRO's power
The spacecraft had been instructed how to explore the Jupiter system by a sequence of commands radioed earlier to its onboard computers.
output power is 450 watts. Power is go at this time.
DSE Systems.
DSE.
Detailed status check.
Okay, LACP mode is far encounter. We are at tick 210. The direction last recorded was reverse, and the track is track 1.
Here we check how faithful an emissary Voyager is. Does it understand the commands? How is its health, its temperature, its brains, its heart?
Yes, about 30 minutes, so they don't know if they got that.
Space Systems. Yeah, we've just completed the detailed status check, and the spacecraft is go following the ring plane crossing.
The modern ships that sail to the planets are unmanned. They are beautifully constructed, semi-intelligent robots. Voyager's eyes are 2 television cameras designed to take tens of thousands of pictures in the outer solar system. Along with other instruments, they are mounted on a scan platform which points at passing planets. Voyager's brains are 3 integrated computers set amidships. It communicates with Earth through a large radio antenna mounted like a sail. Voyager bears a message for any alien civilization it may one day encounter in interstellar space. Its louvers open and shut to help control the onboard temperature. But Voyager cruises so far from the sun that it cannot depend on solar power. Instead, it has a small nuclear power plant, quarantined from the rest of the ship. Many things can go wrong in such pioneering missions, so people are a little uneasy at Voyager mission control. Jupiter is surrounded by a shell of invisible but extremely dangerous high-energy charged particles. If Voyager flies too close, its delicate electronics will be fried. A collision with a small boulder in the rings of Jupiter could send the spacecraft tumbling wildly out of control, its antenna unable to find the Earth, its data lost forever. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 were launched a month apart in late summer 1977. After many alarms and close calls, they successfully arrived months apart at the Jupiter system, where they worked brilliantly, providing the first close-up views of mighty Jupiter and its 4 large and mysterious moons: Io, the innermost of the 4, Europa, and, moving away from Jupiter, Ganymede, and the outermost big moon, Callisto. In a mission that cost a penny a world for every human on the planet Earth. Voyager's passage by Jupiter accelerated it towards a close encounter with the planet Saturn. Saturn's gravity will propel it on to Uranus, and in this game of cosmic billiards after Uranus, it will plunge on past Neptune, leaving the solar system and becoming an interstellar spacecraft, destined to wander forever the great ocean between the stars. And if Voyager should, sometime in its distant future, encounter beings from some other civilization in space, it bears a message, a phonograph record, golden, delicate, with instructions for use. And on this record are a sampling of pictures, sounds, greetings, and an hour and a half of exquisite music, the Earth's greatest hits. A gift across the cosmic ocean from one island civilization to another. The record bears, in English, an additional little handwritten greeting. It says, "To the makers of music, all worlds, all times." These voyages of exploration and discovery are the latest in a long series which have characterized and distinguished the human species. In the 15th and 16th centuries, you could travel from Spain to the Azores in a few days, the same time it takes now to cross that little channel from the Earth to the Moon. It took then a few months to traverse the Atlantic Ocean and reach what was called the New World, the Americas. Today it takes a few months to cross the ocean of the inner solar system and reach Mars and Venus, which are truly and literally new worlds awaiting us. In the 17th and 18th centuries, you could travel from Holland to China, say, in a year or two, the same time it takes now for Voyager to travel from the Earth to Jupiter. And in comparison to the resources of the society, it cost more then to send sailing ships to the Far East than it does now to send spaceships to the planets. The passion to explore is at the heart of being human. This impulse to go, to see, to know has found expression in every culture. Africa was circumnavigated by Phoenician sailors in the employ of an Egyptian pharaoh in the 7th century BC. The islands of the Pacific were settled by skilled and heroic navigators from Indonesia. Great fleets of ocean-going junks left the ports of Ming Dynasty China to explore India and Africa. A century later, 3 ships left Spain under the command of an Italian navigator to discover the Americas. And then a Portuguese expedition succeeded in sailing all the way around this blue globe. These voyagers of many cultures were the first planetary explorers. They have bound the earth up into one world. In our exploration of other worlds, we follow in their footsteps.
Our present spaceships are the harbingers, the vanguard of future human expeditions to the planets. We have traveled this way before, and there is much to be learned by studying those great voyages of a few centuries ago.
In the 17th century, the citizens of the new Dutch Republic pursued a course of vigorous planetary exploration. Holland was then a revolutionary society. It had just declared its independence from the powerful but stagnant Spanish Empire. And with a newfound self-confidence, Holland embraced, more fully than any other nation of its time, the spirit of the European Enlightenment. It was a rational, orderly, and creative society. But because Spanish ports and vessels were closed to the Dutch, the economic survival of the tiny republic depended on its ability to construct, man, and operate a great fleet of commercial sailing vessels. The Dutch East India Company was a combined governmental and commercial enterprise which sent shipping to the far corners of the world to acquire rare commodities and resell them at a profit in Europe. Such voyages were the life's blood of the Republic. And a fascination with all things new. New lands, new peoples, new plants and animals. This building, then the Amsterdam Town Hall, still attests to the hardy self-assurance of its 17th century architects. Its lavish crystal adornments still reflect the glittering pride they felt in their accomplishments and their prosperity. It took shiploads of marble to build this place. Constantine Huygens, a poet and diplomat of the time, said that this town hall dispelled what he called the Gothic squint and squalor. The Middle Ages had ended. The Enlightenment had begun.
Up there, do you see, is Atlas supporting the heavens on his shoulders. And beneath is Justice with a golden sword and golden scales, flanked by death and punishment. And who is it that Justice is trampling underfoot? Why, it's avarice and envy, the gods of the merchants. The Dutch knew that the unrestrained pursuit of profit posed serious threats to the soul of the nation. A less allegorical symbol is down here on the floor. It is a great inlaid map stretching from West Africa to the Pacific Ocean. The whole world was then Holland's arena. In a typical year, many sailing vessels set out halfway around the world for the Far East on voyages of exploration and discovery, of trade, journeys taking years to accomplish. Down the west coast of Africa, through what they called the Ethiopian Sea, skirting the southern coast of Africa, through the Straits of Madagascar, and on past the southern tip of India to the Spice Islands, present-day Indonesia.
Another set of voyages went south and east to New Holland, later renamed Australia. And still other journeys ventured through the Straits of Malacca to the Empire of China.
But Holland was a small country forced to live by its wits. There was a strong pacifist element in its foreign policy.
Never before or since has Holland boasted such a galaxy of scientists, mathematicians, philosophers, and artists. This was the time of the great painters, Rembrandt and Vermeer.
Because Holland was tolerant of unorthodox opinions, it was a refuge for intellectuals fleeing the thought control and censorship of other parts of Europe, much as the United States benefited enormously in the 1930s from the exodus of intellectuals from Nazi-dominated Europe. And so it was that 17th century Holland was the home of the great Jewish philosopher Spinoza, who Einstein admired so much, of René Descartes, a pivotal figure in the history of philosophy and of mathematics, and the home of a political scientist named John Locke, who was to have a powerful and profound influence on a group of philosophically inclined revolutionaries named Paine, Hamilton, Adams, Franklin, and Jefferson. The Dutch University of Leiden offered a professorship to an Italian scientist named Galileo, who had been forced by the Catholic Church under threat of torture to recant the heretical position that the Earth went around the sun and not vice versa. Galileo had close ties with Holland. His first astronomical telescope was based on a spyglass of Dutch manufacture, and with it, he discovered the craters of the moon, the phases of Venus, and the 4 large moons of Jupiter.
Becoming an exploratory power made Holland a vital intellectual and cultural center as well. The improvement of sailing ship technology spurred technology in general. A key problem in navigation was the determination of longitude. Latitude could be determined easily. The farther south you were, the more southern constellations you could see. But longitude required precise timekeeping. An accurate shipboard clock would continue to keep the time in your home port. The rising and setting of the stars would give you the local time, and the difference between the two would tell you how far east or west you had gone. Technological advance required the freest possible pursuit of knowledge. So Holland became the leading publisher and bookseller in Europe, translating works written in other languages and printing books that had been censored elsewhere. Adventures into exotic lands and encounters with strange societies shook complacency. They challenged the prevailing wisdom and showed that ideas which had been accepted for thousands of years might be fundamentally in error. In a time when kings and emperors ruled much of the planet, the Dutch Republic was governed, more than any other world power, by the people. They enjoyed a certain material well-being, but the interiors of their houses, celebrated by a generation of Dutch painters, suggest restraint and discretion. The officers of these ships of exploration and trade would return from their long voyages, share in the goods they had acquired, and discuss the wonders they had encountered. Holland prospered in its freedom of thought. In Italy, Galileo had announced other worlds. Giordano Bruno had speculated on intelligent life elsewhere. For this, they were made to suffer brutally. But in Holland, the astronomer Christian Huygens, who strongly supported both ideas, was showered with honors. Christian was the son of Constantine Huygens. The elder Huygens distinguished himself as a master diplomat of the age, a man of letters, a close friend and translator of the English poet John Donne. Constantine Huygens was also an accomplished composer and musician. It was Constantine who had discovered a young painter named Rembrandt van Rijn, in several of whose works he subsequently appears. He opened the doors of his house to artists, musicians, writers, statesmen, and scientists. A feast of goods and ideas from all over the world awaited them. The philosopher Descartes, who visited him here, said of Constantine Huygens, "I could not believe that a single mind could occupy itself with so many things and acquit itself so well in all of them." He even excelled at the art of parenthood. He was a tender and loving father. His son Christian flourished in this rich environment, demonstrating extraordinary talents for languages, drawing, law, science, engineering, mathematics, and music. "The world is my country," he said. "Science, my religion." Light was the motif of the age, the symbolic enlightenment of freedom of thought and religion, the light that suffused the paintings of the time, and light as an object of scientific study. The microscope was invented in Holland at this time and became a drawing room curiosity. Its inventor was a friend of Christian Huygens, a man named Anton Leeuwenhoek. The first microscopes were developed from magnifying glasses used by drapers to examine the quality of cloth. Leeuwenhoek and Huygens are the grandfathers of much of modern medicine. Because, to his amazement, Leeuwenhoek discovered a universe in a drop of water, the microbes, which he described as animalcules, and thought cute. Leeuwenhoek and Huygens were among the first people to see human sperm cells, a hitherto hidden microcosm of the human life cycle. Leeuwenhoek had discovered the microbial world. Huygens had argued from his telescopic observations that Mars was another world, and probably an inhabited one. What a waste of a planet, he thought, if Mars were barren. So the Viking search for microbes on Mars can be traced directly back to Huygens and Leeuwenhoek in 17th century Holland. The telescope and the microscope developed here represent an extension of human vision to the realms of the very small and the very large. Our observations of atoms and galaxies were launched in this time and place. From the bending of light through a lens, Huygens advanced the idea that light was a kind of wave. He ground and polished lenses for the successively larger telescopes he constructed, although it did take him a time to figure out how to use them properly. Huygens was the first person to see a surface feature on the planet Mars. He was the first person to speculate that Venus is completely covered with clouds. He was the first person to understand the nature of the rings of Saturn. Saturn is surrounded, he wrote, by a thin, flat ring which nowhere touches the body of the planet. His discoveries with the telescope would by themselves have ensured his place in the history of human accomplishment. Huygens was the discoverer of Titan, the largest moon of Saturn. The immense size and changing clouds of Jupiter entranced him. Astronomers, as well as navigators, need accurate clocks to time the movement of the heavens. Huygens was the inventor of many precision timepieces, including the pendulum clock. To illustrate the sun-centered universe of Copernicus, he built computers that reproduced the clockwork of the heavens from Mercury to Saturn. The machines he designed, he signed. Christian Huygens, inventor. He was delighted that the Copernican system was widely accepted in everyday life in Holland and acknowledged by all astronomers except those, he wrote, who were a bit slow-witted or under the superstitions imposed by merely human authority. Across the sea of space, the stars are other suns, a point which Huygens appreciated perfectly well. He reasoned that if our planetary system involved a sun and planets going around it, that those other suns should likewise have a retinue of planets going around them, and also that many of the other planets were inhabited. He set forth these conclusions in a remarkable book bearing the triumphant title, The Celestial Worlds Discovered. The subtitle is Conjectures Concerning the Inhabitants, Plants, and Productions of the Worlds in the Planets. He wrote this book sometime shortly before his death in the year 1690 in this study. By and large, Huygens imagined that the environments of the other planets, and also the inhabitants of the other planets, were pretty much like those of 17th century Europe. I wonder if he imagined traveling to those other worlds which he had been the first to examine close up through the telescope. Perhaps he dreamt that voyages of discovery to the planets would one day be rather like the voyages of geographical discovery in his time and place. He did imagine of extraterrestrial beings that their whole bodies and every part of them may be quite distinct and different from ours. 'Tis a very ridiculous opinion, he says, that it is impossible a rational soul should dwell in any other shape than ours. You could be smart, Huygens was saying, even if you looked funny. But he then went on to argue that they didn't look all that funny, that extraterrestrial beings must have hands and feet and stand upright and have writing and geometry, and even that the 4 big moons of Jupiter, the Galilean satellites, were there in order to provide a navigational aid, a convenience for the sailors in the Jovian oceans. Well, maybe. That bit of speculation is probably wrong, but think of a citizen of the 17th century with the courage and insight to imagine other landscapes and other intelligences. Might there really be mariners on a million other worlds? In his book, Huygens wrote, "What a wonderful and amazing scheme have we here of the magnificent vastness of the universe. So many suns, so many earths, and every one of them stocked with so many animals, adorned with so many seas. How must our wonder and admiration be increased when we consider the prodigious distance and multitude of the stars." The Dutch called their ships flying boats, and the Voyager spacecraft are their descendants, true flying boats, bound for the stars and on the way, exploring some of those worlds which Christian Huygens, a man from Earth, knew and loved so well. Travelers' tales, one of the main commodities returned by those sailing ship voyages of centuries ago, were stories. Stories of alien lands and exotic creatures. They evoked the sense of wonder and stimulated further exploration. Those tales of strange worlds enabled some Europeans to see themselves anew. There had been accounts of headless people, foot people, cyclops people. Now, the Dutch brought back fantastic stories of giant hunters, dodos, rhinos, leopards, and other creatures. Modern voyagers also return travelers' tales, tales of a world shattered like a crystal sphere. A place where the ground is covered with what looks like a network of giant cobwebs. A world with an underground ocean. Tiny moons shaped like potatoes. A yellow and red pockmarked land with lakes of molten sulfur and volcanic eruptions 300 kilometers high. And a place called Jupiter, so large that 1,000 Earths would fit inside. There are no mountains, valleys, volcanoes, or rivers there, just a vast ocean of gas and clouds. Everything we see on Jupiter is floating in the sky. But there's much that is fascinating about Jupiter. As the solar system condensed out of interstellar gas and dust, Jupiter acquired most of the matter that wasn't ejected into interstellar space and which didn't fall inwards to form the sun. Jupiter is made mostly of hydrogen and helium, just like the sun. And had Jupiter been a few dozen times more massive, the matter in it might have undergone thermonuclear reactions in the interior, and Jupiter would have begun to shine by its own light. Jupiter is a star that failed. Had it become a star, we would be living in a double star system with two suns in our sky, and the nights would come more rarely. Deep below the clouds of Jupiter, the weight of the overlying layers of atmosphere produce pressures which are much greater than any that are found anywhere on the Earth. The clouds are just this little layer here. The deep interior is this high-pressure place. The pressure is so large that electrons are squeezed off hydrogen atoms, producing liquid, metallic hydrogen. But at the very core of Jupiter, there may be a lump of rock and iron, a giant Earth-like world under astonishing pressures, hidden forever at the center of the largest planet. Just before Voyager encountered Jupiter, you could see that giant planet at night shining in the sky.
as our ancestors have for the last million years. And on my way to study the Voyager data arriving here at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, I thought that Jupiter would never be the same again. Never again just a point of light in the night sky, but forever after, a place to be explored and known.
To see the first close-up images of a world never before known, this moment is one of the greatest joys in the life of a planetary scientist.
We're moving this.
In the early morning hours of July 9th, 1979, on the real-time television monitors at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, we began to learn about a world called Europa. These are the modern explorers, men and women trained in astronomy, physics, geology, or engineering. Many of them have devoted 5 to 8 years to this single mission.
Cassin's model for Europa says that if you started off with it liquid, you could probably pump in enough energy to keep it liquid.
Let's see.
But the Cassin thing said that in order for there to be enough heating going on, you sort of had to start the heating before Europa basically cooled off, as I recall.
Yeah, but Gene, what about the relief from the cracks? Shouldn't the cracks anneal and flow also? They got to be being renewed.
The Io and Europa, there's a pair there, and then there's a pair out at Ganymede Callisto.
You can't look at the surface of a world so different from ours without wondering how both were made.
Just rotate it out a little bit.
Voyager presented us with 6 new worlds in the Jupiter system alone.
Maybe.
The more you learn about other worlds, the better you understand our own. We speculate, criticize, argue, calculate, reflect, and wonder. We return again and again to the astonishing data. And slowly, we begin to understand. The Dutch sailing ships brought back rare and valuable commodities from the new worlds they visited. Our Voyager spaceships return rare and valuable information to computerized wharves on this shore of the Sea of Space. Here the data are unloaded to be stored, enhanced, processed, and treasured. Maps of alien lands will be generated from this information. In this electronic warehouse are tens of thousands of images of previously unknown worlds. How does a picture from the outer solar system get to us? Sunlight shines on Europa and is reflected back to space, where some of it strikes the phosphors of the Voyager television cameras, generating an image. The image is radioed back across the immense intervening distance of 500 million kilometers to a radio telescope on Earth, one in Australia, say. The telescope then passes the information via communications satellite in Earth orbit to Southern California. There, it's transmitted by a set of microwave relay towers to a computer at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And there, it is processed. The picture is fundamentally like a newspaper wire photo, made of perhaps 1 million individual dots of differing shades of gray, so fine and close together that at a distance, the constituent dots are invisible. We see only their cumulative effect. The information from the spacecraft specifies how bright or dark each dot is to be. After processing, the dots are then stored on a magnetic disk, something like a phonograph record. By this day, there were already 11,000 pictures from Voyager 2 in our electronic library.
Finally, the end product of this remarkable set of links and relays is a hard copy which comes out of this machine showing, in this case, the wonders of Europa, which were recorded for the first time in human history today. It is absolutely astonishing. See, Voyager 1 got very good pictures of the other 3 big moons, Galilean satellites of Jupiter, but not of Europa. It was left to Voyager 2 today to get the first close-up pictures of Europa, where we see things that are only a few kilometers across. And at first glance, it looks like nothing so much as the canal network of Mars that Percival Lowell imagined to exist on that planet. We see an amazing, intricate network of crisscrossing straight and curved lines. Are these straight lines ridges? Are they troughs? Is it connected with plate tectonics on the Earth? How does it illuminate the other satellites of the Jovian system? At this moment, the vaunted technology has produced something astonishing, but it remains for the limitations and cleverness of another device, the human brain, to figure it out. Fortunately, we have plenty of pictures to help us.
What about Gene's idea of geysers down the troughs?
Geysers down the troughs? Well, you got to have a mechanism to drive it.
Larry Soderblom, Voyager
proposed,
imaging team.
Some wild idea a few months ago that we might have sort of champagne bottle models. And what that is you seal the crust and you have liquid underneath that solid crust.
The question is, do you have that kind of condition, which is an explosive?
Lonnie Lane, deputy project scientist.
Over a large area, and I thought you'd have enough resolution with some of these pictures that you don't see something that is spread laterally.
Do we have the high-resolution piece to blow up?
Yeah, it was here somewhere.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah. This is where we pick out the relief, and if we're going to see the things we can recognize, this is what I was
Weeks after the pictures from Europa were received, we were still debating what was in them.
It's as if we almost got to the, here's another thing, look at the little mesas here.
Yeah, very bright.
We almost got to the limit of resolution required to see the craters which would last indefinitely on a crust this thin.
Apart from the Rousseaus, there's a set of very fine, small dots, markings, which are mostly in the model terrain. Like those guys. Now, do you think those are sites of outgassing, calderas, fumaroles, solfataras?
I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing I just picked up. Let's look at this.
Yeah,
Look right here. It disappeared. Look right there. Look at
yeah, that's
you see the central peak?
Yep.
You see the
little hole.
Yep, it's a. I don't see a radiant crater. I think it's got to be an impact crater. Look at the central peak on it.
There's almost no impact craters on this planet.
Well, wait. We just found one.
Almost none. Therefore, finding one which is alleged to be the exception.
No,
maybe it's not the exception, but something else.
Perhaps, but on the other hand, you asked about all those little holes that we can't quite make out.
So you'd argue that the
resolution limited on these.
The big craters go away by some rheological deformation, and the little ones stay, but they're just at the edge of our resolution.
That's because they're 1/10 the depth of the solid, the rigid crust.
Well, maybe. Computer processing of the pictures has revealed at least a few features on Europa which seem to be impact craters, but something has wiped out the big craters. Computer processing also played a major role in one of the most amazing Voyager discoveries made on the moon next door to Europa, a world called Io. Even from Earth, we could tell that Io had a strange color. We knew that somehow sulfur had been removed from its surface and ejected into a great donut of gas orbiting Jupiter. Then, Voyager 1 sailed close to Io. There were a few places on Io which looked like the mouths of volcanoes, but it was hard to be sure. Then, Linda Morabito, a member of the Voyager navigation team, used a computer to enhance a picture of the edge of Io in order to bring out the stars behind.
4 days after the Voyager 1 encounter with Jupiter, I was looking at an optical navigation frame. Now, in enhancing this particular quadrant, became very evident to me was an anomalous crescent in the upper left-hand corner just off the limb of Io.
What was it? The plume turned out to be exactly in the position of one of the suspected volcanoes.
So basically, we realized at that point that what we were observing was a volcanic plume, and in fact, a volcanic eruption.
Voyager had discovered the first active volcano beyond the Earth. We then found that Io has many volcanoes. There are at least 9 intermittently active plumes and hundreds, maybe thousands of extinct ones. The plumes can eject sulfur and other atoms off Io altogether and account for the sulfur clouds surrounding Jupiter. Rivers of molten sulfur flow down the sides of the volcanic mountains and are the probable source of Io's distinctive colors. The volcanoes
may be tapping some vast underground ocean of liquid sulfur beneath a surface that is only a few thousand years old. So far, in our voyages to the outer solar system, we humans have stayed home and sent our robots and computers to explore in our stead. Someday, perhaps, we'll go ourselves. But suppose, like those Dutch sea captains of the 17th century, the computers aboard Voyager could keep a ship's log. That log, a combination of the events of Voyagers 1 and 2, might read something like this. Day 1. After much concern about provisions and instruments, we successfully lift off from Cape Canaveral on our long journey to the planets and the stars. Day 13. We have taken the first photograph of the Earth and Moon as worlds together in space. A pretty pair. Day 170. A problem in the deployment of the boom that supports the Science Scan platform. If the problem is not solved, we will be unable to take most of our pictures. Day 207. Boom problem solved, but failure of main radio transmitter. If the backup transmitter also fails, no one on Earth will ever hear from us again. Day 215. We cross the orbit of Mars and enter the main asteroid belt. Day 570. We can now make out finer detail on Jupiter than the largest telescopes on Earth have ever obtained. Day 640. The cloud patterns are distinctive and gorgeous. No painter trapped on Earth ever imagined a world so strange and lovely. The white clouds are ammonia crystals, high and cold. We do not know the nature of the red-brown clouds. Maybe phosphorus or sulfur is a stain, or perhaps complex organic molecules of the sort that led 4 billion years ago back on Earth to the origin of life. And what is the Great Red Spot? It is an immense swirling column of gas reaching high above the adjacent clouds, so large that it could hold half a dozen Earths. Its motion hypnotizes us. Some think that the red spot is a great spinning storm, 1 million years old. Day 650, Encounter, a day of wonders. The ship maneuvers so we can take pictures of the multi-ringed basin on Callisto. Images of the astonishing lined surface of Ganymede. A close passage by Europa. And a view of volcanic Io. We successfully negotiate the treacherous radiation belts and accomplish the ring plane crossing. Looking back, we marvel at the rings and see the sun emerge from behind the giant planet. We are outward bound on our mission to explore the outer solar system. 10,000 years from now, Voyager will plunge onward to the stars. We have made the ships that sail the sea of space. We travel past Jupiter 750 million kilometers from the Sun, Saturn 1.5 billion, Uranus 3 billion, and Neptune 4.5 billion kilometers away. In our ship of the mind, we retrace the itinerary of the 2 Voyager spacecraft on their journeys to Saturn and beyond. Saturn was first glimpsed through the telescope by Galileo its rings first understood by Huygens, but only now do we begin to penetrate its deeper mysteries. Saturn is the second largest planet in the solar system. Like Jupiter, it is cloud-covered and rotates once every 10 hours. It has a weaker magnetic field, a weaker radiation belt, and a grand, magnificent, exquisite system of rings. The rings are composed of billions of tiny moons, each circling Saturn in its own orbit. The biggest gap in the rings is called the Cassini division, after the colleague of Huygens who first discovered it. There are many other gaps, each produced by the periodic gravitational tugs of one of the larger outer moons. From just beneath the ring plane, we see a sky full of moons. Within the rings, the individual moons become visible. They are orbiting chunks of snow and ice, each perhaps a meter across. In young parts of the ring system, there has not been enough time for collisions to round the edges of these fragments, the snowballs of Saturn. Far from the rings, bathed in its red light, we encounter Saturn's immense cloud-covered moon, Titan. It has an atmosphere denser than that of Mars, and a thick layer of red clouds which are probably composed of complex organic molecules produced by solar ultraviolet light and other energy sources from the methane-rich air. No ship from Earth has ever penetrated those clouds and viewed close up the surface of this tantalizing world. It seems likely that the ground is covered, encrusted with organic molecules raining from the sky. There may be volcanoes and valleys of ice, and just perhaps, hiding in the warm places, some very different kind of life. Near an ice cliff of Titan, through a rare break in the clouds of organic molecules, we can see, looming and lovely, the ring planet Saturn. It is a view that will still be appreciated centuries from now by our descendants, who will know it well as we have come to know Hudson's Bay and the Barents Sea, Indonesia and Australia and New York. They will look back to the time when Titan was first glimpsed by the Voyager's spaceships on their epic journeys past the giant planets, out of the solar system, to the great dark between the stars. Since Cosmos was first shown, Voyager spacecraft have explored the systems of the planets Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, and have now passed the outermost planets on their way to the stars. We inserted a flavor of those encounters in our captain's log, but with image processing, we've been able to reconstruct astonishing movies of some of these worlds. Here, for example, is Jupiter with its great red spot, and volcanic Io spinning before us. Icy Enceladus, a tiny moon of Saturn on much of which, somehow, the craters have melted. And Miranda of Uranus. Austere blue Neptune. Or consider Titan, the giant moon of Saturn. We've taken the nitrogen and methane in its atmosphere, irradiated it in the lab with electrons of the sort that are beamed at Titan from Saturn's magnetic field, and we make this stuff, which matches almost perfectly the observed properties of the Titan haze. What is it? It's a mixture of complex organic molecules. You drop some of the stuff into water, and among other things, you make amino acids, the building blocks of proteins. So the starting materials of life are raining from the skies of Titan like manna from heaven. I can't wait until the Cassini mission sends an entry probe through the organic haze of Titan to its enigmatic surface. The Voyager spacecraft rush on past the planets and to the stars, still returning data. As it left the planetary part of the solar system, Voyager 1 turned back to take one last portrait of the planets of the solar system. And one of those pictures was of the Earth, a tiny blue dot set in a sunbeam. Here it is. That's where we live. That's home. We humans are one species, and this is our world. It is our responsibility to cherish it. Of all the worlds in our solar system, the only one, so far as we know, graced by life. The sky calls to us. If we do not destroy ourselves, we will one day venture to the stars. There was a time when the stars seemed an impenetrable mystery. Today, we have begun to understand them. In our personal lives also, we journey from ignorance to knowledge. Our individual growth reflects the advancement of the species. The exploration of the cosmos is a voyage of self-discovery. When I was a child, I lived here, in the Bensonhurst section of Brooklyn, in the city of New York. I knew my immediate neighborhood intimately. Every candy store, front stoop, backyard, empty lot, and wall for playing Chinese handball. It was my whole world. But more than a few blocks away, north of the raucous traffic and elevated railway on 86th Street, was an unknown territory, off limits to my wanderings. It could have been Mars for all I knew. Even with an early bedtime, in the winter, you could occasionally see the stars. I would look up at them and wonder what they were. I'd ask other kids and adults, and they would answer, "There are lights in the sky, kid." Well, I could tell there were lights in the sky, but what were they? There had to be some deeper answer. I remember I was issued my first library card. I think it was some library over there on 85th Street. Anyway, it was in alien territory. And I asked the librarian for a book on stars. She gave me a funny kind of picture book with portraits of men and women with names like Veronica Lake and Alan Ladd. I explained that wasn't what I wanted at all. And for some reason then obscure to me, she smiled and got me another book, the right kind of book. I was so excited to know the answer that I opened the book breathlessly right there in the library. And the book said something astonishing, a very big thought. Stars, it said, were suns, but very far away. The sun was a star, but close up. How, I wondered, could anybody know such things for sure? How did they figure it out? Where did they even begin? I was ignorant of the idea of angular size. I didn't know a thing about the inverse square law of the propagation of light. I didn't have the ghost of a chance of calculating the distance to the stars. But I could tell that if the stars were suns, they had to be awfully far away, further away than 86th Street, further away than Manhattan, further away probably than New Jersey. The universe had become much grander than I had ever guessed. And then I read another astonishing fact. The Earth, which includes Brooklyn, was a planet. It went around the sun. There were other planets. They also went around the sun, some closer to the sun, some further from the sun. But planets didn't shine by their own light the way the sun does. No, planets simply reflected the little bit of light that shines on them from the sun back to us. If you were a great distance away from the sun, you wouldn't be able to see the Earth or the other planets at all. Well then, it stood to reason, I thought, that those other stars ought to have their own planets. And some of those planets ought to have life. why not? And that life ought to be pretty different from life as we know it, life here in Brooklyn.
Ganymede. Look at this amazing Ganymede stuff. Wait. I want to give to people who
As a
haven't gotten
child,
second.
it was my immense good fortune to have parents and a few teachers who encouraged my curiosity. This was my 6th grade classroom. I came back here one afternoon to remember what it was like. I brought some of the breathtaking pictures of other worlds that had been radioed back by the Voyager spacecraft in their encounters with Jupiter and its moons.
Okay, this is Callisto, which is... What is a Callisto? I want a Callisto. Now you got it. What is it? It's the outermost big moon of Jupiter. Who is this guy? Europa! Another Europa. A black and white picture of a ring of Jupiter. There you go. That's a prize for honesty. You didn't get a second. You're right. Which one would you like? Okay. No. How do... You didn't get a second.
Every one of us begins life with an open mind, a driving curiosity, a sense of wonder.
I thought it might be fun if we now had some questions.
Why is the Earth round? Why isn't it square or any other shape?
That's a good question. I like that question. It's a question I've asked myself. And the answer has to do with gravity. The Earth has a strong gravity. If you were to make a mountain very high, higher than Everest, you know, it's the biggest mountain on the Earth, it would be crushed by its own weight. You see, gravity pulls everything towards the center. So any really big bump on the Earth is crushed. But if you had a small object, a tiny world, the gravity is very low, and then it can be very different from a sphere. I think I have here a world that isn't a sphere. Here. Look at this one. See? It's lumpy. It's a lumpy world. Looks like a potato, right? There's a large potato orbiting the planet Mars. This is one of the moons of Mars. And that's a perfect example of it. You can have big departures from a sphere if your gravity is low. Now, a question in the front. Okay.
Is the sun considered part of the Milky Way galaxy?
Sure. You're considered part of the Milky Way galaxy. Everything except other galaxies is part of the Milky Way galaxy. The sun is one star. There is a few 100 billion stars in the Milky Way. And around each star, maybe, it's a whole bunch of planets. And on one of those planets is life. And one of the life forms on that planet is you. So you're a part of the Milky Way galaxy, too.
Sometimes I think how lucky we are to live in this time, the first moment in human history when we are, in fact, visiting other worlds and engaging in a deep reconnaissance of the cosmos. But if we had been born in a much earlier age, no matter how great our dedication, we could not have understood what the stars and planets are. We would not have known that there were other suns and other worlds. This is one of the great secrets, wrested from nature through 1,000,000 years of patient observation and courageous thinking.
Human beings have always asked questions about the stars. It's as natural as breathing. But imagine a time before science had found out the answers. Imagine what it was like, say, hundreds of thousands of years ago, soon after the discovery of fire. We were just as smart, just as curious then as we are now. Sometimes it seems to me that there were people then who thought like this.
We are wandering hunter folk. Fire keeps us warm. Its light makes holes in the darkness. It keeps hungry animals away. In the darkness, we can see each other and talk. We take care of the flame. The flame takes care of us. The stars are not near to us. When we climb a hill or a tree, they are no closer. They flicker with a strange, cold, white, faraway light. Many of them, all over the sky, but only at night. I wonder what they are. One night I thought, the stars are flames. They give a little light at night, as fire does. Maybe the stars are campfires, which other wanderers light at night. The stars give a much smaller light than campfires, so they must be very far away. I wonder if our campfires look like stars to the people in the sky. But why don't those campfires and the wanderers who made them fall down at our feet? Why don't strange tribes drop from the sky? Those beings in the sky must have great powers.
I don't suppose that every hunter-gatherer had such thoughts about the stars, but we know from contemporary hunter-gatherer communities that very imaginative ideas arise. The Bushmen of the Kalahari Desert in the Republic of Botswana have an explanation of the Milky Way. At their latitude, it's often overhead. They call it the backbone of night. They believe it holds the sky up. They believe that if not for the Milky Way, pieces of sky would come crashing down at our feet. So the Milky Way, in their view, has some practical value, the backbone of night. Later on, metaphors about campfires or backbones or holes through which the flame could be seen were replaced in most human communities by another idea. The powerful beings in the sky were promoted to gods. They were given names and relatives and special responsibilities for the cosmic services they were expected to perform. There was a god for every human concern. Gods ran nature. Nothing happened without the direct intervention of some god. If the gods were happy, there was plenty of food, and humans were happy. But if something displeased the gods, and it didn't take much, the consequences were awesome. Droughts, floods, storms, wars, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, epidemics. The gods had to be propitiated, and a vast industry of priests arose to make the gods less angry. But because the gods were capricious, you couldn't be sure what they would do. Nature was a mystery. It was hard to understand the world. Our ancestors groped in darkness to make sense of their surroundings. Powerless before nature, they invented rituals and myths, some desperate and cruel, others imaginative and benign. The ancient Greeks explained that diffuse band of brightness in the night sky as the milk of the goddess Hera, squirted from her breast across the heavens. We still call it the Milky Way. In gratitude for the many gifts of the gods, our ancestors created works of surpassing beauty. This is all that remains of the ancient temple of Hera, Queen of Heaven, a single marble column standing in a vast field of ruins on the Greek island of Samos. It was one of the wonders of the world, built by people with an extraordinary eye for clarity and symmetry. Those who thronged that temple were also the architects of a bridge
from their world to ours. We were moving once again in our voyage of self-discovery on our journey to the stars.
Here, 25 centuries ago, on the island of Samos and in the other Greek colonies which had grown up in the busy Aegean Sea, there was a glorious awakening. Suddenly, there were people who believed that everything was made of atoms, that human beings and other animals had evolved from simpler forms, that diseases were not caused by demons or the gods, that the Earth was only a planet going around a sun which was very far away. This revolution made cosmos out of chaos. Here, in the 6th century BC, a new idea developed, one of the great ideas of the human species. It was argued that the universe was knowable. Why? Because it was ordered, because there are regularities in nature which permit its secrets to be uncovered. Nature was not entirely unpredictable. There were rules which even she had to obey. This ordered and admirable character of the universe was called cosmos. And it was set in stark contradiction to the idea of chaos. This was the first conflict of which we know between science and mysticism, between nature and the gods. But why here? Why in these remote islands and inlets of the Eastern Mediterranean? Why not in the great cities of India or Egypt, Babylon, China, Mesoamerica?
Because they were all at the center of old empires. They were set in their ways, hostile to new ideas. But here in Ionia were a multitude of newly colonized islands and city-states. Isolation, even if incomplete, promotes diversity. No single concentration of power could enforce conformity. Free inquiry became possible. They were beyond the frontiers of the empires. The merchants and tourists and sailors of Africa, Asia, and Europe met in the harbors of Ionia to exchange goods and stories and ideas. There was a vigorous and heady interaction of many traditions, prejudices, languages, and gods. These people were ready to experiment. Once you are open to questioning rituals and time-honored practices, you find that one question leads to another.
What do you do when you're faced with several different gods, each claiming the same territory? The Babylonian Marduk and the Greek Zeus were each considered king of the gods, master of the sky. You might decide, since they otherwise had rather different attributes, that one of them was merely invented by the priests. But if one, why not both? And so it was here that the great idea arose, the realization that there might be a way to know the world without the God hypothesis, that there might be principles, forces, laws of nature, through which the world might be understood without attributing the fall of every sparrow to the direct intervention of Zeus. This is the place where science was born. That's why we're here.
This great revolution happened between 600 and 400 BC. It was accomplished by the same practical and productive people who made the society function. Political power was in the hands of the merchants, who promoted the technology on which their prosperity depended. The earliest pioneers of science were merchants and artisans and their children.
The first Ionian scientist was named Thales. He was born over there in the city of Miletus across this narrow strait. He had traveled in Egypt and was conversant with the knowledge of Babylon. Like the Babylonians, he believed that the world had once all been water. To explain the dry land, the Babylonians added that their god Marduk had placed a mat on the face of the waters and piled dirt on top of it. Thales had a similar view, but he left Marduk out. Yes, the world had once been mostly water, but it was a natural process which explained the dry land. Thales thought it was similar to the silting up he had observed at the delta of the River Nile. Whether Thales' conclusions were right or wrong is not nearly as important as his approach. The world was not made by the gods, but instead was the result of material forces interacting in nature. Thales brought back from Babylon and Egypt the seeds of new sciences, astronomy and geometry, sciences which would sprout and grow in the fertile soil of Ionia. Anaximander of Miletus, over there, was a friend and colleague of Thales, one of the first people that we know of to have actually done an experiment. By examining the moving shadow cast by a vertical stick, he determined accurately the length of the year and the length of the seasons. For ages, men had used sticks to club and spear each other. Anaximander used a stick to measure time. In 540 BC, or thereabouts, on this island of Samos, there came to power a tyrant named Polycrates. He seems to have started as a caterer and then went on to international piracy. His loot was unloaded on this very breakwater. But he oppressed his own people. He made war on his neighbors. He quite rightly feared invasion. So Polycrates surrounded his capital city with an impressive wall whose remains stand till this day.
To carry water from a distant spring through the fortifications, he ordered this great tunnel built. 1 kilometer long, it pierces a mountain. 2 cuttings were dug from either side, which met almost perfectly in the middle. The project took some 15 years to complete. It is a token of the civil engineering of its day and an indication of the extraordinary practical capability of the Ionians. The enduring legacy of the Ionians is the tools and techniques they developed, which remain the basis of modern technology.
This was the time of Theodorus, the master engineer of the age, a man who is credited with the invention of the key, the ruler, the carpenter's square, the level, the lathe, bronze casting. Why are there no monuments to this man? Those who dreamt and speculated and deduced about the laws of nature talked to the engineers and the technologists. They were often the same people. The practical and the theoretical were one.
This new hybrid of abstract thought and everyday experience blossomed into science. When these practical men turned their attention to the natural world, they began to uncover hidden wonders and breathtaking possibilities. Anaximander studied the profusion of living things and saw their interrelationships. He concluded that life had originated in water and mud, and then colonized the dry land. Human beings, he said, must have evolved from simpler forms. This insight had to wait 24 centuries until its truth was demonstrated by Charles Darwin. Nothing was excluded from the investigations of these first scientists. Even the air became the subject of close examination by a Greek from Sicily named Empedocles.
He made an astonishing discovery with a household implement that people had used for centuries. This is the so-called water thief. It's a brazen sphere with a neck and a hole at the top and a set of little holes at the bottom. It was used as a kitchen ladle. You fill it by immersing it in water. If, after it's been in there a little bit, you pull it out with the neck uncovered, then the water trickles out the little holes, making a small shower. Instead, if you pull it out with the neck covered, the water is retained. Now, try to fill it with the neck covered with my thumb. Nothing happens. Why not? There's something in the way. Some material is blocking the access of the water into the sphere. I can't see any such material. What could it be? Empedocles identified it as air. What else could it be? A thing you can't see can exert pressure, can frustrate my wish to fill this vessel with water if I were dumb enough to leave my thumb on the neck. Empedocles had discovered the invisible. Air, he thought, must be matter in a form so finely divided that it couldn't be seen.
This hint, this whiff of the existence of atoms was carried much further by a contemporary named Democritus. Of all the ancient scientists, it is he who speaks most clearly to us across the centuries. The few surviving fragments of his scientific writings reveal a mind of the highest logical and intuitive powers. He believed that a large number of other worlds wander through space, that worlds are born and die, that some are rich in living creatures and others are dry and barren. He was the first to understand that the Milky Way is an aggregate of the light of innumerable faint stars. Beyond campfires in the sky, beyond the milk of Hera, beyond the backbone of night, the mind of Democritus soared. He saw deep connections between the heavens and the earth. Man, he said, is a microcosm, a little cosmos. Democritus came from the Ionian town of Abdera on the northern Aegean shore. In those days, Abdera was the butt of jokes. If around the year 400 BC, in the equivalent of a little outdoor restaurant like this, you told a story about someone from Abdera, you were guaranteed a laugh. It was, in a way, the Brooklyn of its time.
For Democritus, all of life was to be enjoyed and understood. In fact, for him, understanding and enjoyment were pretty much the same thing. He said, "A life without festivity is a long road without an inn." Democritus may have come from Abdera, but he was no dummy.
Democritus understood that the complex forms, changes, and motions of the material world all derive from the interaction of very simple moving parts. He called these parts atoms.
All material objects are collections of atoms intricately assembled, even we. When I cut this apple, the knife must be passing through empty spaces between the atoms, Democritus argued. If there were no such empty spaces, no void, then the knife would encounter some impenetrable atom, and the apple wouldn't be cut. Let's compare the cross-sections of the two pieces. Are the exposed areas exactly equal? No, said Democritus. The curvature of the apple forces this slice to be slightly shorter than the rest of the apple. If they were equally tall, then we'd have a cylinder and not an apple. No matter how sharp the knife, these two pieces have unequal cross-sections. But why? Because on the scale of the very small, matter exhibits some irreducible roughness. And this fine scale of roughness, Democritus of Abdera identified with the world of the atoms. His arguments are not those we use today, but they're elegant and subtle and derived from everyday experience. And his conclusions were fundamentally right.
Democritus believed that nothing happens at random, that everything has a material cause.
He said, "I would rather understand one cause than be king of Persia." He believed that poverty in a democracy was far better than wealth in a tyranny. He believed that the prevailing religions of his time were evil, and that neither souls nor immortal gods existed. There is no evidence that Democritus was persecuted for his beliefs. But then again, he came from Abdera.
However, in his time, the brief tradition of tolerance for unconventional views was beginning to erode.
For instance, the prevailing belief was that the moon and the sun were gods. Another contemporary of Democritus, named Anaxagoras, taught that the moon was a place made of ordinary matter and that the sun was a red-hot stone far away in the sky. For this, Anaxagoras was condemned, convicted, and imprisoned for impiety, a religious crime. People began to be persecuted for their ideas. A portrait of Democritus is now on the Greek 100 drachma note. But his ideas were suppressed and his influence on history made minor. The mystics were beginning to win.
You see, Ionia was also the home of another quite different intellectual tradition. Its founder was Pythagoras, who lived here on Samos in the 6th century BC.
According to local legend, this cave was once his abode. Maybe that was once his living room. Many centuries later, this small Greek Orthodox shrine was erected on his front porch. There's a continuity of tradition from Pythagoras to Christianity. Pythagoras seems to have been the first person in the history of the world to decide that the Earth was a sphere. Perhaps he argued by analogy with the moon or the sun. Maybe he noticed the curved shadow of the Earth on the moon during a lunar eclipse. Or maybe he recognized that when ships leave Samos, their masts disappear last.
Pythagoras believed that a mathematical harmony underlies all of nature. The modern tradition of mathematical argument, essential in all of science, owes much to him. And the notion that the heavenly bodies move to a kind of
music of the spheres, was also derived from Pythagoras. It was he who first used the word cosmos to mean a well-ordered and harmonious universe, a world amenable to human understanding. For this great idea, we are indebted to Pythagoras, but there were deep ironies and contradictions in his thoughts. Many of the Ionians believed that the underlying harmony and unity of the universe was accessible through observation and experiment, the method which dominates science today. However, Pythagoras had a very different method. He believed that the laws of nature could be deduced by pure thought. He and his followers were not basically experimentalists. They were mathematicians, and they were thoroughgoing mystics.
They were fascinated by these 5 regular solids, bodies whose faces are all polygons, triangles or squares or pentagons. There can be an infinite number of polygons, but only 5 regular solids. 4 of the solids were associated with earth, fire, air, and water. The cube, for example, represented earth. These 4 elements, they thought, make up terrestrial matter. So the 5th solid, they mystically associated with the cosmos. Perhaps it was the substance of the heavens. This 5th solid was called the dodecahedron. Its faces are pentagons, 12 of them. Knowledge of the dodecahedron was considered too dangerous for the public.
Ordinary people were to be kept ignorant of the dodecahedron. In love with whole numbers, the Pythagoreans believed that all things could be derived from them, certainly all other numbers. So a crisis in doctrine occurred when they discovered that the square root of 2 was irrational. That is, square root of 2 could not be represented as the ratio of 2 whole numbers, no matter how big they were. Irrational originally meant only that you can't express a number as a ratio. But for the Pythagoreans, it came to mean something else, something threatening, a hint that their worldview might not make sense, the other meaning of irrational. Instead of wanting everyone to share and know of their discoveries, the Pythagoreans suppressed the square root of 2 and the dodecahedron. The outside world was not to know.
The Pythagoreans had discovered, in the mathematical underpinnings of nature, one of the 2 most powerful scientific tools. The other, of course, is experiment. But instead of using their insight to advance the collective voyage of human discovery, they made of it little more than the hocus pocus of a mystery cult. Science and mathematics were to be removed from the hands of the merchants and the artisans. This tendency found its most effective advocate in a follower of Pythagoras named Plato. He preferred the perfection of these mathematical abstractions to the imperfections of everyday life. He believed that ideas were far more real than the natural world. He advised the astronomers not to waste their time observing the stars and planets. It was better, he believed, just to think about them. Plato expressed hostility to observation and experiment. He taught contempt for the real world and disdain for the practical application of scientific knowledge. Plato's followers succeeded in extinguishing the light of science and experiment that had been kindled by Democritus and the other Ionians. Plato's unease with the world as revealed by our senses was to dominate and stifle Western philosophy. Even as late as 1600, Johannes Kepler was still struggling to interpret the structure of the cosmos in terms of Pythagorean solids and Platonic perfection. Ironically, it was Kepler who helped reestablish the old Ionian method of testing ideas against observations. But why had science lost its way in the first place? What appeal could these teachings of Pythagoras and Plato have had for their contemporaries? They provided, I believe, an intellectually respectable justification for a corrupt social order.
The mercantile tradition, which had led to Ionian science, also led to a slave economy. You could get richer if you owned a lot of slaves. Athens, in the time of Plato and Aristotle, had a vast slave population. All of that brave Athenian talk about democracy applied only to a privileged few. Plato and Aristotle were comfortable in a slave society. They offered justifications for oppression. They served tyrants. They taught the alienation of the body from the mind, a natural enough idea, I suppose, in a slave society. They separated thought from matter. They divorced the earth from the heavens, divisions which were to dominate Western thinking for more than 20 centuries. The Pythagoreans had won. In the recognition by Pythagoras and Plato that the cosmos is knowable, that there is a mathematical underpinning to nature, they greatly advanced the cause of science. But in the suppression of disquieting facts, the sense that science should be kept for a small elite, the distaste for experiment, the embrace of mysticism, the easy acceptance of slave societies, their influence has significantly set back the human endeavor. The books of the Ionian scientists are entirely lost. Their views were suppressed, ridiculed, and forgotten by the Platonists and by the Christians who adopted much of the philosophy of Plato. Finally, after a long mystical sleep in which the tools of scientific inquiry lay moldering, the Ionian approach was rediscovered. The Western world reawakened. Experiment and open inquiry slowly became respectable once again. Forgotten books and fragments were read once more. Leonardo and Copernicus and Columbus were inspired by the Ionian tradition. The Pythagoreans and their successors held the peculiar notion that the earth was tainted, somehow nasty, while the heavens were pristine and divine. So the fundamental idea that the earth is a planet, that we're citizens of the universe, was rejected and forgotten.
This idea was first argued by Aristarchus, born here on Samos 3 centuries after Pythagoras. He held that the earth moves around the sun. He correctly located our place in the solar system. For his trouble, he was accused of heresy.
From the size of the Earth's shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse, he deduced that the sun had to be much, much larger than the Earth, and also very far away. From this, he may have argued that it was absurd for so large an object as the sun to be going around so small an object as the Earth. So he put the sun, rather than the Earth, at the center of the solar system. And he had the Earth and the other planets going around the sun. He also had the Earth rotating on its axis once a day. These are ideas that we ordinarily associate with the name Copernicus. But Copernicus seems to have gotten at least some hint of these ideas by reading about Aristarchus. In fact, in the manuscript of Copernicus's book, he referred to Aristarchus, but in the final version, he suppressed the citation. Resistance to Aristarchus, a kind of geocentrism in everyday life is with us still. We still talk about the sun rising and the sun setting. It's 2,200 years since Aristarchus, and the language still pretends that the earth does not turn.
That the sun is not at the center of the solar system. Aristarchus understood the basic scheme of the solar system, but not its scale. He knew that the planets move in concentric orbits about the sun, and he probably knew their order out to Saturn. But he was much too modest in his estimates of how far apart the planets are. In order to calculate the true scale of the solar system, you need a telescope. It wasn't until the 17th century that astronomers were able to get even a rough estimate of the distance to the sun. And once you knew the distance to the sun, what about the stars? How far away are they?
There is a way to measure the distance to the stars, and the Ionians were fully capable of discovering it. Aristarchus had toyed with the daring idea that the stars were distant suns. Now, if a star were as near as the sun, it should appear as big and as bright as the sun. Everyone knows that the farther away an object is, the smaller it seems. This inverse proportionality between apparent size and distance is the basis of perspective in art and photography. So the further away we are from the sun, the smaller and dimmer it appears. How far from the sun would we have to be for it to appear as small and dim as a star? Or equivalently, how small a piece of sun would be as bright as a star? An experiment to answer this question was first performed in 17th century Holland by Christianus Huygens and is very much in the Ionian tradition. Huygens drilled a number of holes in a brass plate and held the plate up to the sun. He asked himself which hole seemed as bright as he remembered the bright star Sirius to have been the previous evening. Well, the hole that matched was effectively 1/28,000th the apparent size of the sun. So Sirius, he reasoned, must be 28,000 times further away than the sun, or about half a light year away. It's hard to remember just how bright a star is hours after you've looked at it, but Huygens remembered very well. In fact, if he had known that Sirius was intrinsically brighter than the sun, he would have gotten the answer exactly right. Sirius is 8.8 light years away from us. Between Aristarchus and Huygens, people had answered that question which had so excited me as a young boy growing up in Brooklyn, the question, what are the stars? And the answer is that the stars are mighty suns light years away in the depths of interstellar space.
And around those suns, are there other planets? And on those other worlds, are there beings who wonder as we do?
Here is a light bulb, which is supposed to represent a nearby star. And next to it, and very hard to see because of the bright light, is a planet. Now we'll need a volunteer who would like to come up with these. Ordinarily, you would have a hard time seeing the planet because it's so close that the star washes out the planet. But if we were able to put something in front of the star to make an artificial eclipse, then we might be able to see the planet. So I'm going to stand over here. Imagine that I'm a telescope somewhere near the Earth. And Tab, if you'd slowly move the disk across. Good. A little faster would be nice. Good. Now you're just beginning to cover over the star. I really can't see the planet at all. Keep going. Good. Now right there, I can't see the star at all, and I see the planet lit by the light of the star. Now that is a method for looking for planets around nearby stars. And that method uses a spacecraft to hold the disk and scan the sky for another telescope
to see if there are any planets. So, Tab, you have successfully accomplished your mission to look for planets around other stars. Thank you for being our interplanetary spacecraft. So, this is one way, and there are spaceships that will be able to do this in the next 10 years or so. And there's another way. This has already been tried from the Earth. Imagine that there's a nearby star that you can see, it's bright, and it has a dark companion, a planet, shining only by reflected light near it, so dim you can't see it. But imagine that this planet and its star are going around each other, like that. You can see the star, you can't see the planet. So now I'm going to need 2 volunteers. One, you two. Because, just to save some time, now, I need one of you to turn the star and the planet, and another person to pull the star and planet along. And what you will see is that the star you can make out will be moving in a funny, wiggly pattern, which will be the clue, the evidence for the existence of the dark planet. Okay, let's have a spin. Good, and a pull. And you see this funny motion that the star makes because of the planet. Thank you very much. So that's another way of finding out the existence of a planet that you couldn't see directly. Well, both of these methods are being used. And by the time that you people are as old as I am, we should know for all the nearest stars whether they have planets going around them or not. We might know dozens or even hundreds of other planetary systems and see if they're like our own or very different or no other planets going around other stars at all. That will happen in your lifetime. And it'll be the first time in the history of the world that anybody found out really if there are planets around the other stars. Now, the nearby stars, the ones you can see with the naked eye, those are all in what's called the solar neighborhood. That's really what astronomers call it, the neighborhood. But it's a very tiny place in the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way is that band of light that you see across the sky on a clear night. I can't tell if there are any more clear nights in Brooklyn, but you must have seen the Milky Way, right? See, faint band of light at night. Well, that's just 100 billion stars, all seen together, edge on, as in this picture. If you could get out of the Milky Way galaxy and look down on it, it would look like that picture. And if we did look down on the Milky Way galaxy, where would the sun and nearby stars be? Would it be in the center where things look important or at least well lit? No. We would be way out here in the suburbs, in the countryside of the galaxy. We're not in any important place. All the stars you could see would be in a little place like that. And the Milky Way would be this band of light, 100 billion stars all together. The fact that we live in the outskirts of the galaxy was discovered long time ago, towards the end of the First World War, by a man named Harlow Shapley, who was mapping the position of these clusters of stars. See, every one of these is a bunch of maybe 10,000 stars all together. It's called a globular cluster. And you can see that they are centered around the middle, the center of the galaxy. People used to think that the sun was at the center of the galaxy, something important about our position. It turns out to be wrong. We live in the outskirts. The globular clusters are centered around the marvelous middle of the Milky Way galaxy. And then it turned out that this isn't the only galaxy. We live in this one, but there are many others. And as this picture reminds us, there are many different kinds of galaxies, of which ours might be just this one. There are, in fact, 100 billion other galaxies, each of which contains something like 100 billion stars. Think of how many stars and planets and kinds of life there may be in this vast and awesome universe. As long as there have been humans,
We have searched for our place in the cosmos. Where are we? Who are we? We find that we live on an insignificant planet of a humdrum star, lost in a galaxy tucked away in some forgotten corner of a universe in which there are far more galaxies than people. We make our world significant by the courage of our questions and by the depth of our answers. We embarked on our journey to the stars with a question first framed in the childhood of our species, and in each generation asked anew with undiminished wonder, what are the stars? Exploration is in our nature. We began as wanderers, and we are wanderers still. We have lingered long enough on the shores of the cosmic ocean. We are ready at last to set sail for the stars. We are drifting in a great ocean of space and time. In that ocean, the events that shape the future are working themselves out. Each creature and every world, to the remotest star, owe their existence to the great, coursing, implacable forces of nature, but also to minor happenstance. We are carried with our planet around the sun. The Earth has made more than 4 billion circuits of our star since its origin. The sun itself travels about the core of the Milky Way galaxy. Our galaxy is moving among the other galaxies. We have always been space travelers. These
fine sand grains are all more or less uniform in size. They've been produced from bigger rocks through ages of jostling and rubbing, abrasion and erosion, driven in part by the distant moon and sun. So the roots of the present lie buried in the past. We are also travelers in time. But trapped on Earth, we've had little to say about where we're going in time and space, or how fast. But now, we're thinking about true journeys in time and real voyages to the distant stars. A handful of sand contains about 10,000 grains, more than the total number of stars we can see with the naked eye on a clear night. But the number of stars we can see is only the tiniest fraction of the number of stars that are. What we see at night is the merest smattering of the nearest stars, with a few more distant bright stars thrown in for good measure. Meanwhile, the cosmos is rich beyond measure. The total number of stars in the universe is larger than all the grains of sand on all the beaches of the planet Earth. Long ago, before we had figured out that the stars are distant suns, they seemed to us to make pictures in the sky. Just follow the dots. The constellation called the Big Dipper today in North America has had many other incarnations. Every culture, ancient and modern, has placed its totems and concerns among the stars, from a Chinese bureaucrat to a German wagon. But very ancient cultures would have seen different constellations, because the stars move with respect to one another. We can give a computer the present three-dimensional positions and motions of the nearby stars, and then run the patterns back into time. Every constellation is a single frame in a cosmic movie, but because our lives are so short, because the star patterns change so slowly, we tend not to notice it's a movie. 1,000,000 years ago, there was no Big Dipper. Our ancestors, looking up and wondering about the stars, saw some other pattern in the northern skies. We can also run a constellation, Leo the Lion, say, forward in time and see what the patterns in the stars will be in the future. 1,000,000 years from now, Leo might be renamed the constellation of the radio telescope, although I suspect that radio telescopes then will be as obsolete as stone spears are now. Or here's the constellation of Cetus, the whale. A 1,000,000 years ago, it may have been called something else, perhaps the spear. Now let's run fast forward through 1,000,000,000 nights. Millions of years from now, some other, very different image will be featured in this cosmic movie. In Orion, the hunter, things are changing not only because the stars are moving, but also because the stars are evolving. Many of Orion's stars are hot, young, and short-lived. They're born, live, and die within a span of only a few million years. If we run Orion forward in time, we see the births and explosive deaths of dozens of stars flashing on and winking off like fireflies in the night. If we wait long enough, we see the constellations change. But if we go far enough, we also see the star patterns alter. The two-dimensional constellations are only the appearance of stars strewn through 3 dimensions. Some are dim and near, others are bright but farther away. Could a space traveler actually see the patterns of the constellations change? For that, you must travel roughly as far as the constellation is from us. Here, we're traveling hundreds of light years, circling all the way around the stars of the Big Dipper.
The inhabitants of planets around other stars will see very different constellations than we do, because their vantage points are different.
Here we are in the constellation Andromeda, or at least a model of it, next to the constellation Perseus. Andromeda, in the Greek myth, was the maiden who was saved by Perseus from a sea monster. This star just above me is Beta Andromedae, the second brightest star in the constellation, 75 light years from the Earth. The light by which we see this star has spent 75 years traversing interstellar space on its journey to the Earth. In the unlikely event that Beta Andromedae blew itself up a week ago Tuesday, we will not know of it for another 75 years, as this interesting information, traveling at the speed of light, crosses the enormous interstellar distances. When the light we see from this star set out on its long interstellar voyage, the young Albert Einstein, working as a Swiss patent clerk, had just published his epical special theory of relativity here on Earth. We see that space and time are intertwined. We cannot look out into space without looking back into time. The speed of light is very fast, but space is very empty, and the stars are very far apart. In fact, the distances that we've been talking about up to now are very small by the usual astronomical standards. In fact, the distance from the Earth to the center of the Milky Way galaxy is 30,000 light years. From our galaxy to the nearest spiral galaxy like our own, called M31, and which is also within, that means behind, the constellation Andromeda, is 2 million light years. When the light we see today from M31 left on its journey for Earth, there were no human beings on the Earth, although our ancestors were nicely evolving and very rapidly to our present form. There are much greater distances in astronomy. The distance from the Earth to the most distant quasars is 8 or 10 billion light years. We see them as they were before the Earth itself accumulated, before the Milky Way galaxy was formed. The fastest space vehicles ever launched by the human species are the Voyager spacecraft. They are traveling so fast that it's only 10,000 times slower than the speed of light. The Voyager spacecraft will take 40,000 years to go the distance to the nearest stars, and they're not even headed towards the nearest stars.
But is there a method by which we could travel in a conveniently short time to the stars? Can we travel close to the speed of light? And what's magic about the speed of light? Can't we travel faster than that? It turns out that there is something very strange about the speed of light, something that provides the key to our understanding of time and space. The story of its discovery takes us to Tuscany in northern Italy. There's something almost timeless about this place. A century ago, it probably looked very much the same. If you had traveled these roads in the summer of 1895, you might have come upon a 16-year-old German high school dropout. His teacher had told him that he would never amount to anything, that his attitude destroyed classroom discipline, that he'd be better off out of school. So he left and came here, where he enjoyed wandering these roads and giving his mind free rein to explore. One day, he began to think about light, about how fast it travels. In our everyday life, we always measure the speed of a moving object relative to something else. I'm moving at about 10 kilometers an hour relative to the ground. But the ground isn't at rest. The Earth is turning at more than 1,600 kilometers an hour. The Earth itself is in orbit around the Sun. The Sun is moving among the drifting stars, and so on. It was hard for the young man to imagine some absolute standard to measure all these relative motions against. He knew that sound waves are a vibration of the air, and their speed is measured relative to the air itself. But sunlight travels across the vacuum of empty space. Do light waves move relative to something else? And if so, he wondered, relative to what?
That teenage dropout's name was Albert Einstein, and his ruminations changed the world. He had been fascinated by Bernstein's 1869 People's Book of Natural Science. Here, on its very first page, it describes the astonishing speed of electricity through wires and light through space. Einstein wondered, perhaps for the first time here in northern Italy, what the world would look like if you could travel on a wave of light. To travel at the speed of light. What an engaging and magical thought for a teenage boy on the road where the countryside is dappled and rippling in sunlight. You couldn't tell you were on a light wave if you were traveling with it. If you started on a wave crest, you would stay on the crest and lose all notion of it being a wave. Something funny happens at the speed of light. The more Einstein thought about such questions, the more troubling they became. Paradoxes seemed to pop up all over if you could travel at the speed of light. Certain ideas had been accepted as true without sufficiently careful thought.
One of those ideas had to do with the light from a moving object. The images by which we see the world are made of light and are carried at the speed of light, 300,000 kilometers a second. You might think that the image of me should be moving out ahead of me at the speed of light plus the speed of the bicycle. If I'm moving towards you faster than a horse and cart, then my image should be approaching you exactly that much faster. My image ought to arrive earlier. But in reality, you don't see any time delay. In a near collision, for example, you always see everything happen at once. Horse, cart, swerve, bicycle, all simultaneous. But how would it look if it were proper to add the velocities? Since I'm heading towards you, you'd add my speed to the speed of light. So my image ought to arrive before the image of the horse and cart. I'd be cycling towards you quite normally. To me, a collision would suddenly seem imminent. But you'd see me swerve for no apparent reason and have a collision with nothing. Now, the horse and cart aren't headed towards you. Their image would arrive only at the speed of light. Could it seem to me that I just missed colliding while to you it wasn't even close? In precise laboratory experiments, scientists have never observed any such thing.
If the world is to be understood, if we are to avoid logical paradoxes when traveling at high speeds, then there are certain rules which must be obeyed. Einstein called these rules the special theory of relativity. Light from a moving object travels at the same speed no matter whether the object is at rest or in motion. Thou shalt not add my speed to
to the speed of light. Also, no material object can travel at or beyond the speed of light. There's nothing in physics that prevents you from traveling as close to the speed of light as you like. 99.9% the speed of light is just fine. But no matter how hard you try, you can never gain that last decimal point. For the world to be logically consistent, there must be a cosmic speed limit.
The crack of a whip is due to its tip moving faster than the speed of sound. It makes a shockwave, a small sonic boom in the Italian countryside. A thunderclap has a similar origin. So does the sound of a supersonic airplane. So why is the speed of light a barrier, any more than the speed of sound? The answer is not just that light travels about 1 million times faster than sound. It's not merely an engineering problem like the supersonic airplane. Instead, the light barrier is a fundamental law of nature, as basic as gravity. Einstein found his absolute framework for the world, this sturdy pillar among all the relative motions of the cosmos. Light travels just as fast no matter how its source is moving. The speed of light is constant, relative to everything else. Nothing can ever catch up with light.
Einstein's prohibition against traveling faster than light seems to clash with our common sense notions. But why should we expect our common sense notions to have any reliability in a matter of this sort? Why should our experience at 10 kilometers an hour constrain the laws of nature at 300,000 kilometers a second? Relativity sets limits on what humans ultimately can do. The universe is not required to be in perfect harmony with human ambition. Imagine a place where the speed of light isn't its true value of 300,000 kilometers a second, but something a lot less. Let's say 40 kilometers an hour, and strictly enforced.
Just as in the real world, we can never reach the speed of light. The commandment here is still, thou shalt not travel faster than light. But we can do thought experiments on what happens near the speed of light. Here, 40 kilometers an hour, the speed of a motor scooter. You can't break the laws of nature. There are no penalties for doing so. The real world, and this one, are merely so arranged that transgressions can't happen. The job of physics is to find out what those laws are. Before Einstein, physicists thought that there were privileged frames of reference, some special places and times against which everything else had to be measured. Einstein encountered a similar notion in human affairs, the idea that the customs of a particular nation, his native Germany or Italy or anywhere, are the standard against which all other societies must be measured. But Einstein rejected the strident nationalism of his time. He believed every culture had its own validity. And also in physics, he understood that there are no privileged frames of reference. Every observer, in any place, time, or motion, must deduce the same laws of nature.
Caldo.
A speed is simply how much space you cover in a given time. As any kid on a motor scooter knows, since near the velocity of light, we cannot simply add speeds. The familiar notions of absolute space and absolute time, independent of your relative motion, must give way. That's why, as Einstein showed, funny things have to happen close to the speed of light. There, our conventional perspectives of space and time strangely change.
Your nose is just a little closer to me than your ears. Light reflected off your nose reaches me just an instant in time before your ears. But suppose I had a magic camera so that I could see your nose and your ears at precisely the same instant.
With such a camera, you could take some pretty interesting pictures. Paolo says goodbye to his little brother Vincenzo
Ciao, Vincenzo. Ciao, Mom.
and rides off. He's now going more than half the speed of light. He's almost catching up with his own light waves. This compresses the light waves in front of him, and his image becomes blue. The shorter wavelength is what makes blue light waves blue. Also, Paolo becomes skinny in the direction of motion. This isn't just some optical illusion. It really happens when you travel near the speed of light. As he roars away, he leaves his own light waves stretched out behind him. Long light waves are red. We say that his receding image is red-shifted. Now, Paolo leaves for a short tour of the countryside. He experiences something even stranger. Everything he can see is squeezed into a moving window just ahead of him. Blue shifted at the center, red shifted at the edges. To a passerby, Paolo appears blue shifted when approaching, red shifted when receding. But to him, the entire world is both coming and going at nearly the speed of light. Roadside houses and trees that he's already gone past still appear to him at the edge of his forward field of view, but distorted and red shifted. When he slows down, everything again looks normal. Only very close to the speed of light does the visible world get squeezed into a kind of tunnel. You would really see these distortions if you could travel near the speed of light. Someday, perhaps, interstellar navigators will take their bearings on stars behind them, whose images have all crowded together on the forward view screen. The most bizarre aspect of traveling near the speed of light is that time slows down. All clocks, mechanical and biological, tick more slowly near the speed of light. But stationary clocks tick at their usual rate. If we travel close to light speed, we age more slowly than those we left behind. Paolo's watch and his internal sense of time show that he's been gone from his friends for only a few minutes. But from their point of view, he has been away for many decades. His friends have grown up, moved on, and died. And his younger brother has been patiently waiting for him all this time. The two brothers experience the paradox of time dilation. They've encountered Einstein's special relativity.
Vincenzo.
This was just a thought experiment, but atomic particles traveling near the speed of light do decay more slowly than stationary particles. As strange and counterintuitive as it seems, time dilation is a law of nature.
Traveling close to the speed of light is a kind of elixir of life. Because time slows down close to the speed of light, special relativity provides us with a means of going to the stars. This region of northern Italy is not only the cauldron of some of the thinking of the young Albert Einstein, it is also the home of another great genius who lived 400 years earlier, Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo delighted in climbing these hills and viewing the ground from a great height as if he were soaring like a bird. He drew the first aerial views of landscapes, villages, fortifications. I've been talking about Einstein in and around this town of Vinci, in which Leonardo grew up. Einstein greatly respected Leonardo, and their spirits, in some sense, inhabit this countryside still.
Among Leonardo's many accomplishments in painting, sculpture, architecture, natural history, anatomy, geology, civil and military engineering, he had a great passion. He wished to construct a machine which would fly. He made sketches of such machines, built miniature models, constructed great full-scale prototypes. And not a one of them ever worked. Mainly because there were no machines of adequate capacity available in his time. The technology was just not ready. The designs, however, were brilliant. For example, this bird-like machine here in the Leonardo Museum in the town of Vinci. Leonardo's great designs encouraged engineers in later epochs, although Leonardo himself was very depressed at these failures. But it's not his fault. He was trapped in the 15th century. A somewhat similar case occurred in 1939, when a group of engineers calling themselves the British Interplanetary Society decided to design a ship which would carry people to the moon. Now, it was by no means the same design as the Apollo ship, which actually took people to the moon some years later. But that design suggested that a mission to the moon might one day be a practical engineering possibility. Today, we have preliminary designs of ships which will take people to the stars. They are constructed in Earth orbit, and from there, they venture on their great interstellar journeys. One of them is called Project Orion. It utilizes nuclear weapons, hydrogen bombs, against an inertial plate, each explosion providing a kind of putt-putt, a vast nuclear motorboat in space. Orion seems entirely practical and was under serious development in the United States until the signing of the international treaty forbidding nuclear weapons explosions in space. Personally, the Orion starship is the best use of nuclear weapons I can think of, provided the ships don't depart from very near the Earth. Project Daedalus is a recent design of the British Interplanetary Society. It assumes the existence of a nuclear fusion reactor, something much safer as well as more efficient than the existing nuclear fission power plants. We do not yet have fusion reactors. One day, quite soon, we may. Orion and Daedalus might go 10% the speed of light. So a trip to Alpha Centauri, 4.5 light years away, would take 45 years, less than a human lifetime. Such ships could not travel close enough to the speed of light for the time-slowing effects of special relativity to become important. It does not seem likely that such ships would be built before the middle of the 21st century, although we could build an Orion starship now. For voyages beyond the nearest stars, something must be added. Perhaps they could be used as multi-generation ships, so those arriving would be the remote descendants of those who had originally set out centuries before. Or perhaps some safe means of human hibernation might be found, so that the space travelers might be frozen and then thawed out when they arrive at the destination centuries later. But fast interstellar spaceflight, approaching the speed of light, is much more difficult. That's an objective not for 100 years, but for 1,000 or for 10,000. But it also is possible. A kind of interstellar ramjet has been proposed, which scoops up the hydrogen atoms which float between the stars, accelerates them into an engine, and spits them out the back.
But in deep space, there is one atom for every 10 cubic centimeters of space. For the ramjet to work, it has to have a frontal scoop hundreds of kilometers across. When the ship reaches relativistic velocities, the hydrogen atoms will be moving, with respect to the interstellar spaceship, at close to the speed of light. If precautions aren't taken, the passengers will be fried by these induced cosmic rays. There's a proposed solution. A laser is used to strip electrons off the atoms and make them electrically charged while they're still some distance away. And an extremely strong magnetic field is used to deflect the charged atoms into the scoop and away from the rest of the spacecraft. This is engineering on a scale so far unprecedented on the Earth. We are talking of engines the size of small worlds. Suppose that the spacecraft is designed to accelerate at 1g, so we'd be comfortable aboard it. We'd be going closer and closer to the speed of light until the midpoint of the journey. Then the spacecraft is turned around and we decelerate at 1g to the destination. For most of the trip, the velocity would be very close to the speed of light and time would slow down enormously. By how much? Barnard's star could be reached by such a ship in 8 years ship time. The center of the Milky Way galaxy in 21 years. The Andromeda galaxy in 28 years. Of course, the people left behind on the Earth would see things somewhat differently. Instead of 21 years to the center of the galaxy, they would measure it as 30,000 years. When we got back, very few of our friends would be around to greet us. In principle, such a journey, mounting the decimal points closer and closer to the speed of light, would even permit us to circumnavigate the known universe in 56 years ship time. We would return tens of billions of years in the far future, with the Earth a charred cinder and the sun dead. Relativistic spaceflight makes the universe accessible to advanced civilizations, but only to those who go on the journey, not to those who stay home. These designs are probably further from the actual interstellar spacecraft of the future than Leonardo's models are from the supersonic transports of the present. But if we do not destroy ourselves, I believe that we will one day venture to the stars. When our solar system is all explored, the planets of other stars will beckon.
Space travel and time travel are connected. To travel fast into space is to travel fast into the future.
We travel into the future, although slowly, all the time. But what about the past? Could we journey into yesterday? Many physicists think that this is fundamentally impossible, that there is no way we could build a device which would carry us backwards into time. Some say that even if we were to build such a device, it wouldn't do us much good, that we couldn't significantly affect the past. For example, suppose you traveled into the past and somehow or other prevented your own parents from meeting. Why, then you would probably never have been born. Which is something of a contradiction, isn't it, since you're clearly there. Other people think that the two alternative histories have equal validity, that they're parallel threads, skeins of time, that they could exist side by side, the history in which you were never born and the history that you know all about. Perhaps time itself has many potential dimensions, despite the fact that we are condemned to experience only one of those dimensions. Now, suppose you could go back into the past and really change it by, let's say something like persuading Queen Isabella not to bankroll Christopher Columbus. Then you would have set into motion a different sequence of historical events, which those people you left behind you in our time would never get to know about. If that kind of time travel were possible, then every imaginable sequence of alternative history might in some sense really exist. Would it be possible for a time traveler to change the course of history in a major way? Well, let's think about that.
History consists, for the most part, of a complex multitude of deeply interwoven threads, biological, economic, and social forces that are not so easily unraveled. The ancient Greeks imagined the course of human events to be a kind of tapestry created by three goddesses, the Fates. Random minor events generally have no long-range consequences, but some, which occur at critical junctures, may alter the weave of history. There may be cases where profound changes can be made by relatively trivial adjustments. The further in the past such an event is, the more powerful its influence. What if our time traveler had persuaded Queen Isabella that Columbus's geography was wrong? Almost certainly some other European would have sailed west to the New World soon after. There were many inducements: the lure of the spice trade, improvements in navigation, competition among rival European powers. The discovery of America around 1500 was inevitable. Of course, then there wouldn't be any postage stamps showing Columbus, and the Republic of Colombia would have some other name. But the big picture would have turned out more or less the same.
In order to affect the future profoundly, a time traveler would have to pick and choose. He'd probably have to intervene in a number of events which are very carefully selected, so he could change the weave of history. It's a lovely fantasy to explore those other worlds that never were.
If you had H.G. Wells's Time Machine, maybe you could understand how history really works. If an apparently pivotal person had never lived, Paul the Apostle or Peter the Great or Pythagoras, how different would the world really be?
What if the scientific tradition of the ancient Ionian Greeks had prospered and flourished? It would have required many social factors of the time to have been different, including the common feeling that slavery was right and natural. But what if that light that had dawned on the Eastern Mediterranean some 2,500 years ago had not flickered out? What if the scientific method and experiment had been vigorously pursued 2,000 years before the Industrial Revolution, our Industrial Revolution? What if the power of this new mode of thought, the scientific method, had been generally appreciated? I think we might have saved 10 or 20 centuries. Perhaps the contributions that Leonardo made would have been made 1,000 years earlier, and the contributions of Einstein 500 years ago. Not that it would have been those people who would have made those contributions, because they live only in our timeline. If the Ionians had won, we might by now, I think, be going to the stars. We might at this moment have the first survey ships returning with astonishing results from Alpha Centauri and Barnard Star, Sirius and Tau Ceti. There would now be great fleets of interstellar transports being constructed in Earth orbit, small unmanned survey ships, liners for immigrants, perhaps, great trading ships to ply the spaces between the stars. On all these ships, there would be symbols and inscriptions on the sides. The inscriptions, if we look closely, would be written in Greek. The symbol, perhaps, would be the dodecahedron, and the inscription on the sides of the ships to the stars, something like Starship Theodorus of the planet Earth.
If you were a really ambitious time traveler, you might not dally with human history or even pause to examine the evolution of life on Earth. Instead, you would journey back to witness the origin of our solar system from the gas and dust between the stars. 5 billion years ago, an interstellar cloud was collapsing to form our solar system. Most clumps of matter gravitated towards the center and were destined to form the sun. Smaller peripheral clumps would become the planets. Long ago, there was a kind of natural selection among the worlds. Those on highly elliptical orbits tended to collide and be destroyed, but planets in circular orbits tended to survive. But if events had been only a little different, the Earth would never have formed, and some other planet at some other distance from the sun would be around. We owe the existence of our world to random collisions in a long-vanished cloud. Soon, the central mass became very hot. Thermonuclear reactions were initiated, and the sun turned on, flooding the solar system with light. But the growing smaller lumps would never achieve such high temperatures and would never generate thermonuclear reactions. They would become the Earth and the other planets, heated not from within, but mainly by the distant sun. The accretion continued until almost all the gas and dust and small worldlets were swept up by the surviving planets. Our time traveler would witness the collisions that made the worlds. Except for the comets and asteroids, the chaos of the early solar system was reduced to a remarkable simplicity. 9 or so principal planets in almost circular orbits and a few dozen moons. Now, let's take a different look. If we view the solar system edge on and move the sun off screen to the left, we see that the small terrestrial planets, the ones about as massive as the Earth, tend to be close to the sun. The big Jupiter-like planets tend to be much further from the sun. But is that the way it has to be? Computer studies suggest that there may be many similar systems about other stars, with the terrestrials in close and the Jovian planets further away. But some systems might have Jovians and terrestrials mixed together. There may be great worlds like Jupiter looming in other skies. Rarely, the Jovian planets may form close to the star, the terrestrials trailing away towards interstellar space. Our familiar arrangement of planets is only one, perhaps typical, case in the vast expanse of systems. Often, one fledgling planet accumulates so much gas and dust that thermonuclear reactions do occur. It becomes a second sun. A binary star system is formed. For most of these worlds, the vistas will be dazzling. Not a one of them will be identical to the Earth. A few will be hospitable. Many will appear hostile. Where there are 2 suns in the sky, every object will cast 2 shadows. What wonders are waiting for us on the planets of the nearby stars? Are there radically different kinds of worlds, unimaginably exotic forms of life? Perhaps in another century or two, when our solar system is all explored, we will also have put our own planet in order. Then we will set sail for the stars and the beckoning worlds around them. In that day, our machines and our descendants, approaching the speed of light, will skim the light years, leaping ahead through time, seeking new worlds. Einstein has shown us that it's possible. We will journey simultaneously to distant planets and to the far future. Some worlds, like this one, will look out onto a vast gaseous nebula, the remains of a star that once was and is no longer. In all those skies, rich and distant and exotic constellations, there may be a faint yellow star, perhaps barely visible to the naked eye, perhaps seen only through the telescope. The home star of a fleet of interstellar transports exploring this tiny region of the great Milky Way galaxy. The themes of space and time are intertwined. Worlds and stars, like people, are born, live, and die. The lifetime of a human being is measured in decades, but the lifetime of the sun is 100 million times longer. Matter is much older than life. Billions of years before the sun and earth even formed, atoms were being synthesized in the insides of hot stars and then returned to space when the stars blew themselves up. Newly formed planets were made of this stellar debris. The Earth and every living thing are made of star stuff. But how slowly, in our human perspective, life evolved, from the molecules of the early oceans to the first bacteria. The reason evolution is not immediately obvious to everybody is because it moves so slowly and takes so long. How can creatures who live for only 70 years detect events that take 70 million years to unfold, or 4 billion? By the time one-celled animals had evolved, the history of life on Earth was half over. Not very far along to us, you might think, but by now, almost all the basic chemistry of life had been established. Forget our human time perspective. From the point of view of a star, evolution was weaving intricate new patterns from the star stuff on the planet Earth, and very rapidly. Most evolutionary lines became extinct. Many lines became stagnant. If things had gone a little differently, a small change of climate, say, or a new mutation, or the accidental death of a different, humble organism, the entire future history of life might have been very different. Perhaps the line to an intelligent, technological species would have passed through worms. Perhaps the present masters of the planet would have had ancestors who were tunicates. We might not have evolved. Someone else, someone very different, would be here now in our stead, maybe pondering their origins. But that's not what happened. There was a particular sequence of environmental accidents and random mutations in the hereditary material. One particular timeline for life on Earth in this universe. As a result, the dominant organisms on the planet today come from fish. Along the way, many more species became extinct than now exist. If history had a slightly different weave, some of those extinct organisms might have survived and prospered. But occasionally, a creature thought to have become extinct hundreds of millions of years ago turns out to be alive and well. The coelacanth, for example. For 3.5 billion years, life had lived exclusively in the water. But now, in a great breathtaking adventure, it took to the land. But if things had gone a little differently, the dominant species might still be in the ocean, or they might have developed spaceships to carry them off the planet altogether. From our ancestors, the reptiles, there developed many successful lines, including the dinosaurs. Some were fast, dexterous, and intelligent. A visitor from another world or time might have thought them the wave of the future. But after nearly 200 million years, they were suddenly all wiped out. Perhaps it was a great meteorite colliding with the Earth, spewing debris into the air, blotting out the sun and killing the plants that the dinosaurs ate. I wonder when they first sensed that something was wrong. The successors of the dinosaurs came from the same reptilian stock, but they were able to survive the catastrophe that destroyed their cousins. Again, there were many branches which became extinct. And again, had events been only a little different, those branches might have led to the dominant form today. For 40 million years, a visitor would not have been much impressed by these timid little creatures, but they led to all the familiar mammals of today. And that includes the primates. About 20 million years ago, a space-time traveler might have recognized these guys as promising. Bright, quick, agile, sociable, curious. Their ancestors were once atoms made in stars. Then simple molecules, single cells, polyps stuck to the ocean floor, fish, amphibians, reptiles, shrews. But then, they came down from the trees and stood upright. They grew an enormous brain. They developed culture, invented tools, domesticated fire. They discovered language and writing. They developed agriculture. They built cities and forged metal. And ultimately, they set out for the stars, from which they had come 5 billion years earlier. We are star stuff, which has taken its destiny into its own hands. The loom of time and space works the most astonishing transformations of matter. Our own planet is only a tiny part of the vast cosmic tapestry, a starry fabric of worlds yet untold.
Those worlds in space are as countless as all the grains of sand on all the beaches of the Earth. Each of those worlds is as real as ours. In every one of them, there's a succession of incidents, events, occurrences, which influence its future. Countless worlds, numberless moments, an immensity of space and time. And our small planet, at this moment, here we face a critical branch point in history. What we do with our world right now will propagate down through the centuries and powerfully affect the destiny of our descendants. It is well within our power to destroy our civilization and perhaps our species as well. If we capitulate to superstition or greed or stupidity, we can plunge our world into a darkness deeper than the time between the collapse of classical civilization and the Italian Renaissance. But we are also capable of using our compassion and our intelligence, our technology and our wealth to make an abundant and meaningful life for every inhabitant of this planet, to enhance enormously our understanding of the universe and to carry us to the stars.
In our motorbike sequence, we showed how the landscape might look if we were barreling through it at close to the speed of light. Since then, inspired by this sequence, Ping Kang Seung at Carnegie Mellon University produced an exact computer animation. This is what you'd see if you were traveling at ordinary speeds through this red and white lattice. But this is how it would appear if you were traveling the same route at close to the speed of light. We're probably many centuries away from traveling close to the speed of light and experiencing time dilation. But even then, it might not be fast enough if we wanted to travel to some distant place in the galaxy, say, and then come back to Earth in our own epoch. Some years after completing Cosmos, I found myself taking time out from my scientific work to write a novel about travel to the center of the Milky Way galaxy. I was willing to imagine beings and civilizations far more advanced than we, but I wasn't willing to ignore the laws of physics. Was there, even in principle, a way to get very quickly to 30,000 light years from Earth? So I put this question to my friend Kip Thorne of the California Institute of Technology. He's a leading expert on the nature of space and time. Kip thought about it for a while and then answered with about 50 lines of equations, which showed that a really advanced civilization might establish and hold open wormholes, which we might think of as tubes through the fourth dimension, which connect the Earth with another place in the universe without having to traverse the intervening distance, something like crawling through a wormhole in an apple. I was very happy with this result, and I used it as a key plot device in Contact. But such wormholes through space would also be time machines, it seemed to me. And I used that notion in my novel Contact as well. Kip Thorne and his colleagues later proved, or so it seemed, that time travel of this sort was possible. Here, look at this. The key question being explored now is whether such time travel can be done consistently, with causes preceding effects, say, rather than following them. Does nature contrive it so that even with a time machine, you can intervene to prevent your own conception, for example? Even if time travel of this sort is really possible, it's far in our technological future. But maybe other beings, much more advanced than we, are voyaging to the far future and the remote past, not a measly 40 years ago on Earth, but to witness the death of the sun, say, or the origin of the cosmos.
If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe. Thank you very much. Suppose I cut a piece out of this apple pie. Crumbly, but good. And now suppose we cut this piece in half, or more or less. And then cut this piece in half. And keep going. How many cuts before we get down to an individual atom? The answer is about 90 successive cuts. Of course, this knife isn't sharp enough, the pie is too crumbly, and an atom is too small to see in any case. But there is a way to do it. It was here at Cambridge University in England that the nature of the atom was first understood, in part by shooting pieces of atoms at atoms and seeing how they bounce off. A typical atom is surrounded by a kind of cloud of electrons. The electrons are electrically charged, as the name suggests, and they determine the chemical properties of the atom. For example, the glitter of gold, or the transparency of the solid that's made from the atoms silicon and oxygen. But deep inside the atom, hidden far beneath the outer electron cloud, is the nucleus, composed chiefly of protons and neutrons. Atoms are very small. 100 million of them, end to end, would be about so big. And the nucleus is 100,000 times smaller still. Nevertheless, most of the mass in an atom is in the nucleus. The electrons are, by comparison, just bits of moving fluff. Atoms are mainly empty space. Matter is composed chiefly of nothing. When we consider cutting this apple pie, but down beyond a single atom, we confront an infinity of the very small. And when we look up at the night sky, we confront an infinity of the very large. These infinities are among the most awesome of human ideas. They represent an unending regress, which goes on not just very far, but forever. Have you ever stood between two parallel mirrors in a barbershop, say, and seen a very large number of you? Or you could use two flat mirrors and a candle flame. You would see a large number of images, each the reflection of another image. You can't really see an infinity of images because the mirrors are not perfectly flat and aligned, and there's a candle or candle flame at least in the way, and light doesn't travel infinitely fast. When we talk of real infinities, we're talking about a quantity larger than any number. No matter what number you have in mind, infinity is larger. There's a nice way to write large numbers. You can write the number 1,000 as 10 to the power 3, meaning a 1 followed by 3 zeros. Or 1,000,000 is written as 10 to the power 6, meaning a 1 followed by 6 zeros. There's no largest number. If anybody gives you a candidate largest number, you can always add the number 1 to it. But there certainly are very big numbers. The American mathematician Edward Kasner once asked his young nephew to invent a name for an extremely large number, 10 to the power 100, which I can't write out all the zeros in this page for because there isn't room on the page. The boy called it a googol. If you think a googol is large, consider a googolplex. It's 10 to the power of a googol. That is a 1 followed not by 100 zeros, but by a googol zeros. Now, by comparison with these enormous numbers, the total number of atoms in that apple pie is only about 10 to the 26th, tiny compared to a googol, and of course, much, much less than a googolplex. The total number of elementary particles, protons, neutrons, and electrons, in the accessible universe is of the order of 10 to the 80th, 1 followed by 80 zeros, still much, much less than a googol, and vastly less than a googolplex. And yet, these numbers, the googol and the googolplex, do not approach, they come nowhere near infinity. In fact, a googolplex is precisely as far from infinity as is the number 1. We started to write out a googolplex, but it wasn't easy.
It's a very big number. Writing out a googolplex is a spectacularly futile exercise. A piece of paper large enough to contain all the zeros in a googolplex couldn't be stuffed into the known universe.
Fortunately, there's a much simpler and more concise way to write a googolplex. Like this. And infinity can be represented like this. This is the Cavendish Laboratory at Cambridge University, where the constituents of the atom were first discovered, the realm of the very small.
From the time of Democritus in the 5th century BC, people have speculated about the existence of atoms. For the last few hundred years, there have been persuasive but indirect arguments that all matter is made of atoms. But only in our time have we actually been able to see them. Here, the red blobs are the random throbbing motions of uranium atoms, magnified 100 million times. How Democritus of Abdera would have enjoyed this movie.
We pretty much take atoms for granted. And yet, there are so many different kinds, lovely and useful at the same time. Look.
There are some 92 chemically distinct kinds of atoms naturally found on Earth. They're called the chemical elements. Virtually everything we see and know, all the beauty of the natural world, is made of these few kinds of atoms, arranged in harmonious chemical patterns.
Here we've represented all 92 of them. At room temperature, many of them are solids, a few are gases, and 2 of them, bromine and mercury, are liquids. They're arranged in order of complexity. Hydrogen, the simplest element, is element number 1, and uranium, the most complex, is element 92. Some elements are very familiar. For example, silicon, oxygen, magnesium, aluminum, iron, the elements that make up the Earth. Or hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, sulfur, the elements that are essential for life. Other elements are spectacularly unfamiliar. For example, hafnium, erbium, diprosium, praseodymium, elements we're not in the habit of bumping into in everyday life. By and large, the more familiar an element is, the more abundant it is. There's a great deal of iron on the Earth, not all that much yttrium. The fact that atoms are composed of only 3 kinds of elementary particles, protons, neutrons, and electrons, is a comparatively recent finding. The neutron was not discovered until 1932, and it, like the electron and the proton, were discovered here at Cambridge University. Modern physics and chemistry have reduced the complexity of the sensible world to an astonishing simplicity. 3 units put together in different patterns make essentially everything. A neutron is electrically neutral, as its name suggests. A proton has a positive electrical charge, and an electron an equal negative electrical charge. Since every atom is electrically neutral, the number of protons in the nucleus must equal the number of electrons far away in the electron cloud. The protons and neutrons together make up the nucleus of the atom. Now, the chemistry of an atom, the nature of a chemical element, depends only on the number of electrons, which equals the number of protons, which is called the atomic number. Chemistry is just numbers, an idea which would have appealed to Pythagoras. If you're an atom and you have just 1 proton, you're hydrogen. 2 protons, helium, 3 lithium, 4 beryllium, 5 protons, boron, 6 carbon, 7 nitrogen, 8 oxygen, and so on, all the way to 92 protons, in which case your name is uranium. Protons have positive electrical charges, but like charges repel each other. So why does the nucleus hold together? Why don't the electrical repulsion of the protons make the nucleus fly to pieces? Because there's another force in nature, not electricity, not gravity, the nuclear force. We can think of it as short-range hooks which start working when protons or neutrons are brought very close together. The nuclear force can overcome the electrical repulsion of the protons. Since the neutrons exert nuclear forces, but not electrical forces, they are a kind of glue which holds the atomic nucleus together. A lump of 2 protons and 2 neutrons is the nucleus of a helium atom, and it's very stable. 3 helium nuclei stuck together by nuclear forces makes carbon. 4 helium nuclei makes oxygen. There's no difference between 4 helium nuclei stuck together by nuclear forces and the oxygen nucleus. They're the same thing. 5 helium nuclei makes neon, 6 makes magnesium, 7 makes silicon, 8 makes sulfur, and so on, increasing the atomic numbers by 2 and always making some familiar element. Every time we add or subtract 1 proton and enough neutrons to
keep the nucleus together, we make a new chemical element. Consider mercury. If we subtract 1 proton from mercury and 3 neutrons, we convert it into gold, the dream of the ancient alchemists. Beyond element 92, beyond uranium, there are other elements. They don't occur naturally on the Earth. They're synthesized by human beings and fall to pieces pretty rapidly. One of them, element 94, is called plutonium and is one of the most toxic substances known. Where do the naturally occurring chemical elements come from? Perhaps a separate creation for each element? But all the elements are made of the same elementary particles. The universe, all of it, everywhere, is 99.9% hydrogen and helium, the 2 simplest elements. In fact, helium was detected on the sun before it was ever found on the Earth. Might the other chemical elements have somehow evolved from hydrogen and helium? To avoid the electrical repulsion, protons and neutrons must be brought very close together so the hooks, which represent nuclear forces, are engaged. This can happen only at very high temperatures, where particles are moving so fast that there isn't time for electrical repulsion to act. Temperatures of tens of millions of degrees. Such high temperatures are common in nature. Where? In the insides of the stars.
Atoms are made in the insides of stars. In most of the stars we see, hydrogen nuclei are being jammed together to form helium nuclei. Every time a nucleus of helium is made, a photon of light is generated. This is why the stars shine. Stars are born in great clouds of gas and dust, like the Orion Nebula, 1,500 light years away, parts of which are collapsing under gravity. Collisions among the atoms heat the cloud until, in its interior, hydrogen begins to fuse into helium, and the stars turn on. Stars are born in batches. Later, they wander out of their nursery to pursue their destiny in the Milky Way. Adolescent stars, like the Pleiades, are still surrounded by gas and dust. Eventually, they journey far from home. Somewhere, there are stars formed from the same cloud complex as the Sun, 5 billion years ago. But we do not know which stars they are. The siblings of the Sun may, for all we know, be on the other side of the galaxy. Perhaps they also warm nearby planets, as the Sun does. Perhaps they too have presided over the evolution of life and intelligence. The Sun is the nearest star, a glowing sphere of gas, shining because of its heat, like a red-hot poker. The surface we see in ordinary visible light is at 6,000 degrees centigrade. But in its hidden interior, in the nuclear furnace where sunlight is ultimately generated, its temperature is 20 million degrees. In X-rays, we see a part of the sun that is ordinarily invisible, its million-degree halo of gas, the solar corona. In ordinary visible light, these cooler, darker regions are the sunspots. They are associated with great surges of flaming gas, tongues of fire, which would engulf the Earth if it were this close. These prominences are guided into paths determined by the sun's magnetic field. The dark regions of the X-ray sun are holes in the solar corona, through which stream the protons and electrons of the solar wind on their way past the planets to interstellar space. All this churning power is driven by the sun's interior, which is converting 400 million tons of hydrogen into helium every second. The sun is a great fusion reactor into which 1 million Earths would fit. Luckily for us, it's safely placed 150 million kilometers away.
It is the destiny of stars to collapse. Of the thousands of stars you see when you look up at the night sky, every one of them is living in an interval between two collapses. An initial collapse of a dark interstellar gas cloud to form the star, and a final collapse of the luminous star on the way to its ultimate fate. Gravity makes stars contract unless some other force intervenes. The sun is an immense ball of radiating hydrogen. The hot gas in its interior tries to make the sun expand. The gravity tries to make the sun contract. And the present state of the sun is the balance of these two forces, an equilibrium between gravity and nuclear fire. In this long middle age between collapses, the stars steadily shine. But when the nuclear fuel is exhausted, the interior cools, the pressure is no longer enough to support its outer layers, and the initial collapse resumes. There are three ways that stars die. Their fates are predestined. Everything depends on their initial mass. A typical star with a mass like the sun will one day continue its collapse until its density becomes very high, and then the contraction is stopped by the mutual repulsion of the overcrowded electrons in its interior. A collapsing star twice as massive as the sun isn't stopped by the electron pressure, and it goes on falling in on itself until nuclear forces come into play, and they hold up the weight of the star. But a collapsing star 3 times as massive as the sun isn't stopped even by nuclear forces. There's no force known that can withstand this enormous compression. And such a star has an astonishing destiny. It continues to collapse until it vanishes utterly. So every star is characterized by the force that holds it up against gravity. A star that's supported by the gas pressure is a normal run-of-the-mill star like the sun. A collapsed star that's held up by electron forces is called a white dwarf. It's a sun shrunk to the size of the Earth. A collapsed star supported by nuclear forces is called a neutron star. It's a sun shrunk to the size of a city. And a star so massive that in its final collapse it disappears altogether is called a black hole. It's a sun with no size at all. But on their ways to their separate fates, all stars experience a premonition of death. Before the final gravitational collapse, the star shudders and briefly swells into some grotesque parody of itself. With its last gasp, it becomes a red giant.
Some 5 billion years from now, there will be a last perfect day on Earth. Then the sun will slowly change and the Earth will die. There is only so much hydrogen fuel in the sun. When it's almost all converted to helium, the solar interior will continue its original collapse. The higher temperatures in its core will make the outside of the sun expand, and the Earth will become slowly warmer. Eventually, life will be extinguished, the oceans will evaporate and boil, and our atmosphere will gush away to space. The sun will become a bloated red giant star, filling the sky, enveloping and devouring the planets Mercury and Venus, and probably the Earth as well. The inner solar system will reside inside the sun. But perhaps by then, our descendants will have ventured somewhere else. In its final agonies, the sun will slowly pulsate. By then, its core will have become so hot that it temporarily converts helium into carbon. The ash from today's nuclear fusion will become the fuel to power the sun near the end of its life in its red giant stage. Then the sun will lose great shells of its outer atmosphere to space, filling the solar system with eerily glowing gas, the ghost of a star, outward bound. Perhaps half the mass of the sun will be lost in this way. Viewed from elsewhere, our system will then resemble the Ring Nebula in Lyra, the atmosphere of the sun expanding outward like a soap bubble. And at the very center will be a white dwarf, the hot, exposed core of the sun, its nuclear fuel now exhausted, slowly cooling to become a cold, dead star. Such is the life of an ordinary star, born in a gas cloud, maturing as a yellow sun, decaying as a red giant, and dying as a white dwarf enveloped in its shroud of gas. Suppose, as we traveled through interstellar space in our ship of the imagination, we could sample the cold, thin gas between the stars. We would find a great preponderance of hydrogen, an element as old as the universe. We would find carbon, oxygen, silicon. The most abundant atoms in the cosmos, apart from hydrogen, are those most easily made in the stars. But we would also find a small proportion of rare elements, praseodymium, say, or gold. They're not made in red giants. Such elements are manufactured in one of the most dramatic gestures of which a star is capable. A star more than about 1.5 times the mass of the sun cannot be a white dwarf. It may end its life by blowing itself up in a titanic stellar explosion called a supernova. There has been no supernova explosion in our province of the galaxy since the invention of the telescope, and our sun will not become a supernova. But in our imagination, we can fulfill the dream of many earthbound astronomers and safely witness, close up, a supernova explosion. Most of stellar evolution takes millions or billions of years, but the interior collapse that triggers a supernova explosion takes only seconds. Suddenly, the star becomes brighter than all the other stars in the galaxy put together. If a nearby star became a supernova, it would be calamity enough for the inhabitants of this alien system. But if their own sun went supernova, it would be an unprecedented catastrophe. Worlds would be charred and vaporized. Life, even on the outer planets, would be extinguished. In our ship of the imagination, we are now backing away from the star. But the explosion fragments, traveling almost at the speed of light, are overtaking us. Individual atomic nuclei, accelerated to high speeds in the explosion, become cosmic rays. This is another way that stars return the atoms they've synthesized back into space. The shockwave of expanding gases heats and compresses the interstellar gas, triggering a later generation of stars to form. In this sense also, stars are phoenixes, rising from their own ashes. The cosmos was originally all hydrogen and helium. Heavier elements were made in red giants and in supernovas, and then blown off to space, where they were available for subsequent generations of stars and planets. Our sun is probably a third-generation star. Except for hydrogen and helium, every atom in the sun and the Earth was synthesized in other stars. The silicon in the rocks, the oxygen in the air, the carbon in our DNA, the gold in our banks, the uranium in our arsenals were all made thousands of light years away and billions of years ago. Our planet, our society, and we ourselves are built of star stuff.
We're in a lava tube, a cave carved through the earth by a river of molten rock. To do a little experiment, we've brought a Geiger counter and a piece of uranium ore. Now, the Geiger counter is sensitive to high-energy charged particles, protons, helium nuclei, gamma rays. If we bring it close to the uranium ore, the count rate, the number of clicks, increases dramatically. We also have a lead canister here, and if I drop the uranium ore into the canister, which absorbs the radiation, and cover it up, I then find the count rate goes down substantially, but it doesn't go down to zero. What's the source of the remaining counts? Well, some of them come from radioactivity in the walls of the cave. But there's more to it than that. Some of the counts we're hearing right now are due to high-energy charged particles which are penetrating the roof of the cave. We are listening to cosmic rays. Every second they are penetrating my body and yours. They don't do much damage. Cosmic rays have bombarded the Earth for the entire history of life on our planet, but they do cause some mutations, and they do affect life on the Earth. The cosmic rays, mainly protons, are penetrating through the meters of rock in the cave above me. To do this, they have to be very energetic, and in fact, they are traveling almost at the speed of light. Think of it. A star blows up thousands of light years away in space and produces cosmic rays, which spiral through the Milky Way galaxy for millions of years until, quite by accident, some of them strike the Earth, penetrate this cave, reach this Geiger counter, and us. The evolution of life on Earth is driven in part through mutations by the deaths of distant stars. We are, in a very deep sense, tied to the cosmos.
Our ancestors knew this well. The movements of the sun, the moon, and the stars could be used by those skilled in such arts to foretell the seasons. So the ancient astronomers all over the world studied the night sky with care memorizing and recording the position of every visible star. To them, the appearance of any new star would have been significant. What would they have made of the apparition of a supernova, brighter than every other star in the sky?
On July 4th, in the year 1054, Chinese astronomers recorded what they called a guest star in the constellation of Taurus, the bull. A star never before seen burst into radiance, became almost as bright as the full moon. Halfway around the world, here in the American Southwest, there was then a high culture, rich in astronomical tradition. They too must have seen this brilliant new star. From carbon-14 dating of the remains of a charcoal fire, we know that in this very spot, there were people living in the 11th century. The people were the Anasazi, the antecedents of the Hopi of today. And one of them seems to have drawn on this overhang protected from the weather a picture of the new star. Its position near the crescent moon would have been just what we see here. And the handprint is perhaps the artist's signature. This remarkable star is now called the Crab supernova. Nova from the Latin word for new, and crab because that's what an astronomer centuries later was reminded of when looking at this explosion or remnant through the telescope. The crab is a star that blew itself up. The explosion was seen for 3 months. It was easily visible in broad daylight, and you could read by it at night. Imagine the night when that colossal stellar explosion first burst forth.
A 1,000 years ago, people gazed up in amazement at the brilliant new star and wondered what it was. We are the first generation privileged to know the answer. Through the telescope, we have seen what lies today at the spot in the sky noted by the ancient astronomers, a great luminous cloud, the remains of a star violently unraveling itself back into interstellar space. Only the massive red giants become supernovas, but every supernova was once a red giant. In the history of the galaxy, hundreds of millions of red giants have become supernovas. The bit of the star that isn't blown away collapses under gravity, spinning ever faster like a pirouetting ice skater, bringing in her arms. The star becomes a single massive atomic nucleus, a neutron star. The one in the Crab Nebula is spinning 30 times a second. It emits a beamed pattern of light and seems to us to be blinking on and off with astonishing regularity. Such neutron stars are called pulsars.
Neutron star matter weighs about a mountain per teaspoonful. So much that if I had a piece of it here and let it go, and I could hardly prevent it from falling, it would effortlessly pass through the Earth like a knife through warm butter. It would carve a hole for itself completely through the Earth, emerging out the other side, perhaps in China. The people there might be walking along, minding their own business, when a tiny lump of neutron star matter comes booming out of the ground and then falls back again. The incident might make an agreeable break in the routine of the day. The neutron star matter, pulled back by the Earth's gravity, would plunge again through the rotating Earth, eventually punching hundreds of thousands of holes before friction with the interior of our planet stopped the motion. By the time it's at rest at the center of the Earth, the inside of our world would look a little bit like a Swiss cheese.
There are places in the galaxy where a neutron star and a red giant are locked in a mutual gravitational embrace. Tendrils of red giant star stuff spiral into a disk of accreting matter centered on the hot neutron star. Every star exists in a state of tension between the force that holds it up and gravity, the force that would pull it down. If gravity were to prevail, a stellar madness would ensue, more bizarre than anything in Wonderland. Alice and her colleagues feel, more or less, at home in the gravitational pull of the Earth, called 1G, G for Earth gravity. What would happen if we made the gravity less or more? At lower gravity, things get lighter. Near 0G, the slightest motion sends our friends floating and tumbling in the air. Little blobs of liquid tea are everywhere. Curious. If we now return the gravity to 1G, it's raining tea, and our friends fall back to Earth. I've been to a couple of parties like that myself. At higher gravities, 2 or 3Gs, say, things get really laid back. Everyone feels heavy and leaden. Except by special dispensation, the Cheshire Cat. As a kindness, we remove them. At thousands of Gs, trees become squashed. At 100,000 Gs, rocks become crushed by their own weight. At all these gravities, a beam of light remains unaffected, continuing up in a straight line. But at billions of Gs, even a beam of light feels the gravity and begins to bend back on itself. Curiouser and curiouser. Such a place, where the gravity is so large that even light can't get out, is called a black hole. It's a star in which light itself is imprisoned. Black holes were theoretical constructs speculated about since 1783. But in our time, we've verified the invisible. This bright star has a massive unseen companion. Satellite observatories find the companion to be an intense X-ray source called Cygnus X1. These X-rays are like the footprints of an invisible man walking in the snow. The X-rays are thought to be generated by friction in the accretion disk surrounding the black hole. The matter in the disk slowly disappears down the black hole. Massive black holes produced by the collapse of 1 billion suns may be sitting at the centers of other galaxies, curiously producing great jets of radiation pouring out into space. At high enough density, the star winks out and vanishes from our universe, leaving only its gravity behind. It slips through a self-generated crack in the space-time continuum. A black hole is a place where a star once was.
Here we have a flat two-dimensional surface with grid lines on it, something like a piece of graph paper. Suppose we take a small mass, drop it on this surface, and watch how the surface distorts or puckers into the third physical dimension.
Gravity can be understood as a curvature of space. If our moving ball approaches a stationary distortion, it rolls around it like a planet orbiting the sun. In this interpretation, due to Einstein, gravity is only a pucker in the fabric of space, which moving objects encounter. Space is warped by mass into an additional physical dimension.
The larger the local mass, the greater is the local gravity, and the more intense is the distortion or pucker or warp of space. So, by this analogy, a black hole is a kind of bottomless pit. What would happen if you fell in? Well, assuming you could survive the gravitational tides and the intense radiation flux, it is just barely possible that by plunging into a black hole, you might emerge in another part of space-time, somewhere else in space, somewhen else in time. In this view, space is filled with a network of wormholes, something like the wormholes in an apple, although by no means is this point demonstrated. It is merely an exciting suggestion. If it is true, then perhaps there exist gravity tunnels, a kind of interstellar or intergalactic subway, which would permit you to get from here to there in much less than the usual time, a kind of cosmic rapid transit system.
We cannot generate black holes. Our technology is far too feeble to move such massive amounts of matter around. But perhaps someday it will be possible to voyage hundreds or thousands of light years to a black hole like Cygnus X1. We would plunge down to emerge in some unimaginably exotic time and place, our common sense notions of reality severely challenged. Perhaps the cosmos is infested with wormholes, every one of them a tunnel to somewhere. Perhaps other civilizations with vastly more advanced technologies are today riding the Gravity Express. It's even possible that a black hole is a gate to another and quite different universe.
The lives and deaths of the stars seem impossibly remote from human experience, and yet we're related in the most intimate way to their life cycles. The very matter that makes us up was generated long ago and far away in red giant stars. A blade of grass, as Walt Whitman said, is the journey work of the stars. The formation of the solar system may have been triggered by a nearby supernova explosion. After the sun turned on, its ultraviolet light poured into our atmosphere, its warmth generated lightning, and these energy sources sparked the origin of life. Plants harvest sunlight, converting solar into chemical energy. We and the other animals are parasites on the plants, so we are, all of us, solar powered. The evolution of life is driven by mutations. They're caused partly by natural radioactivity and cosmic rays, but they are both generated in the spectacular deaths of massive stars thousands of light years distant. Think of the sun's heat on your upturned face on a cloudless summer's day. From 150 million kilometers away, we recognize its power. What would we feel on its seething, self-luminous surface, or immersed in its heart of nuclear fire? And yet, the sun is an ordinary, even a mediocre star. Our ancestors worshipped the sun, and they were far from foolish. It makes good sense to revere the sun and the stars,
because we are their children. We have witnessed the life cycles of the stars. They are born, they mature, and then they die. As time goes on, there are more white dwarfs, more neutron stars, more black holes. The remains of the stars accumulate as the eons pass. But interstellar space also becomes progressively enriched in heavy elements, out of which form new generations of stars and planets, life and intelligence. The events in one star can influence a world halfway across the galaxy and 1 billion years in the future. The vast interstellar clouds of gas and dust are stellar nurseries. Here first begins the inexorable gravitational collapse, which dominates the lives of the stars. Massive suns may evolve through the red giant stage in only millions of years, dying young, never leaving the cloud in which they were born. Other suns, longer-lived, wander out of the nursery. Our sun is such a star, as are most of the stars in the sky. Most stars are members of double or multiple star systems and live to process their nuclear fuel over billions of years. The galaxy is 10 billion years old enough to have spawned only a few generations of ordinary stars. The objects we encounter in a voyage through the Milky Way are stages in the life cycle of the stars. Some are bright and new, and others are as ancient as the galaxy itself. Surrounding the Milky Way is a halo of matter, which includes the globular clusters, each containing up to 1 million elderly stars. At the centers of globular clusters and at the core of the galaxy, there may be massive black holes ticking and purring, the subject of future exploration. We on Earth marvel, and rightly so, at the daily return of our single sun. But from a planet orbiting a star in a distant globular cluster, a still more glorious dawn awaits. Not a sunrise, but a galaxy rise, a morning filled with 400 billion suns, the rising of the Milky Way. An enormous spiral form with collapsing gas clouds, condensing planetary systems, luminous supergiants, stable middle-aged stars, red giants, white dwarfs, planetary nebulas, supernovas, neutron stars, pulsars, black holes, and, there is every reason to think, other exotic objects that we have not yet discovered. From such a world, high above the disk of the Milky Way, it would be clear, as it is beginning to be clear on our world, that we are made by the atoms and the stars, that our matter and our form are determined by the cosmos of which we are a part. I only have a moment, but I wanted you to see a picture of Betelgeuse, that's what it's called, in the constellation Orion, the first image of the surface of another star. But the most exciting recent stellar discovery has been of a nearby supernova in a companion galaxy to the Milky Way. We are here witnessing chemical elements in the process of synthesis and have had our first glimpse of the supernova through a brand new field, neutrino astronomy. And we're now seeing, around neighboring stars, disks of gas and dust just like those needed to explain the origin of the planets in our solar system. Worlds may be forming here. It's like a snapshot of our solar system's past. And there are so many such disks being found these days that planets may be very common among the stars of the Milky Way.
there is one experience that every human shares, of every language and culture, the experience of birth. Our recollections of birth are hazy at best. They have the feel and aura, not so much of memories as of mystical transfigurations. It would be astonishing if this profound early experience did not influence our myths and religions, our philosophy, and our science. The birth of a child evokes the mystery of other origins, the beginnings and ends of worlds, infinity and eternity. How did the universe arise? What was around before that? Might there have been no beginning? Could the universe be infinitely old?
Are there boundaries to the cosmos? The current scientific story of the origin of the universe begins with an explosion which made space itself expand. About 15 billion years ago, all the matter and energy that today make up the observable universe were concentrated into a space smaller than the head of a pin. The cosmos blew apart in one inconceivably colossal explosion, the Big Bang. And the stuff of the universe, together with the fabric of space itself, began expanding in all directions as they do today. We can visualize this process with a three-dimensional grid attached to the expanding fabric of space. The early cosmos was everywhere white-hot. But as time passed, the radiation expanded and cooled, and in ordinary visible light, space became dark, as it is today. But then little pockets of gas began to grow. Tendrils of gossamer clouds formed, colonies of great, lumbering, slowly spinning things, steadily brightening, each a kind of beast composed of 100 billion shining points. The largest recognizable structures in the universe had formed. We see them today. We ourselves inhabit some lost corner of one. We call them the galaxies. We inhabit a universe of galaxies. There are unstructured blobs, the irregular galaxies, globular or elliptical galaxies, and the graceful blue arms of spiral galaxies. We've been investigating the galaxies, their origins, evolution, and motions for less than a century. These studies extend our understanding to the farthest reaches of the universe. Our ship of the imagination carries us to that ultimate frontier. We view the cosmos on the grandest of scales. The majesty of the galaxies is revealed by science. There are many different ways in which stars are arrayed into galaxies. When, by chance, the face of a spiral galaxy is turned towards us, we see the spiral arms made luminous by billions of stars. When, in other cases, the edge of a galaxy is towards us, we see the central lanes of gas and dust from which the stars are forming. In barred spirals, a river of star stuff extends through the galactic center, connecting opposite spiral arms. Elliptical galaxies come in giant and dwarf sizes. There are many mysterious galaxies, places where something has gone terribly wrong, where there are explosions and collisions and streamers of gas and stars, bridges between the galaxies. The galaxies look rigid and unmoving, but we see them only for a single frame of the cosmic movie. Their parts are dissipating and reforming on a timescale of hundreds of millions of years. A galaxy is a fluid made of billions of suns all bound together by gravity. These giant galactic forms exist throughout the universe and may be a common source of wonderment and instruction for billions of species of intelligent life. Their evolution is governed everywhere by the same laws of physics. We need a computer to illustrate the collective motion of so many stars, each under the gravitational influence of all the others. A billion years is here compressed into a few seconds. In some cases, spiral arms form all by themselves. In other cases, the close gravitational encounter of two galaxies will draw out spiral arms. But when two nearby galaxies collide, like a bullet through a swarm of bees, the stars hardly collide at all, but the shapes of the galaxies can be severely distorted. A direct collision of two galaxies can last 100 million years and spill the constituent stars careening through intergalactic space. When a dense, compact galaxy runs into a larger one face-on, it can produce one of the loveliest of the rare irregulars, a ring galaxy. Thousands of light years across, a ring galaxy is set against the velvet of intergalactic space. It's a temporary configuration of disrupted stars, a splash in the cosmic pond. Galaxies sometimes blow themselves up. The quasars, probably billions of light years away, may be the colossal explosions of young galaxies. But we're not sure. Quasars are a mystery still. The galaxies reveal a universal order and beauty, but also violence on a scale never before imagined. The universe seems neither benign nor hostile, merely indifferent to the concerns of such creatures as we. Quasars may be monster versions of rapidly rotating pulsars, or due to multiple collisions of millions of stars densely packed in the galactic core, or a chain reaction of supernova explosions in such a core. Some astronomers think a quasar is caused by millions of stars falling into an immense black hole in the core of a galaxy. Something like a black hole, something very massive, very dense, and very small, is ticking and purring away in the cores of nearby galaxies. Even a well-behaved galaxy like the Milky Way has its stirrings and its dances. The stars of the Milky Way move with systematic grace. The sun takes 250 million years to go once around the core. The outer provinces of the galaxy revolve more slowly than the inner regions. As a result, gas and dust pile up in spiral patterns. These places of greater density are where young, hot, bright stars form, the stars which outline the spiral arms. These hot stars shine for only 10 million years or so, and then blow up. But as the stars which outline a spiral arm burn out, new young stars are formed from the debris just behind them, and the spiral pattern persists. The sun, marked here with a circle, has been in and out of spiral arms often in the 20 times it has gone around the Milky Way. In this epoch, we live at the edge of a spiral arm. We've looked at internal galactic motion on a small scale across 1 million light years or less. But the motion of the galaxies themselves across billions of light years is different. That motion is a relic of the Big Bang. The key to cosmology, the study of the entire universe, turns out to be a commonplace of nature, an experience of everyday life. Imagine a moving object sending out waves. It could be light waves, it could be sound waves, it could be any kind of wave. When that moving object passes us, we sense a change in pitch. That's called the Doppler effect. If you're the engineer in the cab, then the pitch of your locomotive whistle always sounds the same to you. That's because you're moving along with the source of the sound. But if you're standing alongside the track when the train passes, you hear that familiar shift in pitch, the Doppler shift. The reason this happens is easy to understand once you visualize the waves. A stationary train sends out sound waves in perfect circles like the ripples on a pond. Let's start the train again. Now, the waves spreading out ahead of it get squashed together, and those spreading out behind it get stretched apart. The compressed waves have a higher frequency or pitch than the stretched out waves. The same thing is true for light waves. Color is to light precisely what pitch is to sound. Compressed light waves are made bluer, they're blue shifted. Stretched out light waves are made redder, they're red shifted. At the speed of a train, you can sense the change of pitch for sound, but not for light. The train is traveling about 1,000,000 times too slow for that. It turns out that the Doppler effect for light waves is the key to the cosmos. The evidence for this was gathered unexpectedly by a former mule team driver who never went beyond the 8th grade. During the second decade of this century, the world's largest telescope was being assembled on Mount Wilson, overlooking what were then the clear skies of Los Angeles. Large pieces of the telescope had to be hauled to the top of the mountain, a job for mule teams. One of the drivers was a young man named Milton Humison, the ne'er-do-well son of a California banker. But he was bright and naturally curious about the equipment he had carted up Mount Wilson, and after the telescope was completed in 1917, he managed to stay on here as janitor and electrician. One evening, so the story goes, the observatory's night assistant was ill and Humison was asked to fill in. Humison was a gambling man, celebrated for his skill at poker and at the pool table, but his touch with the telescope was admired even more. He discovered he had a natural talent for using astronomical instruments. He became the virtuoso of the 100-inch telescope. In this instrument, the light from distant galaxies is focused on a glass photographic plate by a great encased mirror 100 inches across. By the late 1920s, Humison was making observations himself.
Mr. Nelson?
Humison, by now, had his own night assistant to help him with the observations.
Afternoon, Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Humison.
We'll start at 6. I'll be making a spectrogram at the Cassegrain focus.
Yes, sir.
The telescope must be able to point with high accuracy to a designated region of the sky and to keep on pointing there. A machine weighing about 75 tons, as massive as a locomotive, must move with a precision greater than that of the finest pocket watch. Everything must be checked thoroughly. The electrical power system must work flawlessly. Hours before observations are to begin, the dome is opened to allow the temperature inside and outside to be equalized. Humason prepared the sensitive photographic emulsions sheathed in their metal holders to capture with the giant telescope the faint light from remote galaxies. This was part of a systematic program which Humason and his mentor, the astronomer Edwin Hubble, were pursuing to measure the Doppler shift of the light from the most distant galaxies then known. But the most distant galaxies are very faint. That's why, even with the largest telescope in the world, it was necessary to take very long time exposures, often lasting the whole night, and sometimes requiring several successive nights. Humason would give the night assistant the celestial coordinates of the target galaxy. Through the long, cold night, he would have to make fine adjustments so the telescope would precisely track the target galaxy. The galaxy itself was much too faint to see through the great telescope, although it could be recorded photographically with a long time exposure. So the telescope would be pointed at a nearby bright star and then offset to a featureless patch of sky from which, over the long night, the light from the unseen galaxy would slowly accumulate. The telescope focused the faint white light from the galaxy into the spectrometer, where it was spread out into its rainbow of constituent colors. The spectrum would be recorded on the little glass plates.
All right, would you clamp in the drive and salute the focus star, please?
Are you clear? I'm going to salute to the east.
Yes, I think I'm clear. Just take it easy. All right, I have it. Now let's go to NGC 7619. I'm clear. Going to do a 10-hour exposure. What time is it?
7:15.
All right, lights out, please. Dark slide is open.
A large telescope views only a tiny patch of sky. As the Earth turns, a guide star or a galaxy would drift out of the telescope's field of view in only a few minutes. Humason had to stay awake, tracking the galaxy while elaborate machinery moved the telescope slowly in the opposite direction to compensate for the Earth's rotation. The telescope is a kind of clock.
How's the dome?
You're clear.
This work was difficult, routine, tedious, but although they didn't yet know it, Hubble and Humason were meticulously accumulating the evidence for the Big Bang. They had found that the more distant the galaxy, the more its spectrum of colors was shifted to the red.
All right, clear the telescope. I'm coming down now.
If this redshift were due to the Doppler effect, the distant galaxies must be running away from us. At the end of his vigil, Humason would retrieve the tiny galactic spectrum and carefully carry it down to be developed.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I'm going to the dark room now. Good day.
Good day, sir.
Humason found a redshift in almost every galaxy he examined, like the Doppler shift in the sound of a receding locomotive. And the farther away from us they were, the faster they were receding. Tied to the fabric of space, the outward rushing galaxies were tracing the expansion of the universe itself. An awesome conclusion had been captured on these tiny glass slides. Humason and Hubble had discovered the Big Bang. At top and bottom are calibration lines that Humason had earlier photographed. In the middle is the spectrum of a relatively nearby galaxy. Every element has a characteristic spectral fingerprint, a set of frequencies where light is absorbed. Prominent here are two dark lines in the violet due to calcium in the atmospheres of the hundreds of billions of stars that constitute this galaxy. Nearby galaxies show very little Doppler shift. But when he recorded the spectrum of a fainter and more distant galaxy, he found the same telltale pair of lines, but shifted farther right toward the red. And when he examined a remote galaxy 4 billion light years away, he found that the lines were redshifted even more. This galaxy must be receding at 200 million kilometers an hour. The painstaking observations of Milton Humason, astronomer and former mule team driver, established the expansion of the universe. In discussing the large-scale structure of the cosmos, astronomers sometimes say that space is curved, or that the universe is finite but unbounded. Whatever are they talking about? Let's imagine that we are perfectly flat. I mean absolutely flat, and that we live, appropriately enough, in a flatland, a land designed and named by Edwin Abbott, a Shakespearean scholar who lived in Victorian England. Everybody in flatland is, of course, exceptionally flat. We have squares, circles, triangles, and we all scurry about, and we can go into our houses and do our flat business. Now, we have width and length, but no height at all. Now, these little cutouts have some little height, but let's ignore that. Let's imagine that these are absolutely flat. That being the case, we know, us flatlanders, about left-right, and we know about forward-back, but we have never heard of up-down. Let us imagine that into flatland, hovering above it, comes a strange three-dimensional creature which, oddly enough, looks like an apple. And the three-dimensional creature sees an attractive, congenial-looking square, watches it enter its house, and decides in a gesture of interdimensional amity to say hello. "Hello," says the three-dimensional creature. "How are you? I am a visitor from the third dimension." Well, the poor square looks around his closed house, sees no one there, and what's more, has witnessed a greeting coming from his insides, a voice from within. He surely is getting a little worried about his sanity. The three-dimensional creature is unhappy about being considered a psychological aberration, and so he descends to actually enter flatland. Now, a three-dimensional creature exists in flatland only partially. Only a plane, a cross-section through him can be seen. So when the three-dimensional creature first reaches flatland, it's only the points of contact which can be seen, and we'll represent that by stamping the apple in this ink pad and placing that image in flatland. And as the apple were to descend through, slither by flatland, we would progressively see higher and higher slices, which we can represent by cutting the apple.
So the square, as time goes on, sees a set of objects mysteriously appear from nowhere and inside a closed room and change their shape dramatically. His only conclusion could be that he's gone bonkers. Well, the apple might be a little annoyed at this conclusion, and so, not such a friendly gesture from dimension to dimension, makes a contact with the square from below and sends our flat creature fluttering and spinning above flatland. At first, the square has no idea what's happening. He's terribly confused. This is utterly outside his experience. But after a while, he comes to realize that he is seeing inside closed rooms in flatland. He is looking inside his fellow flat creatures. He is seeing flatland from a perspective no one has ever seen it before, to his knowledge. Getting into another dimension provides as an incidental benefit a kind of X-ray vision. Now our flat creature slowly descends to the surface, and his friends rush up to see him. From their point of view, he has mysteriously appeared from nowhere. He hasn't walked from somewhere else. He's come from some other place. They say, "For heaven's sake, what's happened to you?" And the poor square has to say, "Well, I was in some other mystic dimension called up." And they will pat him on his side and comfort him, or else they'll ask, "Well, show us, where is that third dimension? Point to it." And the poor square will be unable to comply. But maybe more interesting is the other direction in dimensionality. What about the fourth dimension? Now, to approach that, let's consider a cube. We can imagine a cube in the following way. You take a line segment and move it at right angles to itself in equal length. That makes a square. Move that square in equal length at right angles to itself, and you have a cube. Now, this cube, we understand, casts a shadow. And that shadow we recognize. It's, ordinarily drawn in third grade classrooms as two squares with their vertices connected. Now, if we look at the shadow of a three-dimensional object in two dimensions, we see that, in this case, not all the lines appear equal. Not all the angles are right angles. The three-dimensional object has not been perfectly represented in its projection in two dimensions, but that's part of the cost of losing a dimension in the projection. Now, let's take this three-dimensional cube and project it, carry it through a fourth physical dimension. Not that way, not that way, not that way, but at right angles to those three directions. I can't show you what direction that is, but imagine that there is a fourth physical dimension. In that case, we would generate a four-dimensional hypercube, which is also called a tesseract. I cannot show you a tesseract because I and you are trapped in three dimensions. But what I can show you is the shadow in three dimensions of a four-dimensional hypercube or tesseract. This is it. And you can see it's two nested cubes, all the vertices connected by lines. And now the real tesseract in four dimensions would have all the lines of equal length and all the angles right angles. That's not what we see here, but that's the penalty of projection. So you see, while we cannot imagine the world of four dimensions, we can certainly think about it perfectly well. Now, imagine a universe just like Flatland, truly two-dimensional, and entirely flat in every direction, but with one exception. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants, their two-dimensional universe is curved into a third physical dimension, maybe into a sphere, but at any rate, into something entirely outside their experience. Locally, their universe still looks flat enough, but if one of them, much smaller and flatter than me, takes a very long walk along what seems to be a straight line, he would uncover a great mystery. Suppose he marked his starting point here and set off to explore his universe.
He never turns around, and he never reaches an edge. He doesn't know that his apparently flat universe is actually curved into an enormous sphere. He doesn't sense that he's walking around a globe. Why should his space be curved? Because there's so much matter in this universe that it gravitationally warps space, closing it back on itself into a sphere. But our flatlander doesn't know this. After a long while, you'll find he somehow returns to his starting point. There must be a third dimension.
Our flatlander couldn't imagine a third dimension, but he could sure deduce it. Now, increase all the dimensions in this story by 1, and you have something like the situation which many cosmologists think may actually apply to us. We are three-dimensional creatures trapped in 3 dimensions. We imagine our universe to be flat in 3 dimensions, but maybe it's curved into a 4th. We can talk about a 4th physical dimension, but we can't experience it. No one can point to the 4th dimension. I mean, there's left, right, and there's forward, back, there's up, down, and there's some other directions simultaneously at right angles to those familiar 3 dimensions.
Now, imagine this universe is expanding. If we blow it up like a 4-dimensional balloon, what happens? An astronomer in a given galaxy thinks all the other galaxies are running away from him. The more distant the galaxy, the faster it seems to be moving. This is just what Humason and Hubble found. On the surface of this curved universe, there is no boundary or center. The universe can be both finite and unbounded.
The redshift of the distant galaxies seemed to imply to Humason's contemporaries that we were at the center of an expanding universe, that our place in space was somehow privileged. But if the universe is expanding, whether or not it's curved into a 4th dimension, observers on every galaxy will see precisely the same thing. All the galaxies rushing away from them as if they had made some dreadful intergalactic social blunder. If there's enough matter to close the universe gravitationally, then it's wrapped in on itself like a sphere. If there isn't enough matter to close the cosmos, then our universe has an open shape extending forever in all directions. This saddle universe is only one of an infinite number of possible kinds of open universes. Unlike such closed universes as the sphere, open universes have in them an infinite amount of space.
If our universe is in fact closed off, then nothing can get out, not matter, not light. We would then be living inside a black hole. There is one possible way out, though, a hypothetical tunnel or wormhole through the next higher dimension, a place sucking in matter and light. Can we find such a wormhole? Could we survive the trip? We might emerge in some other place and time, perhaps in another universe, or perhaps somewhere else in our own.
If you want to know what it's like inside a black hole, look around. But we don't yet know whether the universe is open or closed. More than that, there are a few astronomers who doubt that the redshift of distant galaxies is due to the Doppler effect, who are skeptical about the expanding universe and the Big Bang. Perhaps our descendants will regard our present ignorance with as much sympathy as we feel to the ancients for not knowing whether the Earth went around the sun. If the general picture, however, of a Big Bang followed by an expanding universe is correct, what happened before that? Was the universe devoid of all matter and then the matter suddenly somehow created? How did that happen? In many cultures, the customary answer is that a god or gods created the universe out of nothing. But if we wish to pursue this question courageously, we must, of course, ask the next question. Where did God come from? If we decide that this is an unanswerable question, why not save a step and
conclude that the origin of the universe is an unanswerable question. Or, if we say that God always existed, why not save a step and conclude that the universe always existed, that there's no need for a creation, it was always here? These are not easy questions. Cosmology brings us face to face with the deepest mysteries, with questions that were once treated only in religion and myth.
Who knows for certain? Who shall here declare it? Whence was it born? Whence came creation? The gods are later than this world's formation. Who then can know the origins of the world? None knows whence creation arose, or whether he has or has not made it, he who surveys it from the lofty skies. Only he knows, or perhaps he knows not. These words are 3,500 years old. They're taken from the Rig Veda, a collection of early Sanskrit hymns. The most sophisticated ancient cosmological ideas came from Asia, and particularly from India. Here, there's a tradition of skeptical questioning and unself-conscious humility before the great cosmic mysteries. Amidst the routine of daily life, in, say, the harvesting and winnowing of grain, people all over the world have wondered, where did the universe come from? Asking this question is a hallmark of our species. There's a natural tendency to understand the origin of the cosmos in familiar biological terms, the mating of cosmic deities, or the hatching of a cosmic egg, or maybe the intonation of some magic phrase. The Big Bang is our modern scientific creation myth. It comes from the same human need to solve the cosmological riddle. Most cultures imagined the world to be only a few hundred human generations old. Hardly anyone guessed that the cosmos might be far older, but the ancient Hindus did. They, like every other society, noted and calibrated the cycles in nature. The rising and setting of the sun and stars, the phases of the moon, the passing of the seasons. All over South India, an age-old ceremony takes place every January, a rejoicing in the generosity of nature in the annual harvesting of the crops. Every January, nature provides the rice to celebrate Pongal. Even the draft animals are given the day off and garlanded with flowers. Colorful designs are painted on the ground to attract harmony and good fortune for the coming year. Pongal, a simple porridge, a mixture of rice and sweet milk, symbolizes the harvest, the return of the seasons. However, this is not merely a harvest festival. It has ties to an elegant and much deeper cosmological tradition.
The Pongal festival is a rejoicing in the fact that there are cycles in nature. But how could such cycles come about unless the gods will them? And if there are cycles in the years of humans, might there not be cycles in the eons of the gods? The Hindu religion is the only one of the world's great faiths dedicated to the idea that the cosmos itself undergoes an immense, indeed an infinite, number of deaths and rebirths. It is the only religion in which the timescales correspond, no doubt by accident, to those of modern scientific cosmology. Its cycles run from our ordinary day and night to a day and night of Brahma, 8.64 billion years long, longer than the age of the Earth or the Sun, and about half the time since the Big Bang. And there are much longer time scales still. There is the deep and appealing notion that the universe is but the dream of the god, who, after 100 Brahma years, dissolves himself into a dreamless sleep, and the universe dissolves with him, until, after another Brahma century, he stirs, recomposes himself, and begins again to dream the great cosmic lotus dream. Meanwhile, elsewhere, there are an infinite number of other universes, each with its own god, dreaming the cosmic dream. These great ideas are tempered by another, perhaps still greater. It is said that men may not be the dreams of the gods, but rather that the gods are the dreams of men. In India, there are many gods, and each god has many manifestations. These Chola bronzes cast in the 11th century include several different incarnations of the god Shiva, seen here at his wedding. The most elegant and sublime of these bronzes is a representation of the creation of the universe at the beginning of each cosmic cycle, a motif known as the cosmic dance of Shiva. The god has 4 hands. In the upper right hand is a drum whose sound is the sound of creation. In the upper left hand is a tongue of flame, a reminder that the universe, now newly created, will, billions of years from now, be utterly destroyed. Creation, destruction. These profound and lovely ideas are central to ancient Hindu beliefs, as exemplified in this Chola temple at Dharasuram. They are a kind of premonition of modern astronomical ideas. Without doubt, the universe has been expanding since the Big Bang, but it is by no means clear that it will continue to expand forever. If there is less than a certain amount of matter in the universe, then the mutual gravitation of the receding galaxies will be insufficient to stop the expansion, and the universe will run away forever.
But if there is more matter than we can see, hidden away in black holes, say, or in hot but invisible gas between the galaxies, then the universe holds together and partakes of a very Indian succession of cycles, expansion followed by contraction, cosmos upon cosmos, universes without end. If we live in such an oscillating universe, then the Big Bang is not the creation of the cosmos, but merely the end of the previous cycle, the destruction of the last incarnation of the cosmos. Neither of these modern cosmologies may be altogether to our liking. In one cosmology, the universe is created somehow from nothing 15 to 20 billion years ago and expands forever, the galaxies mutually receding until the last one disappears over our cosmic horizon. Then the galactic astronomers are out of business. The stars cool and die, matter itself decays, and the universe becomes a thin, cold haze of elementary particles. In the other, the oscillating universe, the cosmos has no beginning and no end, and we are in the midst of an infinite cycle of cosmic deaths and rebirths, with no information trickling through the cusps of the oscillation. Nothing of the galaxies, stars, planets, life forms, civilizations evolved in the previous incarnation of the universe trickles through the cusp, flitters past the Big Bang to be known in our universe. The death of the universe in either cosmology may seem a little depressing, but we may take some solace in the timescales involved. These events will take tens of billions of years or more. Human beings, or our descendants, whoever they might be, can do a great deal of good in tens of billions of years before the cosmos dies. If the universe truly oscillates, if the modern scientific version of the old Hindu cosmology is valid, then still stranger questions arise. Some scientists think that when redshift is followed by blue shift, causality will be inverted and effects will precede causes. First, the ripples spread out from a point on the water's surface. Then, I throw the stone into the pond. Some scientists wonder, in an oscillating universe, about what happens at the cusps, at the transition from contraction to expansion. Some think that the laws of nature are then randomly reshuffled, that the kinds of physics and chemistry we have in this universe represent only one of an infinite range of possible natural laws. It is easy to see that only a very restricted range of laws of nature are consistent with galaxies and stars, planets, life, and intelligence. If the laws of nature are randomly reshuffled at the cusps, then it is only the most extraordinary coincidence that the cosmic slot machine has this time come up with a universe consistent with us. Do we live in a universe which expands forever, or in one where there is a nested set of infinite cycles? There's a way to find out the answer to that question, not by mysticism, but through science, by making an accurate census of the total amount of matter in the universe, or by seeing to the very edge of the cosmos.
Radio telescopes are able to detect distant quasars billions of light years away, expanding with the fabric of space. By looking far out into space, we are also looking far back into time, back toward the horizon of the universe, back toward the epoch of the Big Bang. Radio telescopes have even detected the cosmic background radiation, the fires of the Big Bang, cooled and redshifted, faintly echoing down the corridors of time.
This is the Very Large Array, a collection of 17 separate radio telescopes all working collectively in a remote region of New Mexico. Modern radio telescopes are exquisitely sensitive. A distant quasar is so faint that its received radiation by some such telescope amounts to maybe a quadrillionth of a watt. In fact, this is a reasonably stunning piece of information. The total amount of energy ever received by all the radio telescopes on the planet Earth is less than the energy of a single snowflake striking the ground. In detecting the cosmic background radiation, in counting quasars, in searching for intelligent signals from space, radio astronomers are dealing with amounts of energy which are barely there at all.
These radio telescopes, rising like giant flowers from the New Mexico desert, are monuments to human ingenuity. The faint radio waves are collected, focused, assembled, and amplified, and then converted into pictures of nebulae, galaxies, and quasars. If you had eyes that worked in radio light, they'd probably be bigger than wagon wheels, and this is the universe you'd see. An elliptical galaxy, for example, leaving behind it a long wake glowing in radio waves. Radio waves reveal a universe of quasars, interacting galaxies, titanic explosions. Every time we use another kind of light to view the cosmos, we open a new door of perception. As the murmurs from the edge of the cosmos slowly accumulate, our understanding grows. This is an exploration of the ancient and the invisible, a continuing human inquiry into the grand cosmological questions.
Another important recent finding was made by X-ray observatories in Earth orbit. Artificial satellites launched to view the sky, not in ordinary visible light, not in radio waves, but in X-ray light. There seems to be an immense cloud of extremely hot hydrogen glowing in X-rays between some galaxies. Now, if this amount of intergalactic matter were typical of all clusters of galaxies, then there may be just enough matter to close the cosmos and to trap us forever in an oscillating universe.
If the cosmos is closed, there's a strange, haunting, evocative possibility, one of the most exquisite conjectures in science or religion. It's entirely undemonstrated, it may never be proved, but it's stirring. Our entire universe, to the furthest galaxy, we are told, is no more than a closed electron in a far grander universe we can never see. And that universe is only an elementary particle in another still greater universe, and so on forever. Also, every electron in our universe, it is claimed, is an entire miniature cosmos containing galaxies and stars and life and electrons. Every one of those electrons contains a still smaller universe, an infinite regression, up and down. Every human generation has asked about the origin and fate of the cosmos. Ours is the first generation with a real chance of finding some of the answers. One way or another, we are poised at the edge of forever. Except for planetary exploration, the study of galaxies and cosmology, what this episode was about, have undergone the greatest advances since Cosmos was first broadcast. For one thing, at last we have a good photograph of our own Milky Way galaxy, about 100,000 light years across. Here it is. It was taken by NASA's COBE satellite. We see it edge on, of course, since we're embedded in the plane of the galaxy. But you don't need a spacecraft to see it. If it's a clear night tonight, why not go out and take a look at the Milky Way? There's also new evidence suggesting that the Milky Way is not so much an ordinary spiral galaxy as a barred spiral, like this. Important work has now been done on mapping how the galaxies are scattered through intergalactic space. To the surprise of a lot of scientists, on a scale of hundreds of millions of light years, the galaxies turn out not to be strewn at random or concentrated in clusters of galaxies, but instead strung out along odd, irregular surfaces, like this. Every dot in this computer animation is a galaxy. The computer lets us look at this distribution of galaxies from many points of view, but this is how it looks from the Earth. There's an odd mannequin shape that is presented by the distribution of galaxies. This work has been done mainly by Margaret Geller with her collaborator John Huckra at Harvard University and the Smithsonian Institution. It's a little like soap bubbles in a bathtub or in dishwashing detergent. The galaxies are on the surfaces of the bubbles. The insides of the bubbles seem to have almost no galaxies in them at all. An average bubble is about 100 million light years across. And that means that we've mapped still only a very small volume of the accessible universe, the galaxies nearest to us. But pretty soon, we should be able to extend this search out to enormous distances, out to distances so far away in space that we're looking back to the time that galaxies and their structures were first forming. And this poses a real problem. Most cosmologists hold that the galaxies arise from a pre-existing lumpiness in the early universe, with little lumps growing into galaxies. But the background radiation from the Big Bang that fills all of space has now been carefully measured by that same COBE satellite that took that picture. Now, those radio waves seem almost perfectly uniform across the sky, as if the Big Bang weren't lumpy or granular at all. But if the early radiation and matter in the universe weren't lumpy, how could individual galaxies form? How could the bubbles form? Is there a contradiction between the uniformity of the Big Bang radio waves and the bubble structures formed by the galaxies? That's the question. When our survey of the galaxies reaches out to billions of light years, we'll have the answer to this question. Incidentally, maybe you're thinking that the bubbles imply a bubble maker. But then I'd have to ask you, who made the bubble maker? There's another infinite regress lurking here. And to one of the grandest questions, whether there's enough matter in the universe to close it, the only fair answer is that we still don't know. If it is closed, what is the hidden matter that's closing it? Is it faint stars, black holes, massive neutrinos, some exotic kind of dark matter unknown on Earth? We don't know, but there are reasons to think that we'll soon find out the answers. The surface of the Earth is far more beautiful and far more intricate than any lifeless world. Our planet is graced by life, and one quality that sets life apart is its complexity, slowly evolved through 4 billion years of natural selection. You can describe in detail how a rock is put together in a single paragraph, but to describe the basic structure of a tree, or a blade of grass, or even a one-celled animal, you'd need many volumes. It takes a great deal of information to make, or even to characterize, a living thing.
The measuring rod, the unit of information, is something called the bit. It's an answer, either yes or no, to one unambiguously phrased question. So, to specify whether a light switch is on or off requires only a single bit. To specify something of greater complexity requires more bits. There's a popular game called 20 questions, which shows that a great deal can be specified in only 20 bits. For example, I have something in my hand. What is it? Is it alive? Yes, 1 bit. Is it an animal? Nope, 2 bits. Is it big enough to see? Yep. Does it grow on the land? Yes. Is it a cultivated plant? Nope. Well, with only 5 bits, we've made some substantial progress to figuring out what it is. With 20 skillfully chosen questions, we could easily whittle all the cosmos down to a dandelion.
In our explorations of the cosmos, the first step is to ask the right questions. Then, not with 20 questions, but with billions, we slowly distill from the complexity of the universe its underlying order. This game has a serious purpose. Its name is science. Out here in the great cosmic dark, there are countless stars and planets, some far older than our solar system. Although we cannot yet be certain, the same processes which led on Earth to the origin of life and intelligence should have been operating throughout the cosmos. There may be 1 million worlds in the Milky Way galaxy alone, which are at this moment inhabited by other intelligent beings. What a wonder, what a joy it would be to know something about non-human intelligence. And we can. Here is an exotic inhabited world, mostly covered with a liquid. We seek the dominant intelligence that lives beneath its fluid surface. This ocean of liquid water, kilometers deep, is teeming with strange forms of life. There are communities of transparent beings. There are societies of creatures which communicate by changing the patterns on their bodies. There are beings that give off their own light. There are hungry flowers that devour passers-by, gesticulating trees, all manner of creatures that seem to violate the boundaries between plants and animals. There are beings that flutter through the ocean like waltzing orchids. These are a few of the species that inhabit the water world called Earth. They're packed with information. Every one of them has a rich behavioral repertoire to ensure its own survival. But the grandest creatures on the planet, the intelligent and graceful masters of the deep ocean, are the great whales. They are the largest animals ever to evolve on the planet Earth, larger by far than the dinosaurs. Their ancestors were meat-eating mammals who migrated 70 million years ago in slow steps from the land into the waters. Whales like these humpbacks are still mammals. We humans have much in common with them. Mothers suckle infants, there's a long childhood in which adults teach the young, and there's a great deal of play. These are mammalian characteristics, vital if an animal is to learn. But the sea is murky. The senses of sight and smell, which work well for mammals on the land, are not much use here. So the whales evolved an extraordinary ability to communicate by sound. For tens of millions of years, the whales had no natural enemies. And then a new and alien and deadly creature suddenly appeared on the placid surface of the ocean. often noisy and occasionally deadly objects, first appeared in large numbers only a few centuries ago. They are artifacts manufactured by land creatures whose ancestors last lived in the oceans 350 million years ago. This particular one, however, is on a mission of understanding. It's called the Regina Maris, the Queen of the Sea. And one of its jobs is to record the sounds of whales. Some whale sounds are called songs, but we really don't know what their contents are. They range in frequency over a broad band of sounds down to frequencies well below the lowest sounds that the human ear can make out. A typical whale song lasts maybe 15 minutes, the longest perhaps half an hour. Occasionally, a group of whales will leave their winter waters in the middle of a song, and 6 months later they'll return and pick the song up at precisely the spot that they left it off, beat for beat, measure for measure, sound for sound. Whales are very good at remembering. Other times they will come back after an absence of 6 months and the piece will have changed. A different song will be on the whale hit parade. Very often the members of the group will sing the same song together. By some mutual consensus, some collaborative songwriting, the piece changes slowly and often predictably. I'm not very good at singing the songs of whales, but here's a try. In January, a tiny fragment of a long whale song might sound like this. Whoop! In February, something like this. Whoop! And then in March, as maybe you'd predict, whoop! One additional a month. The complex patterns in the songs of the whales are sometimes repeated precisely. If I imagine that the songs of the humpback whale are sung in a tonal language, then the number of bits of information in one song is about the same as the information content of the Iliad or the Odyssey. Is it just a romantic notion that the whales and their cousins, the dolphins, might have something akin to epic poetry? What might whales or dolphins have to talk or sing about? They have no manipulative organs. They can't make great engineering constructs as we can. But they're social creatures. They hunt and swim, fish, browse, frolic, mate, play, run from predators. There might be a great deal to talk about. The great danger for the whales is a newcomer, an upstart animal, only recently, through technology, become competent in the oceans. A creature called man. For 99.99% of the history of whales, there were no humans in the deep oceans. During this period, the whales evolved their extraordinary communications system.
Some whales emit extremely loud sounds at a frequency of 20 hertz. A hertz, which is spelled H-E-R-T-Z, is a unit of sound frequency, and it represents one sound wave entering my ear every second. A frequency of 2,000 hertz sounds and looks like this. 200 hertz like this, and 20 hertz like this, although your television set may not transmit sounds with frequencies as low as 20 hertz. The American biologist Roger Payne has calculated that there's a deep sound channel in the ocean at these frequencies through which two whales could communicate with each other essentially anywhere in the world. One whale might be off the Ross ice shelf in Antarctica and communicate with another whale in the Aleutians in Alaska. For most of their history, the whales seem to have established a global communications network. What two whales might have to say to each other, separated by 15,000 kilometers, I haven't the foggiest idea. But maybe it's a love song cast into the vastness of the deep.
Now, this calculation on the range of whale communications assumes that the oceans are quiet. But in the 19th century, sailing ships like this one began to be replaced by steamships, another invention of those strange land animals. Commercial and military vessels became more abundant. The noise pollution in the sea got much worse, especially at a frequency of 20 hertz. The crew of this vessel tried consciously to keep her quiet, but when its engine is turned on, it gets very loud at a frequency of 20 hertz.
Whales communicating across the oceans must have experienced greater and greater difficulties. The distance over which they could communicate must have steadily decreased. 200 years ago, a typical distance that some whales could communicate across was perhaps 10,000 kilometers. Today, on a typical day, the corresponding number is perhaps a few hundred kilometers. We have cut off the whales from themselves. Creatures which were freely communicating for tens of millions of years have now effectively been silenced. And we've done worse than that, because there persists till this day a traffic in the dead bodies of whales. There are humans who gratuitously hunt and slaughter whales and market the products for dog food or lipstick. Many nations understand why whale murder is monstrous, but the traffic continues chiefly by Japan and Norway and the Soviet Union. We use the word monster to describe an animal somehow different from us, somehow scary. But who's the more monstrous? The whales who ask only to be left alone to sing their rich and plaintive songs, or the humans who set out to hunt them and destroy them and have brought many whale species close to the edge of extinction? We're interested in communication with extraterrestrial intelligence. Wouldn't a good beginning be better communication with terrestrial intelligence, with other human beings of different cultures and languages, with the great apes, with the dolphins, but particularly with the whales?
To survive, a whale must know how to do things. This knowledge is stored in two principal ways: in the whale's genes and in their very large brains. We can think of their genes and brains as something like libraries inside their bodies. The information in the DNA, the genetic information, includes how to nurse, how to convert shrimp into blubber, how to hold your breath on a dive 1 kilometer below the surface. The information in the brains, the learned information, involves such things as who's your mother, or what the meaning is of that song we're hearing just now. The gene library of whales and people and almost everybody else on Earth is made of DNA. The only function of this complex molecule is to store and copy information. We see here the set of instructions in human DNA, written in a language billions of years older than any human tongue. Each colored cluster of atoms is a letter in the genetic alphabet, the language of life. And there are billions of letters, many billions of bits of information. If you came from somewhere very different, you wouldn't be able to specify a whale or a person in a game of 20 questions with only 20 bits. But a game called 10 billion questions might just work. Every organism on Earth contains as its inheritance and legacy a portable library. And the more bits of information you have, the more you can do. The simplest organism, a virus, needs only about 10,000 bits, equivalent to the amount of information on one page of an average book. These are all the instructions it needs to infect some other organism and to reproduce itself, which are the only things that viruses are any good at. A bacterium uses roughly 1 million bits of information, about 100 printed pages. Bacteria have a lot more to do than viruses because they're not thoroughgoing parasites. Bacteria have to make a living. What about a free-swimming, one-celled amoeba? These creatures are also microscopic, but in the realm of one-celled animals, they are giants, the whales of the microbial world. Each contains about 400 million bits in its DNA, the equivalent of about 80 volumes of 500 pages each. That's how much information it takes to make an amoeba, a creature like a small city, wandering through a drop of water. And what about a whale or a human being? Well, the answer seems to be that there's 5 billion bits. 5 billion bits of information in our encyclopedia of life, in the nucleus of every one of our cells. So if written out in, say, ordinary English, those instructions, that information, would fill 1,000 volumes. Think of it. In every one of the 100 trillion cells in your body, there's the contents of a complete library of instructions on how to make every part of you. Those cells are smart. If this were my gene library, it would contain everything my body knows how to do on its own without being taught. The ancient information is written in exhaustive, careful, redundant detail. How to laugh, how to sneeze, how to walk, how to recognize patterns, how to reproduce, how to digest an apple. If written out in the language of chemistry, what would the instructions for digesting the sugar in an apple look like? Well, let's see. Amino acid synthesis, polypeptide chains, transfer RNA, genetic code, enzyme expression, enzyme phosphorylation, we're getting warm, hexose monophosphate shunt, citric acid cycle. Here we are, anaerobic glycolysis. Now, eating an apple may seem like a very simple thing, but it's not. In fact, if I consciously had to remember and direct all the chemical steps required to get energy out of food, I'd probably starve to death. And yet, even a bacterium can do anaerobic glycolysis. That's why apples rot. It's lunchtime for the bacteria. They and we and all the creatures in between possess similar genetic instructions. Our separate gene libraries have many pages in common, which is, by the way, another reminder of the deep interconnection of all living things on our planet because of a common evolutionary heritage. Our present human technology can duplicate only a tiny fraction of the intricate biochemistry which our bodies seem to perform so effortlessly.
But we're just beginning the study of biochemistry. Evolution has had billions of years of practice. The DNA knows. Now, what if what we had to do was so complicated that even several billion bits of information wasn't enough? What if, for example, the environment were changing so fast that the pre-coded genetic encyclopedia, which may have served us perfectly well in the past, is now not perfectly adequate? Why, then, even a gene library of 1,000 volumes wouldn't be enough. That's why we have brains. Like our other organs, the brain has evolved, increasing over millions of years in complexity and information content. Its structure reflects all the stages through which it has passed. The brain has evolved from the inside out. Deep inside is the oldest part, the so-called brain stem. It conducts many of the basic biological functions, including the rhythms of life, like heartbeat and respiration. The higher functions of the brain have evolved in 3 successive stages, according to a provocative insight by the American biologist Paul MacLean. You see, capping the brain stem is the so-called R complex, R for reptile. It's the seat of aggression, ritual, territoriality, and social hierarchies. It evolved some hundreds of millions of years ago in our reptilian ancestors. So deep inside our brain is something rather like the brain of a crocodile. Surrounding the R complex is the limbic system, or mammal brain. It evolved some tens of millions of years ago in ancestors who were mammals, all right, but not yet primates like monkeys or apes. It's a major source of our moods and emotions, our concern and care for the young. And then finally, on the outside of the brain, living in a kind of uneasy truce with the more primitive brains beneath, is the cerebral cortex, evolved millions of years ago in ancestors who were primates. This is the point of embarkation for all our cosmic journeys, the cerebral cortex, where matter is transformed into consciousness. Here, comprising more than 2/3 of the brain mass, is the realm both of intuition and of critical analysis. It's here that we have ideas and inspirations, here that we read and write, here that we do mathematics and music. The cortex regulates our conscious lives. It is the distinction of our species, the seat of our humanity. Art and science live here. Civilization is a product of the cerebral cortex. Behind the forehead are the frontal lobes of the cerebral cortex. They may be the places where we anticipate events, where we figure out the future. But if we can foresee an unpleasant future, we can take steps to avoid it. Down here in the frontal lobes may be the means of ensuring human survival, if we have the wisdom to pay attention. Inside the cerebral cortex is the microscopic structure of thought. The language of the brain is not the DNA language of the genes. What we know is encoded in cells called neurons, tiny switching elements, every connection representing 1 bit of information. How many neurons do each of us have? Maybe 100 billion, comparable to the number of stars in the Milky Way galaxy. And there are something like 100 trillion neural connections. This intricate and marvelous network of neurons has been called an enchanted loom, where millions of flashing shuttles weave a dissolving pattern. Even in sleep, the brain is pulsing and throbbing and flashing with the complex business of human life, dreaming, remembering, figuring things out. Our thoughts, our visions, our fantasies have a tangible physical reality. What does a thought look like? Well, it's made of hundreds of electrochemical impulses. Over there, for example, is a spark of a memory, maybe the smell of lilacs on a country road in childhood. And there goes a bit of an anxious all-points bulletin. Perhaps, where did I leave my keys?
The neurons store sounds, too, and snatches of music. Whole orchestras play inside our heads. The landscape of the human cerebral cortex is deeply furrowed, and there's a good reason for it. These convolutions greatly increase the surface area available for information storage in a skull of limited size. The world of thought is roughly divided into two hemispheres. Over there is the right hemisphere of the cerebral cortex. It's mainly responsible for pattern recognition, intuition, sensitivity, creative insights. And over here is the left hemisphere, presiding over rational, analytic, and critical thinking.
These are the two sides, the dual strengths, the essential opposites that characterize human thinking. Before us are the means, both for generating ideas and for testing their validity. There's a continuous dialogue going on between the two hemispheres of the brain, channeled through this immense bundle of nerve fibers, which is called the corpus callosum. It's a bridge between creativity and analysis, both of which are necessary if we're to understand the world.
The information content of the human brain, expressed in bits, is probably comparable to the number of connections between the neurons in the cortex, about 100 trillion bits, 10 to the 14th connections. If written out in English, it would fill some 20 million volumes, as many as in the world's largest libraries. The equivalent of 20 million volumes worth of information is inside the heads of every one of us. The brain is a very big place in a very small space.
Most of the books in the brain are up here in the cerebral cortex. Down there, in the basement of the brain, are the functions that our remote ancestors mainly depended on for survival: aggression, child rearing, sex, the willingness to follow leaders blindly, lots of things that we can still recognize in our lives today. Of the higher brain functions, some of them, like reading, writing, speaking, seem to be located in particular places in the cerebral cortex. On the other hand, each memory seems to be stored in many separate locales in the brain. Old memories are in lots of places. Here's one of my earliest memories.
That's a good boy. Lunch is almost ready.
That was a long time ago. But its imprint has not faded in the library of this brain. But the brain does much more than just recollect. It intercompares, it synthesizes, it analyzes, it generates abstractions.
The simplest thought, like the concept of the number 1, has an elaborate logical underpinning. The brain has its own language for testing the structure and consistency of the world, but we never see the machinery of logical analysis, only the conclusions.
There's so much more that we must figure out than the genes can know. That's why the brain library has 10,000 times more information in it than the gene library. Our passion for learning is the tool for our survival. And unlike the musty bindings of our gene library, in which hardly a word changes in a century, the brain library is made of loose-leaf books. We're constantly adding new pages and new volumes. Emotions and ritual behavior patterns are built very deeply into us. They're part of our humanity, but they're not characteristically human. Many other animals have feelings. What distinguishes our species is thought. The cerebral cortex is, in a way, a liberation. We need no longer be trapped in the genetically inherited behavior patterns of lizards and baboons, territoriality and aggression and dominance hierarchies. We are, each of us, largely responsible for what gets put into our brains, for what, as adults, we wind up caring for and knowing about. No longer at the mercy of the reptile brain, we can change ourselves. Think of the possibilities.
The city, like the brain, has evolved in successive stages. The vestiges of its past are still retained among the constructions of the present. A city like New York developed from a small center and slowly grew, leaving many of the old parts still functioning. Some of the major streets date to the 17th century, its commercial hub to the 18th century, the water and gas works to the 19th, the electrical and communication systems to the 20th century. The city has evolved much faster than the brain. Only 10,000 years ago, the human brain looked exactly as it does today, and we were just as smart. But there were no cities, only a few scattered encampments in the vast primordial forests. Today, it's just the opposite. Forests and grasslands often seem like scattered islands in a sea of cities. If you were an observer from an alien world, you would have noticed that something very complicated has been happening here over the last few thousand years. It might take you a while to figure out the details, but you would recognize by its complexity unmistakable evidence for intelligent life. On closer scrutiny, you might even be able to recognize individual intelligent beings. The evolution of the city is due to their conscious activity. Millions of human beings working more or less together to preserve the city, to reconstruct it, and to change it. It might be more efficient if all civic systems were periodically replaced from top to bottom. But as in the brain, everything has to work during the renovation. So the city mostly adds new parts while the old parts continue, more or less, to function. For example, in the 17th century, you traveled between Brooklyn and Manhattan across the East River by ferry. In the 19th century, the technology became available to construct a suspension bridge across the river. It was built precisely at the site of the ferry terminal because major thoroughfares were already converging there. Later, when it became possible to construct a tunnel under the river, that too was built in the same place and for the same reason. This use and restructuring of previous systems for new purposes is very much like the pattern of biological evolution.
Or consider 3rd Avenue. In the 17th century, you made your way uptown on foot or on horseback. A little later, there were coaches, the horses prancing, the coachmen cracking their whips. And then these were replaced by horse-drawn trolleys clanging along fixed tracks on this avenue. Then electrical technology developed, and a great elevated railway line was constructed called the 3rd Avenue L, which dominated this street
Until 1954, when it was utterly demolished.
Anyway, the L was then replaced by buses and taxi cabs, which still are the main forms of public transportation on 3rd Avenue. Now, as gasoline becomes a rare commodity, the internal combustion engine will be replaced by something else. Maybe public transport on 3rd Avenue in the 21st century will be by, I don't know, pneumatic tubes or electric cars. Every step in the evolution of 3rd Avenue transport has been conservative, following a route first laid down in the 17th century. But the brain is still more conservative than the city. If this were the brain, we might have horse-drawn trolleys and the L and buses, all operating simultaneously, redundantly, competitively. The vestiges of earlier history clearly in evidence. When our genes could not store all the information necessary for our survival, we slowly invented brains. But then the time came, maybe tens of thousands of years ago, when we needed to know more than could conveniently be stored in brains.
So we learned to stockpile enormous quantities of information outside our bodies. We are the only species on the planet, so far as we know, to have invented a communal memory. The warehouse of that memory is called the library. Libraries also have evolved. The Assyrian library of Assurbanipal had thousands of clay tablets. The celebrated library of Alexandria in Egypt consisted of almost 1 million papyrus scrolls. Great modern libraries, like the New York Public Library, contain some 10 million books.
That's more than 10 to the 14th bits of information in words, more than 100 trillion bits. And if we count pictures, it's something like 10 to the 15th bits of information. Now, that's more than 10,000 times the total number of bits of information in our genes, something like 10 times the total amount of information in our brains. If I were to read a book a week for my entire adult lifetime, and I lived an ordinary lifetime, when I was all done, I would have read maybe a few thousand books, no more. In this library, that's from about here roughly to about here. But that's only 0.1% or so of the total number of books in the library. The trick is to know which books to read. But they're all here. What an astonishing thing a book is. It's a flat object made from a tree with flexible parts on which are imprinted lots of funny dark squiggles. But one glance at it, and you're inside the mind of another person. Maybe somebody dead for thousands of years, across the millennia, an author is speaking clearly and silently inside your head, directly to you. Writing is perhaps the greatest of human inventions, binding together people who never knew each other, citizens of distant epochs. Books break the shackles of time. A book is proof that humans are capable of working magic, and this room is filled with magic. Some of the earliest authors wrote on bones and stones. Cuneiform writing is the remote ancestor of the modern Western alphabet. It was invented in the Near East about 5,000 years ago. Its purpose? To keep records. Records of the purchase of grain, the sale of land, the triumphs of kings, the statutes of priests, the positions of the stars, the prayers to the gods. This cone was made around the year 2350 BC. 4,300 years ago, there were people chipping and chiseling away the message on this cone. What is that message? It's a prayer. The inscription on this cylinder honors a king, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, in the 6th century BC. For thousands of years, writing was chiseled into stone, scratched onto wax or bark or leather, painted on bamboo or silk or paper, but always in editions of one copy at a time, always, except for inscriptions on monuments, for a tiny readership. But then, in China, between the 2nd and the 6th centuries, paper, ink, and printing with carved wooden blocks were all invented more or less together, permitting many copies of a work to be made and distributed. This is Chinese magic from the 12th century. It took 1,000 years for the idea to catch on in relatively remote and backward Europe. Just before the invention of movable type around the year 1450, there were no more than a few tens of thousands of books in all of Europe, every one of them handwritten. 50 years later, there were 10 million printed books in Europe. Learning became available to anyone who could read. Suddenly, books were being printed all over the world. Magic was everywhere.
It is 23 centuries since the founding of the Alexandrian Library. Since then, 100 generations have lived and died. If information were passed on merely by word of mouth, how little we should know of our own past. How slow would be our progress. Everything would depend on what we had been told, on how accurate the account. Ancient learning might be revered, but in successive retellings it would become muddled and then lost. Books permit us to voyage through time, to tap the wisdom of our ancestors. A library connects us with the insights and knowledge of the greatest minds and the best teachers, drawn from the whole planet and from all our history, to instruct us without tiring and to inspire us to make our own contributions to the collective knowledge of the human species.
There's a fair number of Gutenberg Bibles and first folios of Shakespeare in the world, but most of the books you see in front of you are limited editions with very few surviving copies. But there also exists in the world mass printings of paper-bound books that I think are still more wonderful. For the price of a modest meal, you get the history of Rome. Books are like seeds. They can lie dormant for centuries, but they may also produce flowers in the most unpromising soil. These books are the repositories of the knowledge of our species and of our long evolutionary journey from from genes to brains to books.
Libraries in ancient Egypt bore these words on their walls: nourishment for the soul. And that's still a pretty fair assessment of what libraries provide. Even at night, the city, like the brain, is busy assimilating and distributing information. Information keeps it alive and provides the tools to adapt to changing conditions. The long human journey from genes to brains to books. Information itself evolves, nurtured by open communication and free inquiry. The units of biological evolution are genes. The units of cultural evolution are ideas. Ideas are transported all over the planet. They reproduce through communication. They are selected by analysis and debate. In the last few millennia, something extraordinary has been happening on the planet Earth. Rich information from distant lands and peoples has become routinely available. The number of bits to which we have access has grown dramatically. Computers can now store and process enormous amounts of information extremely rapidly. In our time, a revolution has begun, a revolution perhaps as significant as the evolution of DNA and nervous systems and the invention of writing. Direct communication among billions of human beings is now made possible by computers and satellites. The potential for a global intelligence is emerging, linking all the brains on Earth into a planetary consciousness. Elsewhere, there may be brains, even planetary brains, but there will be no brains quite like ours. Mutation and natural selection are basically random processes. If the Earth were started over again, intelligence might very well emerge, but anything closely resembling a human being would be unlikely.
On another planet with a different sequence of random processes to make hereditary diversity and a different environment to select particular combinations of genes, the chance of finding beings very similar to us must be close to zero. But the chance of finding another form of intelligence isn't close to zero. Their brains may well have evolved from the inside out as ours have. They may well have switching elements analogous to our neurons, but the neurons might be very different. Maybe they're superconductors which work at very low temperatures, in which case their speed of thought might be 10 million times faster than ours. Or perhaps their neurons are not in direct physical contact with each other, but in radio communication, so a single intelligent being could be distributed among many different organisms. There may be planets on which intelligent beings have not 10 to the 11th neurons each as we do, but 10 to the 20th or 10 to the 30th. I wonder what they would know. If we could make contact, there would be much in their brains that would be of enormous interest to ours.
And vice versa. I think extraterrestrial intelligence, even beings astonishingly more evolved than we, will be curious about us, about what we know, how we think, the course of our evolution, the prospects for our future. Within every human brain, patterns of electrochemical impulses are continuously forming and dissipating. They reflect our emotions, ideas, and memories. When recorded and amplified, these impulses sound like this. But would an extraterrestrial being, no matter how advanced, be able to read the mind that made these sounds? We ourselves are far from being able to do so. But in fact, we have sent the very impulses you are hearing, reflecting the emotions, ideas, and memories of one human being, on a voyage to the stars. In August and September 1977, 2 Voyager spacecraft were launched on an epic journey to the outer solar system and beyond. Their scientific mission was to explore the giant planets. First Jupiter and its satellites, and then Saturn and its system of moons. Close encounters with these great worlds accelerate the Voyager spacecraft out of the solar system. As an incidental consequence of their trajectories, they will be carried inexorably into the realm of the stars, where they will wander forever. The ships will be slightly eroded within the solar system by micrometeorites, planetary ring systems, and radiation belts. But once past the planets, they will endure for 1 billion years in the cold vacuum of interstellar space. Perhaps in the distant future, beings of an alien civilization will intercept these ships. They will examine our spacecraft and understand much about our science and technology. But a machine alone can tell only so much about its makers. So each bears a golden phonograph record with not only the brainwaves of a woman from Earth, but also an anthology of the music and pictures and sounds of our planet, including greetings in 60 human languages and the salutations of the humpback whales. The record cover bears instructions on how to hear the sounds and see the pictures encoded on the disc, including some snapshots from the family album of a distant world. The Voyager record is a message in a bottle, cast into the cosmic ocean. It contains some of our thoughts and our feelings, something of the information we store in genes and brains and books. The recipients, if any, will understand the pictures and sounds incompletely at best. But one thing would be clear about us: no one sends such a message on such a journey without a positive passion for the future. For all the possible vagaries of the message, they will be sure that we were a species endowed with hope and perseverance, at least a little intelligence, and a longing to make contact with the cosmos. the vastness of the cosmos, there must be other civilizations far older and more advanced than ours. So shouldn't we have been visited? Shouldn't there be every now and then alien ships in the skies of Earth? There's nothing impossible in this idea, and no one would be happier than me if we were being visited. But has it happened in fact? What counts is not what sounds plausible, not what we'd like to believe, not what one or two witnesses claim, but only what is supported by hard evidence, rigorously and skeptically examined. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Since 1947, there have been hundreds of thousands of reports of UFOs, unidentified flying objects. This subject has more, I think, to do with religion and superstition than with science. Let's consider one of the most famous accounts of a supposed encounter with alien beings. On September 19, 1961, an American couple were driving home through New Hampshire.
What's the matter, Kelsey?
They were returning along a lonely road late at night from a vacation in Canada. Remember, we have only their word for what happened next.
I can't get anything to the static. You still don't believe it, do you?
No, I don't. There must be a reasonable explanation.
They had observed, so they said, a strange moving light in the sky. By definition, an unidentified flying object. It seemed to follow them for miles.
What's the matter with that dog?
What's that sound?
I don't know.
After a time, the lighting patterns on the UFO changed. It appeared to land. It blocked the road, preventing them from driving on. They said they saw mouthless creatures approaching who were not exactly human.
Barney? Barney? Barney, what is that?
At this point, the story becomes still stranger. They lost all recollection of what happened in the next few hours. But weeks later, they said, they recalled some details and discussed the experience with others. 26 months later, under hypnosis, they reported that a UFO had landed and that the crew had emerged. They were captured, they said, and taken aboard the craft. That was the story told by Betty and Barney Hill. Virtually all scientists who've studied it are skeptical. But UFO enthusiasts think the Hill case is a classic example of a close encounter of the third kind. Why? What makes it so special?
While on board, Betty had noticed a book written in an unknown hieroglyphic writing. She was also shown a strange window through which she could see a glowing pattern of dots connected with lines. It was, they told her, a star map displaying the routes of interstellar commerce. Afterwards, the Hills were released and permitted to return home, or at least this is their story. Now, believers find this account compelling, or at least plausible, chiefly because of the alleged star map. Here's what Betty Hill said it looked like. Now, why would anybody take this seriously? Because here is a real map widely publicized by UFO enthusiasts, of 15 selected nearby stars, including the sun, as seen from one particular vantage point in space. This map includes stars that were first cataloged several years after Betty Hill recalled what she says she saw in the alien ship. Her map required, we are told, information that was not then available on the Earth. There is a resemblance between the two maps, but that's mainly because the lines corresponding to navigation routes have been copied from the Hill map onto the real star map. If we were to substitute some other set of lines for the Hill lines, we find that the eye suddenly is biased against seeing any agreement between the two maps at all. To make an objective test, however, let's remove the lines altogether. And then there's very little resemblance left. But these particular stars are selected from a large catalog of star positions. Our vantage point in space is also selected to make the best possible fit with the Hill map. If you can pick and choose from a large number of stars, viewed from any vantage point in space you want, you can always find something resembling the pattern you're looking for. I'm surprised that nobody could find a better fit to the Hill map. The Hills' own psychiatrists described their story as a kind of dream. There's no corroborating evidence. The star map argument is worthless. And yet, this is one of the best attested cases of UFO close encounters. For all I know, we may be visited by a different extraterrestrial civilization every second Tuesday. But there's no support for this appealing idea. The extraordinary claims are not supported by extraordinary evidence.
There are curious daylight photos of UFOs. Some look suspiciously like hats or hubcaps thrown into the air. Photos can be faked. More common are unidentified lights at night. They're often aircraft, but if we can't identify a light, that doesn't make it a spaceship. Here's a movie of what you might think is a UFO. Actually, it's a piece of an asteroid burning up as it enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Most reports of unidentified flying objects turn out to be something else, like the refracted image of a bright planet or the re-entry of an artificial satellite. Some are psychological aberrations, some are hoaxes. Never is there any compelling physical evidence, a detailed close-up photograph of a strange spacecraft or a small device of extraterrestrial manufacture, or a book written in alien hieroglyphics. Never. There are reports of such things, but never the things themselves.
The search for alien civilizations retains its importance despite the striking failure of the UFO evidence. Most astronomers, for example, consider extraterrestrial life a subject worthy of vigorous, if cautious, pursuit. For myself, I find something irresistible in the idea of discovering a token, maybe a simple inscription, which would provide the key to understanding an alien and exotic civilization. This is an appeal we humans have felt before. In 1801, a famous physicist was the governor of the French province of Isère. His name was Joseph Fourier. On a routine inspection of the schools in his province, Fourier discovered an exceptional 11-year-old boy, Jean-François Champollion. The boy's precocious intellect and remarkable flair for languages had already earned him the admiring attention of local scholars. Fourier, too, was impressed. What Champollion first saw in Fourier's house determined the course of his life and unlocked the secrets of an alien civilization. Fourier had recently participated, as one of many scientists, in Napoleon's expedition to the Middle East. He had been in charge of cataloging the astronomical monuments of Egypt. The boy was entranced by Fourier's collection of ancient Egyptian artifacts, the mysterious fragments of a lost world. France at this time was flooded with such artifacts, plundered by Napoleon, and now arousing intense interest among scholars and the general public. The boy's attention was caught by a specimen of Egyptian hieroglyphics. "What do they mean?" he asked. "Nobody knows," was Fourier's reply. Then and there, Champollion resolved that he would understand this language that no one could read, that he would decode the messages from another world and another time. He became a superb linguist and immersed himself in the hieroglyphics. Fourier edited the illustrated description of Napoleon's expedition. The young Champollion studied it hungrily. To the people of Europe, these exotic images revealed an utterly alien civilization, a world of towering monuments and magical names: Dendera, Karnak, Luxor. Every illustration was a riddle posed by the past to the present. And among them were pictures of something called the Rosetta Stone, and portraits of the people who lived among the ruins of the pharaohs. Egypt became the land of Champollion's dreams. But it was not until 1828, 27 years after his fateful visit with Fourier, that Champollion first set foot in Egypt. With his companions, Champollion chartered boats in Cairo and sailed slowly upstream, following the course of the Nile. It was a journey of many weeks, which Champollion recorded in extraordinary detail. This was an expedition through time, a voyage across the centuries to another world. Champollion, as an adult, had already worked out a brilliant decipherment of the hieroglyphics, a word, incidentally, that means sacred carvings. Now Champollion was making a pilgrimage to the scene of the ancient mysteries he had been the first to understand. Champollion wrote, "The evening of the 16th, we finally arrived at Dendera. We were only an hour away from the temples. could we resist the temptation? I ask the coldest of you mortals. To dine and leave immediately were the orders of the moment. Alone and without guides, we crossed the fields. Presuming that the temples were in a straight line from our boat, we walked thus for an hour and a half without finding anything. We finally discovered a man who put us on the correct route and ended up walking with us with good graces. The temple appeared to us at last. I shall not try to describe the impression which the porches and above all the portico made on us. We stayed there 2 hours in ecstasy, running through the huge rooms and trying to read the exterior inscriptions in the moonlight. It was with no small rapture that Champollion entered the secret places of the temple and scanned the words that had waited patiently through 500,000 nights for a reader. To his brother, Champollion wrote of his joy in confirming that he could understand the writing on these walls. I am now proud, he said, that having followed the course of the Nile to the Second Cataract, I have the right to announce that there is nothing to modify in our letter on the alphabet of hieroglyphics. Our alphabet is good. It is applicable with the same success, first of all, in Egyptian monuments of the epoch of the Romans, and also, which is more interesting, to the inscriptions on all temples, palaces, and tombs of the pharaonic epoch. Champollion was overwhelmed by the grandeur which surrounded him. It is the union, he said, of grace and majesty in the highest degree. We in Europe are only dwarfs. No nation, ancient or modern, has conceived the art of architecture on such a sublime, great, and imposing style as the ancient Egyptians. They ordered everything to be done for people who are 100 feet high.
This is the great temple of Karnak in Upper Egypt, continuously constructed over a period of more than 2,000 years until the time of the Ptolemies. It was here, Champollion wrote, that all the pharaonic magnificence appeared to me. What he had seen elsewhere, he said, seemed to me miserable compared with the colossal conceptions around me.
On these walls and columns at Karnak, at Dendera, and everywhere else in Egypt, Champollion found that he could read the inscriptions, that his decipherment of a few years earlier had been correct. But how had he figured it out? Many had tried and failed to read the hieroglyphics. One group of scholars thought they were a kind of picture code full of murky metaphors, mostly about eyeballs and wavy lines and animals. Birds, especially birds, lots of birds. There were those who deduced from the hieroglyphics that the Egyptians had been colonists from China. There were those who deduced it the other way around.
There was one character who, from a single look at the Rosetta Stone, deduced its meaning. He said that the quickness of his decipherment enabled him to avoid the systematic errors which invariably arise from prolonged reflection. You get better results, he was saying, if you don't think about it too much. As in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence today, the unbridled speculation by amateurs served to frighten many professionals right out of the field. Champollion was not frightened. He was also not distracted by the idea of hieroglyphs as pictorial metaphors. Instead, using the insights of a brilliant English physicist named Thomas Young, he proceeded something like this. This is an exact replica of the Rosetta Stone. The original had been found in the year 1799 by a French soldier working on the fortifications of the Nile Delta town of Rashid, which the Europeans, in their persistence not to learn Arabic, called Rosetta. It had been part of an ancient temple which had been torn down. If we look at it, we see that it clearly represents the same text in 3 different languages. Up at the top, ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. In the middle, a kind of cursive and later hieroglyphic called Demotic. And down at the bottom, the key to the enterprise, Greek. Champollion could, of course, read ancient Greek. He was a superb linguist, and discovered that this stone had been inscribed to commemorate the coronation of King Ptolemy V Epiphanes in the spring of the year 196 BC. As we would expect, the Greek text includes many references to King Ptolemy. Here, for example, you can see it, Ptolemaios. Now, in roughly the same positions, but in the hieroglyphic text, are these ovals, or cartouches, as they're called. And if this cartouche really means Ptolemy, then the individual hieroglyphs are unlikely to be pictograms or metaphors. Much more likely, they're letters, or at least syllables. In addition, Champollion had the presence of mind to count up the number of Greek words and the number of individual hieroglyphics in what are presumably equivalent texts. He found that the number of individual hieroglyphs is much larger than the number of Greek words, again implying that the hieroglyphs are mainly letters and syllables. But which hieroglyphs correspond to which letters? Fortunately, Champollion had available to him a kind of second Rosetta Stone, an obelisk which had been excavated at the Temple of Philae, and which had inscribed upon it cartouches representing the hieroglyphic equivalent of another Greek name, Cleopatra. So here we have the Cleopatra cartouche, and here the Ptolemaeus cartouche. Here we've turned it around, changing left to right to left, and spread the hieroglyphs out so we can see them all. Now, immediately we notice that there are some similarities. This first hieroglyph in Ptolemy is a kind of square. The 5th hieroglyph in Cleopatra is a square, but Cleopatra, both of them seem to represent a P. So Ptolemy and Cleopatra both give us the same interpretation. A square is a P. Likewise, the 4th hieroglyph in Ptolemy is a lion. Tol, P-T-O-L. Likewise, the 2nd hieroglyph in Cleopatra is an L. So again, it's consistent. The pattern is emerging. Likewise, this rope or hangman's noose, Ptolemy, it's an O. Cleopatra, it's an O. And in this way, Champollion was able to assign letters for each of the hieroglyphs we see here. Ptolemeus, and likewise Cleopatra. tra. The eagle is an A. You notice there are two different symbols for T, but in English, same sort of thing, F and PH. Champollion discovered that the hieroglyphics were basically a simple substitution cipher. Now, there's other stuff in here. All the rest of this in the cartouche, what's that about? Well, he was later able to find out. This is a symbol called the Ankh, which means life. Here, there's a PT, and that's a Ch, makes Ptah, name of a god. And the whole cartouche read, Ptolemy, ever living, beloved of the god Ptah. Likewise, the end of the Cleopatra is a short form meaning daughter of Isis. So it turns out that Champollion's opponents were not wholly wrong. Some of the hieroglyphs, for example, the symbol Ankh, which means life, are ideograms or pictograms, but the key to the enterprise, Champollion's success, rested on his realization that the hieroglyphs were essentially letters and syllables. In retrospect, it sounds almost easy, but it took people hundreds of years before they figured it out. Champollion walked these halls and casually read the inscriptions which had mystified everybody else, answering the question he had posed as a child to Fourier. What do they mean? What a joy it must have been for him to open this one-way communications channel with another civilization, to permit a culture which had been mute for millennia to speak of its history, magic, medicine, religion, politics, philosophy. Today, we also are seeking messages from an ancient and exotic civilization, a civilization hidden from us not in time, but in space. Today, we are searching for a message from the stars. We have not found it so far. We have as yet no Champollion. But we are just beginning. Perhaps those who will discover and decipher the first interstellar communications are alive at this moment, somewhere on the planet Earth. Extraterrestrial beings will have a different biology, a different culture, a different language. How could we possibly understand their messages? Is there in any sense a cosmic Rosetta Stone? I believe there is. All the technical civilizations in the cosmos, no matter how different they are, must have one language in common, the language called science. The laws of nature are everywhere the same. Every chemical element has a specific signature in the spectrum. So there are identical patterns in the light of a candle flame on Earth and in the light of a distant galaxy. The spectra show not only that the same chemical elements exist throughout the universe, but also that the same laws of quantum mechanics govern atoms everywhere. Beings growing up on any world must come to grips with the identical laws of nature. Galaxies billions of light years distant evolve a spiral form. So does our own Milky Way. The same gravitational forces are at work. And on planets also. There are spiral storm systems on Jupiter. The same patterns are common on Earth. The intelligent beings on every world will sooner or later understand the laws of nature. Someday, perhaps soon, a message from the depths of space may arrive on our small world. If we wish to understand it, we first have to understand science. We do not expect an advanced technical civilization on any other planet of our solar system. If they were only a little behind us,
10,000 years, say, they would have no advanced technology at all. And if they were only a little ahead of us, we who are already exploring the solar system, then they should be here by now. To communicate with other civilizations, our technology must reach across not merely interplanetary distances, but interstellar distances. Ideally, the method should be inexpensive, so that a huge amount of information could be sent and received at very little cost. It should be fast, so an interstellar dialogue is eventually possible. It ought to be obvious, so that any technical civilization, no matter what its evolutionary path, will discover it early. Surprisingly, there is such a method. It's called radio astronomy. This is the largest radio radar telescope on the planet Earth, the Arecibo Observatory. It's located in a remote valley on the island of Puerto Rico. It sends and receives radio signals, but it's so large and powerful that it could communicate with an identical radio telescope 15,000 light years away, halfway to the center of the Milky Way galaxy. The Arecibo Observatory has been used, although sparingly, to search for signals from civilizations in space, and just once, to broadcast a message to a distant star cluster called M13. But is there anyone out there to talk to? With 400 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy alone, could ours be the only one with an inhabited planet? How much more likely it is that the galaxy is throbbing and humming with advanced societies. Perhaps near one of those pinpoints of light in our night sky, someone quite different from us is glancing idly at the star we call the sun and entertaining just for a moment an outrageous speculation. There are an enormous number of stars. Only some of them will have planets suitable for life. On only some of those worlds will intelligence arise. And perhaps a few of those civilizations will avoid the trap jointly set by their technology and their passions. If there are many civilizations, one of them should be rather close by. If there are few civilizations, then even the nearest may be very far away. This is one of the great questions. How many advanced civilizations capable, at least of radio astronomy, are there in the Milky Way galaxy? Let's call the number of such civilizations by the capital letter N. It's a number. It depends on many things. It depends on the total number of stars in the Milky Way. Let's call that N sub star. It depends on the fraction of stars that have planets. Let's call that F sub P. It depends on the average number of planets in a given solar system that are ecologically suitable for life. Let's call that N sub E. It depends on the fraction of suitable planets in which life actually arises. Call that F sub L. It depends on the fraction of inhabited planets on which intelligence emerges. Let's call that F sub I. And on the fraction of those planets in which the intelligent beings evolve a technical communicative civilization, call that F sub C. Finally, it depends on the fraction of a planet's lifetime that's graced by a technical civilization, call that F sub L. If we multiply all these numbers together,
we've estimated capital N, the number of civilizations. This equation, due mainly to Frank Drake of Cornell, is only a sentence. The verb is equals. So let's try to go through the program of this equation. By carefully counting the number of stars in small but representative regions of the sky, we find that the total number of stars in the Milky Way is about 400 billion. It's a lot of stars. What about planets? Well, in studies of double stars, in investigations of the motions of nearby stars, and in many theoretical studies, we get a strong hint that many, perhaps even most stars, are accompanied by planets. So let's take f sub p, the fraction of stars that have planets, as a quarter. Then the total number of planetary systems in the galaxy is 400 billion times a quarter, or 100 billion. We'll write down our running totals in red. Now, if each system were to have, say, 10 planets, as ours does, there would be 100 billion times 10, or 1 trillion worlds in the galaxy, a vast arena for the cosmic drama. In our own solar system, there are several bodies that might be suitable for life of some sort. There's the Earth, of course, but there are possibilities for Mars, for Titan, perhaps for Jupiter. If other systems are similar, there may be many suitable worlds per system, but to be conservative, let's choose n sub e equal 2. 2 worlds suitable for life per system. Then the number of planets in the galaxy that is suitable for life would be 100 billion times 2, or 200 billion. Now, what about life? Under very general cosmic conditions, the molecules of life are readily made. They spontaneously self-assemble. It's conceivable that there might be some impediment, like some difficulty in the origin of the genetic code, say, although I think that's very unlikely given billions of years for evolution. On the Earth, life arose very fast after the planet was formed. So let's choose f sub L, the fraction of suitable worlds in which life does arise, as a half. In that case, the total number of planets in the Milky Way in which life has arisen once is 100 billion times 2 times a half, or again, 100 billion. 100 billion inhabited worlds. Now, the estimates get tougher. Many individually unlikely events had to occur for our species and our technology to emerge. On the other hand, there might be many different roads to high technology. Some scientists think that the path from trilobites to radio telescopes, or the equivalent, goes like a shot in all planetary systems. Other scientists disagree. Let's take some middle ground and choose f sub I as a tenth and f sub c as also a tenth, meaning that only 1%, a tenth times a tenth, of inhabited planets eventually produce a technical civilization. If we were to multiply all these factors together, we would find 100 billion times a tenth, or 1 billion planets on which civilizations have arisen at least once. Now, what percentage of the lifetime of a planet is marked by a technical civilization? The Earth has harbored a civilization capable of radio astronomy only for a few decades, the last few decades, out of a lifetime of a few billion years. It's hardly out of the question that we might destroy ourselves tomorrow. If that's a typical case, then f sub big L would be a few decades divided by a few billion years, or 100 millionth, a very small number. And then big N would be 1 billion times 100 millionth, or N maybe just 10 civilizations, a tiny smattering, a pitiful few technological civilizations in the galaxy. But civilizations then might take billions of years of tortuous evolution to arise and then snuff themselves out in an instant of unforgivable neglect. If this is a typical case, there may be few others, maybe nobody else at all for us to talk to. But consider the alternative, that occasionally civilizations learn to live with high technology and survive for geological or stellar evolutionary timescales. If only 1% of civilizations can survive technological adolescence, then F sub big L would be not 100 millionth, but only 100th. And then the number of civilizations would be 1 billion times 100th. The number of civilizations in the galaxy then would be measured in the millions. Millions of technical civilizations.
So, if civilizations do not always destroy themselves shortly after discovering radio astronomy, then the sky may be softly humming with messages from the stars, with signals from civilizations enormously older and wiser than we. If there are millions of technical civilizations in the Milky Way, each capable of radio astronomy, how far away is the nearest one? If they're distributed more or less randomly through space, then the nearest one will be some 200 light years away. But within 200 light years, there are hundreds of thousands of stars. To find the needle in this haystack requires a dedicated and systematic search. There are many cosmic radio sources having nothing to do with intelligent life. So how would we know that we were receiving a message? The transmitting civilization could make it very easy for us if they wished. Imagine we're in the course of a systematic search, or in the midst of some more conventional radio observations. And suppose one day we find a strong signal slowly emerging, not just some background hiss, but a methodical series of pulses. The numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, a signal made of prime numbers, numbers divisible only by 1 and themselves. There is no natural astrophysical process that generates prime numbers. We would have to conclude that someone fond of elementary mathematics was saying hello. This would be no more than a beacon to attract our attention. The main message will be subtler, more hidden, far richer. We may have to work hard to find it. But the beacon signal alone would be profoundly significant. It would mean that someone has learned to survive technological adolescence, that self-destruction is not inevitable, that we also may have a future. Such knowledge, it seems to me, might be worth a great price. Very likely, some new Champollion would go on to decode the main message, using our interstellar Rosetta Stone, the common language of science and mathematics. Think of the glories of an exotic civilization far more advanced than we, collected by the great radio telescopes of Earth. Perhaps they would send a compilation of the knowledge of 1 million inhabited worlds, the Encyclopedia Galactica. The receipt of an interstellar message would be one of the major events in human history and the beginning of the deprovincialization of our planet. A serious and systematic radio search for extraterrestrial civilizations may come soon. Preliminary steps are being taken both in the United States and in the Soviet Union. It's comparatively inexpensive. A search taking decades would cost less than the budget overruns on a single modest weapons system in a single year. Our technology is now fully adequate for this great challenge, but no systematic search program has ever been approved by any nation on Earth. When will we decide to search for what other civilizations there may be in the vast cosmic ocean? But whether there are only a few advanced galactic civilizations or millions, shouldn't some of them have voyaged to Earth?
On the one hand, we've argued that if even a small fraction of technical civilizations learn to live with themselves and their potential for self-destruction, then there should by now be enormous numbers of them in the galaxy. On the other hand, despite claims about UFOs and ancient astronauts, there's no credible evidence that the Earth has been visited, now or ever. But isn't this a contradiction? If the nearest civilization is, say, 200 light years away, it would take them only 200 years to get from there to here at the speed of light. Even if they were traveling 1,000 times slower than that, beings from a nearby civilization could have come here during the tenure of human beings on the Earth. So why aren't they here? There's many possible answers. One is that maybe we're the first. Some technical civilization has to be first to emerge in the history of the galaxy. Or maybe all technical civilizations promptly destroy themselves. That seems to me very unlikely. Or maybe there's some problem with interstellar spaceflight that we've been too dumb to figure out. Or maybe they are here, but in hiding because of some ethic of non-interference with emerging civilizations. We might imagine them curious and dispassionate, watching us to determine whether this year again we manage to avoid self-destruction. But there's another explanation which is consistent with everything else we know, and that's that it's a big cosmos. If a great many years ago an advanced interstellar spacefaring civilization emerged 200 light years away, why would they come here? They would have no reason to think there was something special about the Earth. There are no signs of human technology, not even our radio transmissions, which have had time to go 200 light years. From their point of view, all nearby planetary systems might seem equally attractive for exploration.
How would an interstellar civilization set out to explore its neighboring star systems? It might establish staging posts, colonies, on planets of nearby stars. But this would take time. Time to find and modify favorable planets, time to build new spacecraft. Eventually, later generations of explorers would set out, wending their way among the worlds, creating an interstellar nervous system, binding up the stars. Perhaps they would come upon another expanding civilization and encounter beings previously known only from their radio transmissions. Star wars are unlikely. One civilization almost certainly would be far more advanced than the other. It would be no contest. Perhaps they would cooperate, exploring together a small province of the Milky Way. But even nearby civilizations could spend millions of years roving between the stars without ever stumbling upon our obscure solar system. In a galaxy of 400 billion suns, perhaps no one has found us just yet. But advanced interstellar civilizations would know about many worlds, some inhabited, some barren. Perhaps they would share their findings, assembling some vast repository of the knowledge of countless worlds. They might compile an Encyclopedia Galactica.
Suppose we could browse through that encyclopedia. We would choose some nearby province of the galaxy, a region that's fairly well explored, and then slowly leaf through the worlds. The young Champollion was inspired by reading Fourier's description of Egypt. Imagine the impact on us if we could study a rich compilation of not merely one world, but billions. Just possibly, not too far from our solar system, we might find a planet with a technical civilization only a little more advanced than we. Let's look them up in the Galactic Encyclopedia. What would a civilization far more advanced than ours be up to? Elsewhere, there may be engineering on a scale that dwarfs our proudest achievements. There may be cultures that disassemble other planets in their system and reassemble them around their world to make a ring or a shell with their planet inside. Imagine the energy crisis of a really advanced planetary civilization. They've used up all their fuels, they depend on solar power, but their growth is still severely limited by the energy available. An enormous amount of energy is generated by the local star, but most of the star's light doesn't fall on their planet. So perhaps they would build a shell to surround their star and harvest every photon of sunlight. Such beings, such civilizations, would bear little resemblance to anything we know. Perhaps someday there will be an entry in the Encyclopedia Galactica for our planet. Or perhaps even now there exists somewhere a planetary dossier garnered from our television broadcasts or from some discrete survey mission. They might summon up the index of blue worlds in our province of the Milky Way until they came to the listing for Earth. What would they know about us? What would they think of us?
We have always watched the stars and mused about whether there are other beings who think and wonder. In a cosmic setting vast and old beyond ordinary human understanding, we are a little lonely. In the deepest sense, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence is a search for who we are. Since Cosmos was first released, interest in UFOs has persisted. It seems to me that there are fewer sightings of strange objects in the skies these days, and more stories about personal encounters with alleged extraterrestrials, like the account of Betty and Barney Hill that we dramatized. There are still people who claim to have been abducted by aliens, or even sexually abused, or even impregnated by them. Best-selling, purportedly serious books have been written about such claims. But the critical fact remains that all we have still is just anecdote. There are no close-up photographs, no artifacts, nothing that would convince a skeptic. All there are is stories. And stories just aren't good enough on a matter of this importance. I'm still waiting for hard evidence. The radio's search for extraterrestrial intelligence has been picking up. In Harvard, Massachusetts, a radio telescope monitoring 8 million separate radio channels has been scanning the skies for signals. This program, called META, is supported entirely by the Pasadena, California-based Planetary Society, paid for by members' contributions. A similar Planetary Society search to examine the southern skies, including the center of the Milky Way galaxy, is to be performed in Argentina. These searches are, by far, the most sophisticated ever attempted. A much more sensitive program, covering almost the entire accessible radio spectrum, is to be mustered by NASA. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence is central to our understanding of the universe and our view of ourselves. It's well worth doing. But the simple fact is that while we may consider extraterrestrial intelligence highly likely, there is as yet no evidence at all that it exists. The search continues.
I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that I have set before thee life and death, the blessing and the curse. Therefore choose life, that thou mayest live, thou and thy seed.
Nearly 200 years ago, in the Gulf of Alaska, at a place called Lituya Bay, two cultures that had never met experienced a first encounter. The Tlingit people lived more or less as their ancestors had for thousands of years. They were nomads, moving often by canoe between numerous campsites, where they caught the plentiful fish and sea otters and traded with neighboring tribes. The creator they worshipped was the raven god, whom they pictured as an enormous black bird with white wings. And one July day in 1786, the raven god appeared. The Tlingit were terrified. They knew that anyone looking directly at the god would be turned to stone. From the other side of the planet had come an expedition led by the French explorer La Pérouse. It was, in fact, the most elaborately planned scientific voyage of the 18th century, sent around the world to gather knowledge about the geography, natural history, and peoples of distant lands. But to the Tlingit, whose world was confined to the islands and inlets of southern Alaska, this great vessel could have come only from the gods. There was one among them who dared to look more deeply. He was an old warrior and nearly blind. He said that his life was almost over. For the common good, he would approach the raven to learn whether the god really would turn his people to stone. He set out on his own voyage of discovery to confront the end of the world. The old man made himself look hard at the raven and saw that it was not a great bird from the sky, but the work of men like himself. This first encounter turned out to be peaceful. The men of the La Pérouse expedition were under strict orders to treat with respect any people they might discover, an exceptional policy for its time and after. La Pérouse and the Tlingit exchanged goods, and then the strange ship sailed away, never to return. Not all encounters between nations had been so peaceful. Before 1519, the Aztecs of Mexico had never seen a gun, and they too believed at first that their strange visitors had come from the sky. The Spaniards under Cortés were not constrained by any injunctions against violence. Their true nature and intentions soon became clear. Unlike the La Perouse expedition, the conquistadors sought not knowledge, but gold. They used their superior weapons to loot and murder. In their madness, they obliterated a civilization. In the name of piety, in a mockery of their religion, the Spaniards utterly destroyed a society with an art, astronomy, and architecture the equal of anything in Europe. We revile the conquistadors for their cruelty and short-sightedness, for choosing death. We admire La Perouse and the Tlingit for their courage and wisdom, for choosing life. The choice is with us still, but the civilization now in jeopardy is all humanity.
As the ancient mythmakers knew, we're children equally of the earth and the sky. In our tenure on this planet, we've accumulated dangerous evolutionary baggage, propensities for aggression and ritual, submission to leaders, hostility to outsiders, all of which puts our survival in some doubt. But we've also acquired compassion for others, love for our children, a desire to learn from history and experience, and a great, soaring, passionate intelligence, the clear tools for our continued survival and prosperity. Which aspects of our nature will prevail is uncertain, particularly when our visions and prospects are bound to one small part of the small planet Earth. But up there in the cosmos, an inescapable perspective awaits. National boundaries are not evident when we view the Earth from space. Fanatic ethnic or religious or national identifications are a little difficult to support when we see our planet as a fragile blue crescent fading to become an inconspicuous point of light against the bastion and citadel of the stars. There are not yet obvious signs of extraterrestrial intelligence, and this makes us wonder whether civilizations like ours rush inevitably headlong to self-destruction. I dream about it, and sometimes they're bad dreams.
In the vision of a dream, I once imagined myself searching for other civilizations in the cosmos. Among 100 billion galaxies and 1 billion trillion stars, life and intelligence should have arisen on many worlds. Some worlds are barren and desolate. On them, life never began, or may have been extinguished in some cosmic catastrophe. There may be worlds rich in life, but not yet evolved to intelligence and high technology. There may be civilizations that achieve technology and then promptly use it to destroy themselves. And perhaps there are also beings who learn to live with their technology and themselves, beings who endure and become citizens of the cosmos. Immersed in these thoughts, I found myself approaching a world that was clearly inhabited, a world I had visited before. I saw a planet encompassed by light and recognized the signature of intelligence.
But suddenly, darkness, total and absolute. In my dream, I could read the Book of Worlds, a vast encyclopedia of 1 billion planets within the Milky Way. What could the galactic computer tell me about this now darkened world? They must have survived some earlier catastrophe. Locally initiated contact, maybe their television broadcasts. Their biology was different from ours. High technology. I wondered what those lights had been for. There must have been signs they were in trouble. Probability of survival in a century, less than 1%, not very good odds. Communications interrupted. Their world society had failed. They had made the ultimate mistake. I felt a longing to return to Earth. The television transmissions of Earth rushed past me, expanding away from our planet at the speed of light.
Fatto esplodere la prima bomba atomico in un esperimento.
Спутник является первым сателлитом вокруг земного шара.
The nuclear test ban treaty was signed today.
Something has happened in the motorcade route. Stand by, please.
$64,000.
This bombing of Hanoi was designed to cripple the morale of the
Americano en el homicidio del presidente Salvador Allende.
There can be no whitewash at the White House.
A series of record oil company profits were revealed today.
If the serious course of events continued, foreign ministers are at this moment... Oh, please stand by. Stand by.
Then, suddenly, silence. Total and absolute. But the dream was not yet done. Had we destroyed our home? What had we done to the earth? There had been many ways for life to perish at our hands. We had poisoned the air and water. We had ravaged the land. Perhaps we had changed the climate. Could it have been a plague or nuclear war? I remembered the galactic computer. What would it say about the Earth? There was our region of the galaxy. There was our world. I had found the entry for Earth. Humanity, third from the sun. They had heard our television broadcasts and thought them an application for cosmic citizenship.
Our technology had been growing enormously. They got that right. 200 nation states, about 6 global powers, the potential to become one planet. Probability of survival over a century. Here also, less than 1%. So it was nuclear war, a full nuclear exchange. There would be no more big questions, no more answers. Never again a love or a child. No descendants to remember us and be proud. No more voyages to the stars. No more songs from the earth. I saw East Africa and thought a few million years ago, we humans took our first steps there. Our brains grew and changed. The old parts began to be guided by the new parts. And this made us human, with compassion and foresight and reason. But instead, we listened to that reptilian voice within us, counseling fear, territoriality, aggression. We accepted the products of science. We rejected its methods. Maybe the reptiles will evolve intelligence once more. Perhaps one day, there will be civilizations again on Earth. There will be life. There will be intelligence. But there will be no more humans. Not here, not on a billion worlds. Every thinking person fears nuclear war, and every technological nation plans for it. Everyone knows it's madness, and every country has an excuse. There's a dreary chain of causality. The Germans were working on the bomb at the beginning of World War II, so the Americans had to make one first. If the Americans had one, the Russians had to have one. Then the British, the French, the Chinese, the Indians, the Pakistanis, many nations now collect nuclear weapons. They're easy to make. You can steal fissionable material from nuclear reactors. Nuclear weapons have almost become a home handicraft industry. The conventional bombs of World War II were called blockbusters. Filled with 20 tons of TNT, they could destroy a city block. All the bombs dropped on all the cities of World War II amounted to some 2 million tons of TNT, 2 megatons. Coventry and Rotterdam, Dresden and Tokyo, all the death that rained from the skies between 1939 and 1945. 100,000 blockbusters. 2 megatons. Today, 2 megatons is the equivalent of a single thermonuclear bomb, one bomb with the destructive force of the Second World War. But there are tens of thousands of nuclear weapons. The missile and bomber forces of the Soviet Union and the United States have warheads aimed at over 15,000 designated targets. No place on the planet is safe. The energy contained in these weapons, genies of death patiently awaiting the rubbing of the lamps, totals far more than 10,000 megatons, but with the destruction concentrated efficiently, not over 6 years, but over a few hours. A blockbuster for every family on the planet. A World War II every second for the length of a lazy afternoon. The bomb dropped on Hiroshima killed 70,000 people in a full nuclear exchange, in the paroxysm of global death, the equivalent of 1 million Hiroshima bombs
would be dropped all over the world. But in such an exchange, not everyone would be killed by the blast and the firestorm and the immediate radiation. There would be other agonies, the loss of loved ones, the legions of the burned and blinded and mutilated, the absence of medical care, disease, plague, long-lived radiation poisoning the soil and the water, the threat of tumors and stillbirths and malformed children, and the hopeless sense of a civilization destroyed for nothing, the knowledge that we could have prevented it and did not. The global balance of terror, pioneered by the United States and the Soviet Union, holds hostage all the citizens of the Earth. Each side persistently probes the limits of the other's tolerance, like the Cuban Missile Crisis, the testing of anti-satellite weapons, the Vietnam and Afghanistan wars. The hostile military establishments are locked in some ghastly mutual embrace. Each needs the other. But the balance of terror is a delicate balance with very little margin for miscalculation. And the world impoverishes itself by spending $1 trillion a year on preparations for war, and by employing perhaps half the scientists and high technologists on the planet in military endeavors. How would we explain all this to a dispassionate extraterrestrial observer? What account would we give of our stewardship of the planet Earth? We have heard the rationales offered by the superpowers. We know who speaks for the nations, but who speaks for the human species? Who speaks for Earth? From an extraterrestrial perspective, our global civilization is clearly on the edge of failure in the most important task it faces, preserving the lives and well-being of its citizens and the future habitability of the planet. But if we're willing to live with the growing likelihood of nuclear war, shouldn't we also be willing to explore vigorously every possible means to prevent nuclear war? Shouldn't we consider in every nation major changes in the traditional ways of doing things, a fundamental restructuring of economic, political, social, and religious institutions? We've reached a point where there can be no more special interests or special cases. Nuclear arms threaten every person on the Earth. Fundamental changes in society are sometimes labeled impractical or contrary to human nature, as if nuclear war were practical, or as if there were only one human nature. But fundamental changes can clearly be made. We're surrounded by them. In the last 2 centuries, abject slavery, which was with us for thousands of years, has almost entirely been eliminated in a stirring worldwide revolution. Women, systematically mistreated for millennia, are gradually gaining the political and economic power traditionally denied to them. And some wars of aggression have recently been stopped or curtailed because of a revulsion felt by the people in the aggressor nations. The old appeals to racial, sexual, and religious chauvinism and to rabid nationalist fervor are beginning not to work. A new consciousness is developing which sees the Earth as a single organism and recognizes that an organism at war with itself is doomed. We are one planet.
One of the great revelations of the age of space exploration is the image of the Earth, finite and lonely, somehow vulnerable, bearing the entire human species through the oceans of space and time. But this is an ancient perception. In the 3rd century BC, our planet was mapped and accurately measured by a Greek scientist named Eratosthenes, who worked in Egypt. This was the world as he knew it. Eratosthenes was the director of the Great Library of Alexandria, the center of science and learning in the ancient world. Aristotle had argued that humanity was divided into Greeks and everybody else, who he called barbarians, and that the Greeks should keep themselves racially pure. He taught it was fitting for the Greeks to enslave other peoples. But Eratosthenes criticized Aristotle for his blind chauvinism. He believed there was good and bad in every nation. The Greek conquerors had invented a new god for the Egyptians, but he looked remarkably Greek. Alexander was portrayed as Pharaoh in a gesture to the Egyptians, but in practice, the Greeks were confident of their superiority. The casual protests of the librarian hardly constituted a serious challenge to prevailing prejudices. Their world was as imperfect as our own, but the Ptolemies, the Greek kings of Egypt who followed Alexander, had at least this virtue. They supported the advancement of knowledge. Popular ideas about the nature of the cosmos were challenged, and some of them discarded. New ideas were proposed and found to be in better accord with the facts. There were imaginative proposals, vigorous debates, brilliant syntheses, and the resulting treasure of human knowledge was recorded and preserved for centuries on these shelves. Science came of age in this library. The Ptolemies didn't merely collect old knowledge. They supported scientific research and generated new knowledge. The results were amazing. Eratosthenes accurately calculated the size of the Earth. He mapped it, and he argued that it could be circumnavigated. Hipparchus anticipated that stars come into being, slowly move during the course of centuries, and eventually perish. It was he who first cataloged the positions and magnitudes of the stars in order to determine whether there were such changes. Euclid produced a textbook on geometry which human beings learned from for 23 centuries. It's still a great read, full of the most elegant proofs. Galen wrote basic works on healing and anatomy, which dominated medicine until the Renaissance. These are just a few examples. There were dozens of great scholars here and hundreds of fundamental discoveries. Some of those discoveries have a distinctly modern ring. Apollonius of Perga studied the parabola and the ellipse, curves that we know today describe the paths of falling objects in a gravitational field and space vehicles traveling between the planets. Hieron of Alexandria invented steam engines and gear trains. He was the author of the first book on robots. Imagine how different our world would be if those discoveries had been explained and used for the benefit of everyone, if the humane perspective of Eratosthenes had been widely adopted and applied. But this was not to be. Alexandria was the greatest city the Western world had ever seen. People from all nations came here to live, to trade, to learn. On a given day, these harbors were thronged with merchants and scholars, tourists. It's probably here that the word cosmopolitan realized its true meaning of a citizen, not just of a nation, but of the cosmos. To be a citizen of the cosmos. Here were clearly the seeds of our modern world. But why didn't they take root and flourish? Why instead did the West slumber through 1,000 years of darkness until Columbus and Copernicus and their contemporaries rediscovered the work done here? I cannot give you a simple answer, but I do know this. There is no record in the entire history of the library that any of the illustrious scholars and scientists who worked here ever seriously challenged a single political or economic or religious assumption of the society in which they lived. The permanence of the stars was questioned. The justice of slavery was not.
science and learning in general were the preserve of the privileged few. The vast population of the city had not the vaguest notion of the great discoveries being made within these walls. How could they? The new findings were not explained or popularized. The progress made here benefited them little. Science was not part of their lives. The discoveries in mechanics, say, or steam technology, mainly were applied to the perfection of weapons, to the encouragement of superstition, to the amusement of kings. Scientists never seemed to grasp the enormous potential of machines to free people from arduous and repetitive labor. The great intellectual achievements of antiquity had few practical applications. Science never captured the imagination of the multitude. There was no counterbalance to stagnation, to pessimism, to the most abject surrender to mysticism. So when, at long last, the mob came to burn the place down, there was nobody to stop them. Let me tell you about the end. It's a story about the last scientist to work in this place, a mathematician, astronomer, physicist, and head of the school of Neoplatonic philosophy in Alexandria. That's an extraordinary range of accomplishments for any individual in any age. Her name was Hypatia. She was born in this city in the year 370 AD. This was a time when women had essentially no options. They were considered property. Nevertheless, Hypatia was able to move freely, unself-consciously, through traditional male domains. By all accounts, she was a great beauty. And although she had many suitors, she had no interest in marriage. The Alexandria of Hypatia's time, by then long under Roman rule, was a city in grave conflict. Slavery, the cancer of the ancient world, had sapped classical civilization of its vitality. The growing Christian church was consolidating its power and attempting to eradicate pagan influence and culture. Hypatia stood at the focus, at the epicenter of mighty social forces. Cyril, the bishop of Alexandria, despised her, in part because of her close friendship with the Roman governor, but also because she was symbolized. She was a symbol of learning and science, which were largely identified by the early church with paganism. In great personal danger, Hypatia continued to teach and to publish until, in the year 415 AD, on her way to work, she was set upon by a fanatical mob of Cyril's followers. They dragged her from a chariot, tore off her clothes, and flayed her flesh from her bones with abalone shells. Her remains were burned, her works obliterated, her name forgotten. Cyril was made a saint. The glory you see around me is nothing but a memory. It does not exist. The last remains of the library were destroyed within a year of Hypatia's death. It's as if an entire civilization had undergone a sort of self-inflicted radical brain surgery, so that most of its memories, discoveries, ideas, and passions were irrevocably wiped out. The loss was incalculable. In some cases, we know only the tantalizing titles of books that had been destroyed. In most cases, we know
neither the titles nor the authors. We do know that in this library there were 123 different plays by Sophocles, of which only 7 have survived to our time. One of those 7 is Oedipus Rex. Similar numbers apply to the lost works of Aeschylus, Euripides, Aristophanes. It's a little as if the only surviving works of a man named William Shakespeare were Coriolanus and A Winter's Tale, although we had heard that he had written some other things which were highly prized in his time. Plays called Hamlet, Macbeth, A Midsummer Night's Dream, Julius Caesar, King Lear, Romeo and Juliet. History is full of people who, out of fear or ignorance or the lust for power, have destroyed treasures of immeasurable value, which truly belong to all of us. We must not let it happen again.
We have considered the destruction of worlds and the end of civilizations. But there is another perspective by which to measure human endeavors. Let me tell you a story about the beginning. Some 15 billion years ago, our universe began with the mightiest explosion of all time. The universe expanded, cooled, and darkened. Energy condensed into matter, mostly hydrogen atoms, and these atoms accumulated into vast clouds, rushing away from each other, that would one day become the galaxies. Within these galaxies, the first generation of stars was born, kindling the energy hidden in matter, flooding the cosmos with light. Hydrogen atoms had made suns and starlight. There were in those times no planets to receive the light, and no living creatures to admire the radiance of the heavens. But deep in the stellar furnaces, nuclear fusion was creating the heavier atoms, carbon and oxygen, silicon and iron. These elements, the ash left by hydrogen, were the raw materials from which planets and life would later arise. At first, the heavy elements were trapped in the hearts of the stars, but massive stars soon exhausted their fuel and in their death throes returned most of their substance back into space. The interstellar gas became enriched in heavy elements. In the Milky Way galaxy, the matter of the cosmos was recycled into new generations of stars, now rich in heavy atoms, a legacy from their stellar ancestors. And in the cold of interstellar space, great turbulent clouds were gathered by gravity and stirred by starlight. In their depths, the heavy atoms condensed into grains of rocky dust and ice and complex carbon-based molecules. In accordance with the laws of physics and chemistry, hydrogen atoms had brought forth the stuff of life. In other clouds, more massive aggregates of gas and dust formed later generations of stars. As new stars were formed, tiny condensations of matter accreted near them, inconspicuous motes of rock and metal, ice and gas that would become the planets. And on these worlds, as in interstellar clouds, organic molecules formed, made of atoms that had been cooked inside the stars. In the tide pools and oceans of many worlds, molecules were destroyed by sunlight and assembled by chemistry. One day, among these natural experiments, a molecule arose that quite by accident was able to make crude copies of itself. As time passed, self-replication became more accurate. Those molecules that copied better produced more copies. Natural selection was underway. Elaborate molecular machines had evolved. Slowly, imperceptibly, life had begun. Collectives of organic molecules evolved into one-celled organisms. These produced multi-celled colonies. Their various parts became specialized organs. Some colonies attached themselves to the sea floor. Others swam freely. Eyes evolved, and now the cosmos could see. Living things moved on to colonize the land. The reptiles held sway for a time, but they gave way to small, warm-blooded creatures with bigger brains who developed dexterity and curiosity about their environment. They learned to use tools and fire and language. Star stuff, the ash of stellar alchemy, had emerged into consciousness. We are a way for the cosmos to know itself. We are creatures of the cosmos and have always hungered to know our origins, to understand our connection with the universe. How did everything come to be? Every culture on the planet has devised its own response to the riddle posed by the universe. Every culture celebrates the cycles of life and nature. There are many different ways of being human. But an extraterrestrial visitor, examining the differences among human societies, would find those differences trivial compared to the similarities. We are one species. We are star stuff, harvesting starlight. Our lives, our past and our future are tied to the sun, the moon, and the stars. Our ancestors knew that their survival depended on understanding the heavens. They built observatories and computers to predict the changing of the seasons by the motions in the skies. We are, all of us, descended from astronomers. The discovery that there is order in the universe, that there are laws of nature, is the foundation on which science builds today. Our conception of the cosmos, all of modern science and technology, trace back to questions raised by the stars. Yet, even 400 years ago, we still had no idea of our place in the universe. The long journey to that understanding required both an unflinching respect for the facts and a delight in the natural world. Johannes Kepler wrote, "We do not ask for what useful purpose the birds do sing, for song is their pleasure, since they were created for singing. Similarly, we ought not to ask why the human mind troubles to fathom the secrets of the heavens. The diversity of the phenomena of nature is so great, and the treasures hidden in the heavens so rich, precisely in order that the human mind shall never be lacking in fresh nourishment." It is the birthright of every child to encounter the cosmos anew in every culture and every age. When this happens to us, we experience a deep sense of wonder. The most fortunate among us are guided by teachers who channel this exhilaration. We are born to delight in the world. We are taught to distinguish our preconceptions from the truth. Then, new worlds are discovered as we decipher the mysteries of the cosmos. Science is a collective enterprise that embraces many cultures and spans the generations. In every age, and sometimes in the most unlikely places, there are those who wish with a great passion to understand the world. There is no way of knowing where the next discovery will come from. What dream of the mind's eye will remake the world? These dreams begin as impossibilities. Once, even to see a planet through a telescope was an astonishment, but we studied these worlds, we figured out how they moved in their orbits, and soon we were planning voyages of discovery beyond the Earth and sending robot explorers to the planets and the stars. We humans long to be connected with our origins, so we create rituals. Science is another way to express this longing. It also connects us with our origins, and it too has its rituals and its commandments. Its only sacred truth is that there are no sacred truths.
Temperature systems.
All assumptions must be critically examined. Arguments from authority are worthless.
Basic mode is imaging 3. AACS readout mode is telemetry. Transducer power is on.
Whatever is inconsistent with the facts, no matter how fond of it we are, must be discarded or revised. Science is not perfect. It's often misused. It's only a tool, but it's the best tool we have. Self-correcting, ever-changing, applicable to everything. With this tool, we vanquish the impossible. With the methods of science, we have begun to explore the cosmos. For the first time, scientific discoveries are widely accessible. Our machines, the products of our science, are now beyond the orbit of Saturn. A preliminary spacecraft reconnaissance has been made of 20 new worlds. We have learned to value careful observations, to respect the facts even when they are disquieting, when they seem to contradict conventional wisdom. The Canterbury monks faithfully recorded an impact on the moon, and the Anasazi people an explosion of a distant star. They saw for us as we see for them. We see further than they only because we stand on their shoulders. We build on what they knew. We depend on free inquiry and free access to knowledge. We humans have seen the atoms which constitute all of matter and the forces that sculpt this world and others. We have found that the molecules of life are easily formed under conditions common throughout the cosmos. We have mapped the molecular machines at the heart of life. We have discovered a microcosm in a drop of water. We have peered into the bloodstream and down on our stormy planet to see the Earth as a single organism. We have found volcanoes on other worlds and explosions on the sun, studied comets from the depths of space, and traced their origins and destinies. Listened to pulsars and searched for other civilizations. We humans have set foot on another world, in a place called the Sea of Tranquility, an astonishing achievement for creatures such as we, whose earliest footsteps, 3.5 million years old, are preserved in the volcanic ash of East Africa. We have walked far.